What's going on, team? Looks like I'm in the trading cave, ready to get to the action. I need the boys to bring some logic to me because my eyes are like this morning. I'm seeing catalyst over here, then all of a sudden China stocks running over here, economic data over here, another chart over here, Tesla dropping. Like there's a lot going on. Let's get to the action, team. It's right here, live trading Benzinga. You know where we're at. Hit the like. Let's get it started.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I'll tell you what, guys. Chicken prices are going down, and I need me some chicken dinner today. Let's get towards the action. Let's bring on the boys. Y'all say hello. You guys know who's here. We got Faloona in the house. We got my man with the freshest fade of all Wall Street. The freshest fade of Wall Street, you know. That. Let's get towards the action. We'll get towards the stocks. Like always, there's certain days where it seems like we're getting tons of catalysts, where it's like, there's days where I look for news, and then there's days where there's just too much. Today's definitely one of those days where there's just too much. And on days like today, one thing that I would recommend, and like always, you guys choose your own process towards trading, but the things that I would say here, education-wise, is just have a plan, right? Because when there's a lot of noise, it can be very simple to just lose your train of thought, right? Like you're thinking about one thing, you're focused on this one setup, you're looking for this one thing, and all of a sudden something happens to your right and you miss that thing. That's the one tip that I would give to get started today. Let's get towards the action. Boys, what are you seeing out there? I'll let one of you guys take lead, and I myself need some good orange juice because it's going to be that type of morning, but I'll be back and ready, team, to hit it hard. All right, who's taking lead? Who wants it first?
I can go. I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Oh, you, pal.
All right, I'll let Ryan take lead here.
I'll go ahead and get started. Mitch, you said you were hoping that we can come here to make sense of it, so maybe we should just leave now. I don't know if we're going to be able to make sense of it. We'll see.
I won't. Yeah, I won't be able to.
Come on, guys. I was expecting on you guys to put some sense into me. Well, I might have to put some sense into myself, so I'll see you guys in a second.
Okay. We might have to stop making sense, which is a great performance by the Talking Heads, by the way. So go check that out. Anyway, let's take a look at some of these small caps. I'll go through the movers list here, Zunaid, and then I'll turn it over to you. And I'm sure we'll have some extra time where we can convene on what the chat's looking at and all that stuff. Jonathan, it's not Friday, bro. It's Thursday. But great to see you this morning. Glad you're here. Mullen suspended. Ooh, you mean halted? We'll take a look at that, Becca. Thanks for the shout. I actually hadn't looked at Mullen. Okay, Mullen looks like a 6,000 van purchase. Okay, we'll check that out in a second. Jeez. Let me go ahead and get started here. First one on the movers list is going to be ITRM. Can't recall if we've traded this one before. It sounds familiar, but I could be mixing it up with another ticker. ITRM here. Shares are trading higher if the company announced issuance of allowance for a U.S. patent covering oral solopinum. I don't know what that is. I will say this, though. This patent news, in my experience, a lot of times some of these things don't really hold up. So my thought here on ITRM is that we probably break down. The one thing that I will say for a potential trade here is that if you break down to a support level and curl, there might be some action in there. Crow has actually been really good at some of these plays that bottom out, curl, and then bounce. So we'll see if we get that kind of setup here on IRTM. I would say that this catalyst here doesn't it's not the greatest. It's something, but it's not the greatest. So let's just kind of keep it at that. We'll see where this ends up going. But we would definitely want to watch this out of the open. List looks like it's reshuffling here. This one is, what is this? IMV. Looks like we have a pretty huge range here. IMV shares are trading higher if the company announced initial data from the ongoing phase 2B vitalized trial in patients with, I don't know what that is, RRDLBCL. Okay, so this is going to require some more research to figure out exactly what's going on here. The encouraging thing that we're seeing here, pretty decent range, right? So we're right down at about 272 here. And we've been almost as high as 4, so 397 on that high print. So a pretty decent range here. It looks like this might try to bounce. We'll see if we can find some more levels in the interim here. I kind of want to watch this one, though, and I want to look in and see if I can figure out what that is. Not familiar with it. Getter, this is ticker GETR, and I shouldn't say Getter because I think that's a social media platform. GETR, this is Get Around Incorporated. Never heard of this in my life. Also, huge range here, gigantic volume. Let's see if there's any news in here. I don't see any news on this. Looks like yesterday we had some forums here. I don't know. I'm not sure what the catalyst is here. Huge range. Again, we can watch this one, but I would say let's stick to some of those stocks that seem to have better catalyst, better engine in the actual move today. SOXS, I definitely think that the ETFs that mirror the market here couldn't be good plays today. We've actually seen this around the Fed, especially some of these plays that give you leverage. They end up making some pretty good trades. So the levels here are basically just technicals, and we kind of follow the market and what the market's doing. So I'm not necessarily gonna mark spots off here. I want to see what the opening print is like. I want to see what the market feels like here today. But we will definitely keep SOXS, SOXL, and then maybe some of those other ETFs like SQQQ, TQQQ, SMH, which is the semiconductor ETF. We'll keep those on watch here today too. Those all kind of fit into the same basket. SQQQ is on here. SPXS, SPXU. This is what I mean. These ETFs, we'll keep an eye on them. These might actually make really good trades here today. Next one, we have XPEV. I feel like this has been on the movers tool an awful lot recently. Chinese EV company here, XPeng. Interesting thing here is it looks like we're trying to kind of trade back up towards the high that we put in on the 13th, which was Wednesday. Today's Thursday, right? Today's Thursday. So this was Tuesday. Excuse me. I'm getting my days all mixed up here. The 13th, the high of on the 13th, which was Tuesday, looks like we're trying to get back up there. Haven't made it yet. Stopping right around here. What we'll do here on XPeng, we've seen this run before. This often runs with some of the other news here. Tesla's down, which is strange. Don't see any other new news here, so this might just be up on a little bit of volume. We'll absolutely watch this one, though. This one's given us some great opportunities in the past, and we'll see if maybe this is up just because of that Mullen. Let's go ahead and check on Mullen here real quick and see what is going on. So first of all, we were up a little bit late in the day on heavy volume, so that tells me that somebody was looking forward to something. So look, we'll see. Currently at 26 cents. You guys said it was halted. Let's see if shares halted on code news pending. Receives a purchase order from Randy Marion Automotive Group for 6,000 Class 1 EV cargo vans. Let's see. What I want to know here is when do they expect this to be fulfilled? And how long do they have to buy and deliver these vans? I don't know what's going on with the flickering here, but anyway, about $200 million worth there. I don't see any dates on that. This will be interesting to watch. I'm not normally a penny watcher, but I know they've been hot recently. There's been some pretty incredible action in Pennyland. I know a lot of you folks have been following Mullen, so we'll see. They caught a nice EV order. That's exactly right, Easy Mike. That's exactly right. So we'll see if Mullen gives us a trade today. Really, I think with it being halted now, really the first step is going to be to determine where does this actually open and does this give us a tradable opportunity. So we'll keep an eye on Mullen. That does seem like good news. On the surface, that seems like good news. We'll see how the market actually treats it when it's up. I would guess then that's why XPEV and NEO also find themselves on the movers tool here this morning. They're up, not a ton, but they all seem to be moving in sympathy. We'll see if they continue to move like that. One of the other things I want to check out here would be Lee Automotive. Remember, I have a volume filter on here of 1 million. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but we released a new update that gives you some more filtering capability here in movers. You now are able to filter for volume and the float. So I don't use volume in the side menu here. Instead, I use it up on top here now because I get more results that way. In any case, I suspect that's why that's why Lee's not appearing on my list here, but this is trading up just like some of those other EVs, and is actually trading into a resistance area here. So for a long side trade, I'd actually like to see this break above 2160. We'll see if we get that. Let's see, 2164-ish, right in there. We'll see if we get that. We'll see how this does, how this affects all the different EV charts. Certainly not helping Tesla here today, although with Tesla, remember, we had Elon selling shares, which is why Tesla's down. So also having some Chinese names here. Baba's up, and then KWeb also seems to be up. That's going to be one of the ETFs. I'd be more inclined to play KWeb than I would Baba itself, but I'd like to kind of stay away from that. Our rest of these things here are ETFs, and again, we'll take a look at those. Those are great on right around Fed days. They're always going to be liquid, and when there's a lot of catalysts in the market, they're often going to move back and forth, giving us multiple trading opportunities. So we'll go ahead and watch that. Now, before I turn it over to Zunaid, I do want to take a stab here at Tesla. I want to see if we can identify what's going on. So first of all, we did have some news that Elon Musk is selling shares, right? Elon Musk dumps another $3.6 billion in Tesla stock. So we'll see what how this ends up treating Tesla throughout the rest of the day. Looking here in the pre-market, the first thing that I'm seeing is that we're actually holding this low, right? We've actually retested the knee-jerk low that we put in here after the market opened here in the pre-market. So we'll see if that low holds intact. Now, what I really want to see is how this responds when we get some volume, when the market actually opens. Looking at Tesla here, pretty nasty chart recently, definitely due for a bounce. And you can see that we've actually traded down into a fairly decent support zone, right? This acted as resistance and hopefully acts as some pretty strong support. So we'll see if we can actually bounce from here. Maybe the news of Elon selling now has been baked in. We shall see. I have no position in this, but this one might give us an opportunity here to trade. So, Zunaid, I'll turn this over to you. Why don't you take it here? What are you seeing this morning?
Sounds good to me. I'm taking a futures trade right here. Matter of fact, let me just see if I want to close out. We'll just take the quick gains. Can I close out, please? Thank you. Yeah, went ahead and took a trade on the future side of things on the E-mini, and the reason for that is because if we go ahead and kind of zoom out a bit, you can see that this is a level where we went ahead and bounced on Monday. So just kind of seeing the stock come right back to those levels, and then went ahead and bounced. I got a chance to play it a couple of times. And then, of course, I've got these levels down here at 39.30.25 and then 39.24.50 for other areas for us to go ahead and possibly find some support and have a little bit of a bounce play for some scalps. So that's what I've got on the E-mini micros. Had 3 contracts, sold it. We're good. We made money. We're going to move on from that. Taking a look at the SPY now. Let me go ahead and move this little puppy. This was kind of cool yesterday after the Fed. Let's go to the 1 minute. You had, obviously a clear downtrend. So I got a chance to play this short. And then when it finally broke, it gave you a nice little opportunity to go long and try to get some points out of that. It was like a 3-point move, give or take. And then when we come back to today, let's see what that action can look like for us. You can see how yesterday's support has turned into today's resistance, right? So right there, support, resistance in the pre-market, and we're making a little bit move to the downside. Now, in terms of where do we find support again, I'm not too sure. Not saying we won't find support, but maybe like the 392s is where we can go ahead and get a bit of a bounce. So let's just say like right around here. We'll see if that's the type of move that we can end up getting around 392. But my main focus today may or may not be Netflix. As you can see in the pre-market, if you're waking up a lot earlier than I am, you could have gotten that $300 bounce on Netflix and gotten yourself 3-4 point move. That was a beauty. Gave you a couple of chances to do that. So how will Netflix behave at 300? It had already filled the gap. Let's go to the 15-minute here. It filled the gap that we talked about multiple times. And once it did that, that's a beautiful 30-point move to the downside on Netflix. So keep an eye on that one. If you're looking to play for a bounce, maybe you can get it from 300. If you're looking for a little bit of a dip buy, that could be an area. If you're looking to go short, wait for the break of 300. I kind of want to just say, you know what? I'd hate myself if I didn't do this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and switch my accounts.
You playing it for a bounce here, Zunaid, against 300?
Yeah. And then what we'll do is we'll risk about $75 in losses, and we'll just try to get a 1-to-1 trade and see if we can get $75 in profit. So we have to wait for the market to open, and if it does go down to $300.38, we will go ahead and get filled. with 50 shares, and then $75 stop loss, $75 take profit. So that's the trade that we've already got. Let's see how things go. Taking a look. Hold on. Who was it? I think it was Easy Mike. Was it Easy Mike? Or was it BZB? I think it was BZB.
For what?
Somebody said I either look. Wait, where'd it go? Hold on, I have to find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, maybe I can't find it now under pressure. But it's pretty much that I either look sleepy. Oh, there it is. Zunaid is either awake and gritty or asleep. This is true. You're not wrong. It's one or the other. But taking a look at Apple here, let's see what we've got on the action side. Let's kind of zoom out. So 140 is a clear level for me to break right over here. So if we can go ahead and break the 140. So it's at 140, 125. If you want to try to play a little bit of a bounce, you can go ahead and try to do so around 140. Maybe have like a 50-cent stop loss, give or take. If not, you can wait for the break of 140 if you are in the short campaign, and then you can go ahead and get yourself a move a little bit lower. You've got actually, yeah, then you can kind of come back and take a look at support levels that you can possibly find right around the 134, so 135, if you will. No clue if it'll just kind of go down $5 or not, because you do have some other support levels here around 137, give or take. But something to keep in mind, though, is absolutely going to be 140. Good morning to everyone in the chat as well. I look like Hadi Chip. I don't even know who that is. Now I got
He goes on to say, if you don't know who that is, please Google him.
See, that's exactly what I'm about to do. Let's take a look at this. And body-wise, I'm definitely not him. Looks like Triple H mixed with Indian, or I guess he's Iranian. But anyway, I'll show the picture after we get done with Stock Talk. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla. Yeah, an ugly, ugly chart, as you mentioned, Ryan. And I don't know if him selling is baked in, mainly because I'm hoping for that 150 test. I would love to go ahead and see if we can go ahead and get that. So I'm actually going to try to see if we can prepare ourselves to take 50 shares right there on the let's go ahead and see if we can get 100. We're going to risk about 50. I like this 2-to-1 trade. Cool. We're going to look to buy Tesla, and I'll go on the contract side as well once I get filled on the equity side. 150.13 is where I'm looking to get filled. My stop loss is going to be I don't want it to be that much. Hang on a second. Let's kind of come back here. There we go. Stop loss is going to be at 148.86. I'm looking to take profits around 152.65, but you guys know me. If I see $80, I'm out of there. Check out AMD. This one's right around support, around the 67.52. I don't have a clean picture on how I want to play this one, so I'm not going to mess with it, especially because it's slightly below pre-market, but I don't know if it's going to come back and test the 68s. If it comes back to test the 68s, that could be an area to go short if you like it, but I think they're better setups that I may have mentioned already. Let's take a look at NVIDIA here. NVIDIA, you've got this 172 level. If it goes ahead and breaks, you can go ahead and revisit possibly 170s and then some to the downside. Again, similar story. Not quite sure how big of a level it's going to be in terms of support or crack. And it's the fact that it's right there already, right? So you'd kind of need it to break down, retest. And then if it fails, then yes, you can go ahead and go. But right off the bat, I don't think I would feel comfortable in NVIDIA there. Taking a look at Amazon. Now, this is the one that I am okay with. Right now, it's at $90. If it decides to come all the way up here to about the 91s, that I think is a good area to go short. And then, of course, if it goes ahead and fails, you can start covering there because you see resistance right here, broke out, support, broke out. This is obviously after the Fed, so a lot was happening, but 91 went ahead and held the support as much as possible. So I'm okay with 91 short on Amazon. Taking a look at Google, $92. We've talked about it plenty of times. Let's go ahead and mark this puppy over. If you're looking for a bounce play, I think $92 should do the trick for you. If you're looking to go long, that could be an area of support. Stop loss could be, I'd say 50, 60 cents below. Let's check out Microsoft. We got a chance to play this one yesterday. 252, you can see I'm still waiting for my alert to go ahead and hit. So if it goes ahead and cracks below 252, I would be interested in going short Microsoft and see if I could get a $1.50 to the 250 level or not. Netflix, we already talked about. We haven't gotten filled yet, obviously, because the market's not open. It's going to be open in 4 minutes. Meta, don't really see anything besides the 118, or should be the 117.49 area. If it goes out and bounces from there, you can risk yourself about 50 cents or so. But you can see resistance. Resistance hasn't quite come back to test the support, but I do anticipate for that to hold as support. Snow would love to short it under 150. Unfortunately, pre-market it's already down $5 to $6, so I'm not gonna worry about that. But if it does decide to come back up and test it, you could look to go short on that side of things. But that's kind of pretty much all I have. I know we've got about 3 minutes left, and Mitch is still sipping on some orange juice.
What
so-
about Nvidia? Did you go?
I did, but I can revisit it.
Well, the reason I must have missed it then. I'm sorry. I was actually waiting. There was a downgrade today. HSBC downgraded Nvidia. So I think you might actually have a short opportunity if it's able to break that support. What do you have there? 172.02?
Yeah, 172.02, and that's just kind of based on looking left. This 172 area over here has been, you see right here support, or should you see resistance, and it cracked above, and then you have resistance here recently. You haven't obviously got a chance to test it, but that might actually not be bad. I wonder if it just flushes at the open. My main concern is the fact that I would love for it to flush, test, and then fail again. Then I can go ahead and get in on that retest. Because right now it's like, man, what if it just kind of pops up? Short covering this, that, the other. I don't really like it. But I am happy. I am happy that you mentioned the downgrade, because I definitely did not check that out.
Yep. HSBC. So just to kind of fill that out, initiates coverage. So new coverage with a reduced rating, price target 136. So about 35 points under where we're at right now.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Let's see if there's anything else in the chat. BNTX. By the way, can you guys hear my music? If so, let me know. I can turn that down.
I cannot hear your music now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's see what we've got on BNTX. So I think you've got a nice little support and resistance area right here around the 183.06. You can see resistance poked above, held, and then to the upside, then held a support here as well. So clearly 183.06 is an area to keep an eye on if you're trying to play BNDX. Let's see what else we got in the chat. mRNA downgrade.
I didn't see that.
Bounce.
I think he said he's waiting on one. Easy Mike, where was that? I didn't see that one.
Yeah, you said on watch. That's right. On watch.
I'm just making sure. Just making sure I'm getting it right. Zunaid.
Well, $200 though was a nice little area of a bounce. You can see it held as support. Actually, held as resistance, popped up, managed to hold the support, cracked through it. But yesterday though, popped up, went ahead and held the 200 on the retest as well. So here it is, 200s right here, cracked up. Couldn't get any buyers to let go of their shares enough to populate. Did it below the previous close, and it worked out just fine. Money Mitch has a snap.
Wow.
We have a
He made it.
Really, my man, famous.
I'm proud of Mitch. I'm proud to know.
Oh,
I might have
that's
to ask for his autograph when he gets back from his.
That's
orange
awesome. That's awesome. Let's see what else we've got here. Oh, that's just Jonathan slacking.
All right. Good luck, folks. The market is open. Let's see where we go here today. First move here down on the market. Zunaid, are you frozen?
No, sorry.
Jeez.
That was great
You do a
acting
really
by me,
good
though.
job of having like a completely still, expressionless face there. I like look at your camera. I'm like, his hair's not even moving.
No,
Like,
my hair's not even. All right, real quick, you can see I'm long the SPY here. I'm gonna go ahead and take quick $30 off the table as we approach the 395s. Now my focus is gonna be on Netflix. Do we go ahead and get our 300 fill? Yes, we do. We just got filled at $300.68. Now we let the trade work out. Either we make $75 or we lose $75, but we are in the trade for sure.
Blue Apron spiking in the pre-market here, holding, it looks like. SPY trying to bounce.
Yeah, and come on, we're almost a point in the money. There we go. Come on, Netflix. Come on, Netflix. Just 301.88. That's all I'm asking for.
So IMV, we talked about that having a huge range here, starting to curl off the bottom, maybe potential trade through 279, 280. Here we go on IMV. See if this gets moving here. Let's see if the IMV gets moving here. It's right through 280. Got a VWAP here at 299. 299.3, thereabouts. Looks like it's finding some resistance there. We'll see if it ends up pushing here. No position yet. I think a cross through VWAP. Maybe that'll be a nice little move through 3. Might get a pop through that.
I'm still waiting on this Netflix trade to either make me my money or take me my money.
Volume looks good here. IMV. IMV, here we go. Going to that VWAP.
I'm going to try to be cute and go short Tesla here. Let me quickly get my fill. Ah, I got such a terrible fill.
That's a
Short
monster here.
Yeah, short. Waiting for. Okay, well, that was going to be a quick trade possibly if I can get stopped out here. But I'm short at the, what is that, 156.09, I believe it is. Stop loss for me is going to be 157.93. And something went ahead and happened. And unfortunately, my Netflix trade is now red. I have lost money on Netflix, lost 75 bucks there as it cracked. So it went ahead and held 300 for a minute, but only came up as high as 301.55s, and that's pretty much it. And it came right back down.
And SPY returning to the lows here. Apple, Netflix, all on lows.
Now, what's interesting is Tesla has relative strength compared to the market. That's not what you want to see, but Netflix has weakness,
Amazon.
which of course is what I try to play for a balance. So I'm doing things completely wrong here.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to avoid that right now, honestly, Zunaid. Trying to avoid doing the wrong thing.
I'm going to try to go short Netflix if I can get filled at 299.79. If it wants to bite my hand, so be it. Netflix down, but south of 300. You've got Tesla that's rejecting the previous close of approximately 156.80. We're short at 156.09, and we're currently in the money by half a point.
Man, this SOXS trade, that would have
gonna
been awesome. Look at this. So this was right out of the open, just a straight pullback to the VWAP almost exactly. And then a huge $1 bounce off that in what, 3 minutes? 3 minutes, $1 in SOXS in 3 minutes was not on this, unfortunately.
Short Netflix now, short on the 299.79. Looking for a stop loss of 301.26. Looking to take profits at 298.32. The theory is that 300 was such a strong level to hold. We went ahead and broke above. Now this is a retest. Let's see if we come on down or not. By the way, I've got some complete lottos that I'm playing. Ticker GRAB. I got the January 20th $4 calls. I've got about 8 contracts, so only about $200 in it. I was about to say, did I just get stopped out again? That was quick, but nope. We went ahead and closed out on our short on Netflix, so that one has worked out. So just to kind of explain it, and I know I'm bouncing off of things, but I saw a bunch of options coming in on to grab the $4 calls expiring January 20th. So I grabbed 8 contracts. We'll see what happens. If it doesn't work out, cool. I wasted $200 in a month, no problem. Coming back to this Netflix trade. We tried to go long, which worked in terms of we had money, $40, $50, but unfortunately my stop loss, therefore my profit taking was a little too far out. Then it went ahead and cracked 300. Then it went ahead and retested 300. It went ahead and failed. We went short and then went ahead and made a low of day. So that's how we were able to make money on Netflix. We had support turn into resistance. We talk about it in levels. You see it live here. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla. That one's right at break even for us. Don't really feel too comfortable because it has relative strength. So I'm gonna go ahead and I thought it was the Feds. I'm gonna go ahead and sorry.
Oh man.
Sorry. That was inappropriate. My bad, given the situation. 156.09 is where I've moved my break even. So if we go ahead and come back up, I'll just take this trade as break even. Tesla does not have any relative weakness, so I don't feel too comfortable with it. But at least we were able to make some money back on the what just happened? Yeah, okay, cool. My Tesla trade's gone. That's break even. I'm not worried about it. Keeping an eye on Apple and see how this 5-minute candle closes. If it closes below the 140, I'd be interested in going short. Ooh, look at Netflix, by the way, just pounding lows.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I did.
No, the cat.
Does Buddy
is
have?
annoying.
Does he? But yeah, I don't know if Buddy has Netflix shares. My apologies.
He's just so mad.
Let me go ahead and leave this. There we go. All right.
All
right,
down.
you've got Netflix. Excuse me, you've got Tesla that's coming back to test the levels that we have here of 157.50s once again. And see, I'm glad we went ahead and managed our risk and we got out at break even, or else this would have been an L for us. Curious to see if Netflix wants to bounce around 295. Do I have a level there? No, kind of, sort of. Yeah, maybe. I'd be forcing it, though. Try to be cute with it. Let's see what else we've got. SPY making new lows. Okay.
Yep.
Apple's the main focus here. If Apple can go ahead and close below this 140, I'd be interested. Okay, cool. I'm just going to be a degenerate and just take 100 shares now. Stop loss for me. This is premature, but, you know, lol. 140.61 is going to be my stop loss on this Apple short. I should be waiting for this 5-minute candle to close, but I don't have the patience for that. Let's see what we. Oh, matter of fact, let me mute my sound effects. Trade prediction.
Yeah, it looks like it was a good day to go short. So if you got some shorts on, doesn't look too bad.
I do have shorts on.
There you go.
Literally and figuratively.
That's what it should be, right? I hope so. Maybe some long pants. Nah, no long pants today. Only shorts.
Man, it is. Thankfully, the weather's clearing up, so that's good to see.
Yeah, it's ugly where we're at, man. I hate rain in winter. The only thing I know in winter is snow, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah.
The East does not know how to do winter, right?
It ain't the prettiest. And see, this is why you want to wait for the 5-minute close. Gosh darn it.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, guys. I'm late to the party. I've seen a lot of craziness. Normally, this is a day where I like to attack the markets. It's been too much for me, so I'm just hanging out with you guys.
Oof, what are we going to do? Are we going to bounce from this 140 level, or are we going to crack? I'm going to go ahead and stick to my guns. If I lose $80, I lose $80. But come on down. I kind of want to play on the option side, to be honest. Oh, that's right. I moved my money. Can't even play options on this.
Banks going down. Technology going down. Stocks S.
That's unfortunate.
Good stock to be looking at.
Can I trade? Let's see.
Stocks S. Nice little push there. Starting to hold the 33.50 area. See if it pulls back to the VWAP. So what's going on in China? You want to know?
Probably the reopening, right? The easing of the COVID restrictions. Plus, you had
There was something else though, because I mean I couldn't find it this morning, but we did get a spike in China stocks like right before the
all
bell.
of them. Yeah, well, the ones that I noticed on the movers tool were XPEV and Neo. So I thought that might have been related to the.
Nah, it's all of them. Look at Baba. Look at TDD.
And Billy. I was noticing that too, like Billy. Let's see. We got
It's all of them. There had to have been something, but we don't even have it. I don't know what's going on today. It's one of those days where there's so much things that I don't even know what's going on today. Looks like there was some Gensler talk on Chinese authorities. Too much today, guys. Too much.
I thought it was something to do with the watchdogs or something like that is what I had read. But again, I don't pay attention.
Can't submit vacation days in the middle of the day, right?
You can, but it's likely not going to get approved. That news that you were talking about, Mitch. Chair Gunzer says if Chinese authorities do not allow the PCAOB complete access for inspections and investigations for 3 consecutive years, the SEC would prohibit trading in securities of issuers engaging those audit firms.
Dun, dun, dun.
So to me, it sounds like right there that they're saying you have to comply for at a minimum of 3 years. We're not even going to let your stuff trade here. China stock delisting risk fails, says Raptor. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can.
And some people were thinking that the stocks could get a little lift because Chinese stocks were bouncing, but that looks very short-lived. Right now, I'm going to look to see if we cut through the 393. Hang on. I think we could be back down the 390s today, so just be careful out there, team. It's going to be a tough day. We're battling right now in the 393.50 area. We cut through there. I think we cut through 393. Right now, lows are 393.22s. Look to see if you close a candle down underneath 393, and that will show you that you're starting to get that break. I was even looking for an SQQ move today. It already happened. I'm looking for pullbacks on it, but not going to jump on. But the resistance was holding as support right now, 46.62, as it looks to go back to 47.
All right. Looks like I did go ahead and get some contracts on TradeStation. Went ahead and bought the 140 puts on Apple expiring this week. Went ahead and got filled at 147. Similar thing. If I get stopped out here at 140.61, I'll get stopped out there as well. And of course, I'm trying it out on TradeStation because on E-Trade, I went ahead and moved majority of my money. So that is now under $25,000. But you can see, wait, did I go long? It says I got puts. Oh, I'm long the puts, I guess. Okay. Boy.
My boy said I got puts.
Man, got me tripping for a second. But anyway, just got a couple of contracts because it's my first time really trading options on TradeStation, so we're trying to figure things out.
Ooh, nice VWAP rejection off of NVIDIA. That one looks good. We'll see if it can do one more rejection off that level. It does do one more rejection. I'll jump in it, but looks like it might not do it here and flush through 171. We'll wait and see.
Here's another retest of 300 and a rejection on Netflix. So you could have gotten yourself another 2 points. Obviously, we weren't really paying attention. Going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to go ahead and set an alert here as well. Coming back to Apple. Come on, Apple. Just flush. Just flush, please. Part of me wants to grab a couple more. Let's go ahead and grab one more. Oh, not that one.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. When the boss calls, you got to answer.
Ooh, are you in trouble?
No, you just needed my help.
Who doesn't, Ryan? Who doesn't?
Yeah, I guess you were the first person I helped this morning, Zunaid. That's a good call right there. That was a request from last night.
Oh, speaking of which, I'm gonna bump something that you need to do for me.
You're gonna bump something
that I need you to do for me. Yeah, because I gotta stop bumping it at night.
There's the break of 171 for NVIDIA as NVIDIA starts to go.
SMMT at highs here.
There goes NVIDIA.
And come on, Apple, baby. Now we are looking like we in the money.
Success, baby.
And look, you can see our options moving as well. We're up about $40. Only got 2 contracts. So come on down.
Oh man, I should have been ready to make some money today. Not ready. Too much pre-market.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and sell one of the contracts here, not at limit, at market.
IMV, watch for a break on IMV above its VWAP. That might be its entry trigger. We've been watching this from this morning. We did have a nice push out of the open, but it's really found resistance here at the VWAP. Break above that might give you a pop. The only other thing I'm seeing in small cap land is SMMT. Excuse me, but because it's had such crazy volume recently, it's actually not triggering relative volume here today. Although, as you can see, the move here pretty good right out of the open, up about 30 cents right out of the open here. So
here's another good looking short. TSM about to cut. It just cut through the daily support. Now looking to fill in the gap to the downside. If you're looking for shorts, TSM looking juicy.
Trying to decide what to do with this Apple. We'll let it rock for now. Forget it. Let's move this here. Moving our stop down to about 140.27s. Netflix went ahead and rejected the 300 one more time. Into the downside it came. Right there, you see it, 300. Boop.
Tesla bouncing off of the 154. It even got down towards a low today of 151. And Tesla keeps cracking through. And I mean, Elon selling. I don't know. That shows me more and more. I wouldn't want to be in Tesla right now.
Yeah, what's cool is that you had yesterday's low act as resistance, but excuse me, they didn't really act as resistance, just plowed through, but it acted as support right there. You can see so many wicks, and it finally decided to plow through the 157 and to the upside it went, and it's continued moving to the upside, whereas Apple is just continuing to the downside. Looks like Microsoft is crossing MSFT. All right, let's see what we've got on Microsoft. Broke the 152.50s, and it just flushes to the downside. Would not be surprised.
Fade. Perfect VWAP fade on that Microsoft.
Yeah, would not be surprised if we go ahead and get a retest of this 252.50. Matter of fact, let me see if I can go short. Around there. So I'm looking to get filled at 252.47s if I can get that opportunity. If not, it'll just continue to the downside. And Apple is now looking at 139.42s.
Sorry, dealing with an issue here. Be right back.
No worries.
No, I'll stay here, but I'm sorry I'm not engaged right now.
It's quite all right. We all have jobs outside of this.
It's crazy.
I'm watching the action. It's really good action today. I'm just not trading because I fell off the wagon in pre-market. But just gonna watch the action. I can call out any chart you guys want to take a look at. Today's your day where you guys have me 100%. I ain't probably gonna be taking trades. Don't feel like I'm in the zone, even though I kind of see the market short, called it short in the pre-market. It's looking good right now. Shorts. That's what looks great. And that's why you see the red light in the background, right? There's a big reason. A lot of times when you guys see my red light, it's because I expect red light action. That's what we're getting. There's 392.72s. New lows on the SPY. New lows. Success. Continuing. NVIDIA was my only one that I was kind of looking at. Gave a little setup there for a cut down through 171. We're down to 169.50. Not a bad little move there. $1.50. Not bad for a little bit of a risk there for about like 75 cents. So about a 2-for-1 trade there on NVIDIA. All right, Ross Stores. You're checking out there. I can take a look at Ross Stores. It's doing all right. It's hanging out on VWAP. Could reject there. This is one of those trades that has support underneath it. Be careful because if that support goes, you could start cutting down. A stock like this, very similar. Let's go to TJX. See the support underneath it. If they start cutting through like the 78, Gotta be careful there with those stocks. It could just fade right back down. Looks like a fading type of day as the SPY going towards lows. We get another new low. It's one of those days. Don't worry. Hendrix is doing the same for me.
Crazy. I can't get.
Don't worry. Hendrix is doing the same for me right now. It's one of those days, man. I'm just rolling with the punches.
Yeah, Mullen's open, looking to break 40, currently trading at 39.
Molinator. The Molinator. Up there to 39 cents.
Here comes a crack of 40, possibly.
Where would it stop? I see 44
Well, 50.
next stop.
50 for me would be the level. If you're looking to get short, it'd be 50 cents for me.
Yeah,
it
that's
looks
not
like
a bad
I got
level.
filled on something, and that would be my execution on Microsoft. So it looks like we are short Microsoft on.
Boom.
We waited for our levels, but man, where am I gonna go? Yeah, it's I don't really like that though. Whatever. All right, we're gonna have a stop loss about 252.92. Looking to take profits around 252.05. If the market starts to churn up, this isn't gonna bode well for us. As you can see, Apple coming right back up. We didn't lock in our gains on Apple. We're waiting for the full $80, 2-to-1 trade. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, I know the crow. I got some fakes out there. They're trying to beat me. They ain't me.
And you made it, man. I mean, that's
I got fakes on
compliment.
Twitter, fakes on Instagram, fakes on Facebook. Guess I'm starting to go somewhere.
Oh man. As
The
long as you don't
fakes.
have a fake circle, you know?
Right? Or unless you're an Atlas type of guy. Adobe. Nice fade on Adobe today.
Okay.
That's a
That's not
nice
that
fade.
I think
Oracle.
that fire is out.
You think so, but
I think
it might,
so. At least temporarily.
you might get a slack out of it, you know?
Well, that's
Yeah,
true.
There's fires all around.
There's
Trust
fire.
me.
There's fires.
Anytime
all
I get
around.
an unexpected
Only
slack,
you.
I think I've messed something up.
You messed up my quote there of Smokey the Bear saying
Right?
only you can prevent forest fires.
Thank you.
Only you.
You're welcome. Mullen's going crazy. Is that open?
Yeah, it's open.
I missed the Mullen open.
The Molinator, bro. The Molinator.
All right. So where does this stop is the question. Anyone got looks like there's a
50.
pretty big seller
Mitch
wall
said
there.
44, I think.
44
44,
next
is that the
level
level
on
you
the
got?
daily. Daily has that level coming too. That's the spike on Friday's action of September 23rd.
Okay. So full disclosure right here, I will watch the trading action here. I am not going to trade this. So no matter what happens today, I will
No
not be
bueno.
buying, nor will I be selling Mullen. But
All right.
we'll watch it trade. Well, because like I don't like this stock. I don't like this stock. But if this is where the eyeballs are, then we should watch it, right? We should
Hey,
return
Mullen
money.
fans out there, send us an email to shows@benzinga.com saying that we want Money Mitch to try out a Mullen automotive vehicle. We want Mitch to test drive one. I've been trying to convince them, so maybe you guys can help out there.
Okay.
Hit the email, shows@benzinga.com. Trying to do some research for you guys. Gotta check out the Mullen.
Easy Mike says Mullen past 40 cents. Watch out. And sure enough, Easy Mike rejected right at 40.
Well, you got VWAP coming into play, 36 cents. That's where I expect to see some support right now.
Well, while y'all are trading Mullen, I went in and took my gains in Microsoft here. Let me go ahead and switch over.
You savage.
Got the rejection that we were looking for here off of the 252. So we went ahead and waited patiently for our fill, got our profits, and now it's looking to come right back up. Matter of fact, I'd be okay trying to double dip if it wants to give us the opportunity one more time. So we already made money on it once. We'll see if we can make money on it twice. And let's see what's going on with our Apple trade. Apple trade still in the money. We're looking for it to break the 50s areas and continue lower. Matter of fact, it got to the 39s, 31s. Let's see if we can take gains maybe around, let's say 24. I think I like that number. And let's see how much our contracts are up. Just got one left. $30.
Solar stock strong today. If you're looking for some strength, right? And all this weakness, solar is actually up, team. So if you're looking for stocks like that, EMPH, SEDG, First Solar, Run having a decent day there. Array Technology had a really good day yesterday. It's trying to get through the 24 resistance right now. We'll see if that kind of is able to get through that resistance.
All right, and there's the crack on Microsoft as that's headed to the lows. I would not be surprised. Wait, where's my take profit? Oh, I already took the profit.
You know, where's like the manual EV? Because trust me, I can do some fun things with the manual.
I will say, part of me misses my stick shift Trans Am because
hell yeah,
that
that's
was
my
so much
man.
fun to drive. I feel like you actually drive when you have a stick shift.
You do. You start understanding what vehicles really work and how they work. And another thing is understanding what revs are. You know, and most people just only look at the, you know, miles per hour, how fast they're going. They don't even look at the rev side. They're like, why is this even there? Well,
why is this even there? Yeah, they need a lesson on power bands. Jay Wild. Oh, Jay Rice. I
and like a good old fashioned rev match. That's when you know you can drive a manual, I think. When you can do a rev match. Boom, boom.
Yeah.
There's
my
a Ray.
favorite car is the Trans Am. Kenny, I don't think I have pictures anymore. Let me look through my older pictures and see if I can dig one up. I built my Trans Am up.
That's pretty cool, man.
I pulled the engine out, rebuilt the entire drivetrain, new cam, ported my own heads, full exhaust, computer tuning, the whole 9 yards. Jay Rice, you're right. SHLH Shoals Technology, great little move here. You were saying that that's on the new CEO. You think that this can go to 32 by chance? Maybe even break 32? Pretty good volume on that. A break of 32 probably takes it to 37. No, what kind of levels do you have on SHLS? I keep mixing up the tickers.
All right, real quick, I'm out of my Apple short, so out of the contracts as well. We went ahead and closed out on the contracts. We closed out at. All right, apparently it doesn't want to tell me. I'll look my order history on the option side, but we went ahead and closed our short at 139.24. We had gotten in at, where do we get in?
That's 67.
142.27.
That 67 Stang. I bet that thing was nice.
I'll tell you one that's starting to go down really fast. They hung on today. That could be a good potential short. Is Deere through the down gap, 432.84. It just hung on there for 436 breakout, rejected it, and now coming down fast. SPY coming down also, making new lows here, 391.20s. So I'm just trying to look out for you guys today and look out what I see moving versus try to take trades myself. So if you guys have stocks you guys want to look at, throw them up in the chat. Today's that day where I'm just literally working out there. So we're almost to the 390 level. That's where I thought we could get to on the day. We're at 391. It does not look good here. I'll tell you right now. This is why I'm full bear mode back on. Jobs numbers didn't really help it either, right? Initial jobless claims came in at 210,000, 211,000 versus the 230,000 estimate. So that's not looking bueno.
Oh, shit.
Ooh, that NVIDIA now down to 168. That was a nice short off the 171. Hope someone was able to nail that one. That was a good one. Even oil turning around. Now everything in the red from the open, team. That just shows us everything's starting to get dragged. Even oil is starting to get dragged to the downside. Maybe you're looking at drip just coming through the VWAP. Maybe it pulls back to the VWAP. Still looking good now as it found some bottoming around the 1450 50 area. You could say 45s below it. And now it's trying to come up towards 1485. We'll see if it gets there.
I went long 3 E-mini contracts here because you can see that on the 17th of November, we had this low around at the, what is this, around the 39.12 area. So I'm looking to go long, and I did just go ahead and get stopped out. So just an FYI for transparency purposes, I did get stopped out on that. Now you've got Microsoft approaching the 250 level, about 70 cents away from that. I'm going to look to try to play that.
Man, that JPM short yesterday, if I would have just hung on, that thing's already down about 3 or 4% from yesterday's entry. So just how it is. Got to start taking a little bit more swings with some room, really small size, and give it a chance to work. That's what I'm going to be trying to do more and more. That's what I'm starting to see from the charts.
I'm looking to go long Microsoft at 250.05, 200 share. Stop loss will be 249.43s. Take profits 250.67.
Thoughts on trading Moderna today? Olivia, I got you. I'll take a look. I was looking at that one on Monday. We had that big run, right? It's okay to get a little bit of a pullback. Inside day would be okay. So as long as I feel like you don't close even below the candle to the left on Tuesday, you got around 197.54. That's going to be kind of your support area. It could even go down to 200. I feel like you're getting that type of inside candle on Moderna. But to tell you the truth, the hourlies are holding really nice levels. I'll show you that right now. Let me put my chart up. So the hourly level, you can see this resistance from this price action here on the 13th is acting as support where the bodies are closing. You look back and you can see we're acting as that support right now. So that's around the 204.80s level. So look for that to kind of hold for right now and look for the hourly trend line to break. So you got in a couple runs. Look for a nice little close back towards that 10 o'clock, a high of 212.44s. Moderna doesn't look that bad, actually, on a day where all the market is going down. You got to look for some relative strength. We're seeing some relative strength in healthcare. And specifically, you guys can see Moderna is one of those stocks that are up there. So just keep watch what happens there. There's not many of them that are up on the day, but I'd keep watch on Moderna. Yeah, there's really not much that is up. All right, cheaper names. I'm going to bring in some cheaper names to take a look at. ICVX, AKTX, CSBR. You got SMT, Summit Therapeutics. This one looks interesting. Look at this hourly chart.
So this is what I was saying earlier. Mitch. SMMT, one of the only plays that we really got here today. You've got that. What do you call that? The rule of three on the breakout with that.
Yeah, but by the time we get it, it might be gone. It looks good. Looks good there, Ryan.
The only thing here is, remember, we've actually had elevated volume every day pretty recently. So this is taking longer to actually get triggered on relative volume. However, that first move out of the gate was a real good bounce off of yesterday's intraday low, and the regression back to 340. That lined up with the VWAP, didn't it? Yeah, that regression back to 340 was pretty much a bounce off VWAP. So this thing has some strength to the upside here today.
Hey, I would say this is as pretty as it gets in charting wise. So if you're looking for pretty charts, SMMT. This is one of those charts, like if you showed me without the name, you just showed me the pattern, I'd be like, yeah, I want to trade that.
Yeah, and Dan saying IMV has to get over 3. Huge float, though. Dan, one of the things that I'm noticing with IMV is it's really, really battling at its VWAP. You're right. It's got a huge float. We do have just absolutely gigantic volume here today. Mitch, you have VWAP on that chart, don't you? Which color line is it?
It's the orange one for me here.
So look at that. Look how it's just kind of battling against that VWAP, just wicking above, not even full candles there. I will say, I think if this breaks through the VWAP and can build above, this really can go, even today, even with the size of the float.
So these are the ones that I look for people to stop even trading them. So I actually look for hard down actions for reversals. Because this is that kind of trade where majority of people just stop watching it after a certain amount of time, and then it gives you that go. That first 3 attempt looks like attempt to trap traders a lot of the times. Now I think you'll get a test to support. You'll get a test even maybe towards this trend line here where it goes to like 270s, can give you like that wick action. Then look for the real volume increasing again towards 3. So you did get some volume increasing. That showed that there was some buying there, but also could have been some heavy selling towards that 3. Look for that next move to catch it and then really take off. We'll see what happens there. IMV, and it showed up on my scanner there as being changed since the open in the industrial area of biotechs. And what is moving right now? A lot of biotech. Also, SMMT is a biotech. You know, and so a lot of times you can find that they're in a similar industry, and then you start catching that it's a lot of biotechs that are making these moves right now. Biotechs have a tendency of moving. Healthcare has been strong lately, and now we're seeing those IWM style stocks, these little cheap plays, get the move. All right, getting out of that, what's going on, Zunaid? What do you see out there?
Nothing. I'm literally just
Nada.
waiting for this level. Here, let me go and put my charts on.
Yeah,
Waiting for this level on the 3900s on the mini side, and of course the 3901s as well. So looking to buy 2 contracts at 3901, looking to buy 3 contracts at 3900. We'll see if we go ahead and get those fills. Currently trading about 10 points above, and of course we're also waiting for the 350 dip buy on. Let's see. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here on Microsoft. So waiting to get filled at 250.05 if we can. I am actually going to go fill my water bottle. I'll be back.
All right, we'll keep going here. It's time for a little orange juice. Looking at the solar stocks to see if they get a little bounce. We'll see if Array can come back up through the 24. That did do a little bit of a pullback here. If you think this is an opportunity, you can take a look at that. It's still below VWAP, so I'd look for the break through the 24. But if it does get through the 24, it's a nice little daily level also to watch there.
IMV trying here. Trying
Spy,
to go
390s. 390s.
And Tesla's trying to bounce too. Tesla's trying to get where are we? Right back at just over green. It bounced off the red green line today. Yep.
Yeah, to me, one of the things that I'd say about Tesla is that if you look on the hourly chart, a lot of times we get these types of moves where it's using 160 area as resistance. I'd look at that move. If it can get back above 160, I'd be a little bit careful because then that's like the big push area. But even around here, around this 159.97, the 15-minute turnaround there, that's going to be your level to watch if you're looking for turnarounds coming right back down. It's that 160 rejection, then right back towards 153. We'll see what happens there. Could be an intraday trap off the VWAP.
That's a trap.
That's how it sets up. It's a trap. It's a trap.
I'm working on getting a ability to have a soundboard here.
I need to go see Avatar this weekend, man. Avatar.
Let me know how it is.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, Sam, that one looked like a good short. That's a good daily level to short off of. That's 78.69. I'm thinking it fills in this gap. So that's one that I like. NVIDIA was a nice one that I looked at earlier. And that was a nice little cut down through the 171 level. Bam! Right to 168. Nice little 3-point trade there on NVIDIA. Whew.
Back a good call. Look at the pull on Mullen. Look at this pull on Mullen. Oh, man. So, Mitch, you looked at me funny when I was saying earlier, I'm not going to buy or sell this stock.
What?
And now we see this type of movement. My, oh, my.
Mullen. The Mullinator.
Big Mullen drop. Yes, ma'am, Bex. Yes, ma'am. Ooh, RNA. We getting another move here in RNA today? Ooh, actually, I like this. Here we go.
Come on. Hendricks.
Here we go. Let's get a
bro.
1750 break on RNA. I'm actually gonna. IMV still doing all right. Let me set up my screens here. Here we go on RNA. I think you might get a pop here.
Nice little pattern there. It's trying to come back. It's trying.
There goes IMV. IMV through the VWAP. Let's see if we can bust above 3 here. I got VWAP at 286 on IMV.
Pulled back towards that 275. Now coming back towards 3.
I'm short NVIDIA via puts. The puts that I purchased are the 165 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 106.
RNA. RNA might go here.
Hendricks, come on, man. That day.
What's he doing?
Maybe he spilled orange juice. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, he was on Mitch's desk. I just saw Mitch put him down.
Netflix, by the way, did go ahead and crack the 295s. Let's go ahead and check out the 5 minute.
It's that day where I'm about to put something strong in this orange juice.
What?
I'm going straight bourbon, baby.
Bourbon and orange juice. Can't say I've ever tried that one.
I don't know. But...
Watch RNA here through 1775. This trade seems to be working. That move through 1755 has given us a trade here. Not a whole lot of size up there. Let's see if they can take it down. Still pretty decent volume here. One more volume push, and I think that this probably tests 18. Here it goes. There's 77. Seeing some big prints. A little bit of size there at 1779. They took it. Oh, this is going 18. Here we go, folks. RNA again giving us a trade.
Boom, boom.
Nice.
18 test up here. They're through. Oh, man. It's all about the volume, folks. It's all about the volume. The volume came into this name and gave us a trade, and this is what happens all of the time. While we're waiting here, IMV really can't figure. I'm going to use a Zunaid. IMV can't figure out what it's going to do with its life, but RNA can. Nice little trade there through 1750.
Nice.
Bears taking control. Even though RNA is not really a bearish move, right? But that just goes to show you sometimes how when the overall market has a tendency of being really correlated with these bigger stocks, sometimes these little stocks can get uncorrelated, and you're getting uncorrelated action right now in some of those. Now, DE was one that I talked about earlier that started breaking down, right? That was when we started getting this candle. Look where we're at now. We were at 430, 434.50s. We're already at 430, 70s. This is starting to get into the gap zone. And this is what really I was more pointing towards, that now when you start breaking through that support and you're getting into that gap zone, it could even fill that today. Who knows? We'll see what happens. CAT is another way to take a look at this. Look how CAT is coming down also. So when you're getting these industry-wide move, it's not just only one stock that's making the move, right? Pacar, also similar industry, also heading down. This is why you like to see me trade with basket approach. And this is what I'm trying to do a little bit further also into next year. If I do a little bit more day trading, it's going to be separating the money in the industry, right? And trying to figure out ways to put out basket orders is really what I'm trying to work on.
Come on, markets. What you gonna do?
It's time for the dark side.
So RNA is pulling back here, but it's not even pulling back to the buy point yet. The Crow says Kraken is a beast. Wasn't this a Becca special a while ago? Release the Kraken? CRCN? Becca, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't that one of yours?
Release the Becca, I remember.
28 looks to be the spot on CRKN. This Crown Electrokinetics.
Ooh. Look what happens on that Kraken, right? And so you guys hear me talk about the rule of three, right? Well, look what's going on in that Kraken right now. Up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3. You look for that last support to be created. And what do I always say? Reversal style candles. What is this? Reversal style candle right there. So it doesn't look too bad right there. We'll see what happens, Crow. Power to you, my friend. Not a bad looking stock, at least. That's for sure. This is on the 3 minute, just to give you a perspective of the time frame. ICVX. Woohoo! Looks how you see how it's biotech also. And so remember what I talked about earlier, right? Sometimes you're going to find a trend with these smaller names, right? And so what does this give you? This gives you a mentality that maybe, what if we were trading all these smaller names and we kind of like separated our trading approach, right? Our capital and risk management. This could give us an ability to attack a lot of stocks like this that are cheaper in name, but you're going towards more of an industry-wide approach than just trying to put all your eggs in one basket. ASTS.
I don't know what's going on here. Trying to figure it out, but this thing's
It's a
spiking
rocket.
here on volume.
Isn't that the rocket company? No, that's the satellite like mobile company.
Yeah,
And so
satellite designer and manufacturer. Cellular
see,
broadband
I
network
know my
in
stuff.
space.
You want to know why this one might be moving? I would say PL, Planet Labs, had good numbers, gave it the lift. Now Planet Labs coming down, and that one coming up. But let's see if maybe we find something on specifically ASTS.
Yeah, I
Could
don't
be
know.
a contract.
Thought spike here.
It could be a contract. A lot of times these guys get contracts. Yep, looks like there's one right there. This is why we use, of course, Benzinga Pro. Let me bring it to you guys. All right, so there you guys see it. AST Space Mobile Blue 3 on the target to deliver the first only space-based cellular broadband. So it looks like we just got something that hit there this morning. It's giving it a little bit of a lift, not looking too bad. Deliver the first and only space-based cellular broadband, as we'll see what happens here. Bluebird, fly, you bluebird, fly.
All right, Netflix coming back up above the 296. Nice little push off 294s.
Of course, the SPAC master, maestro.
What's going on with Cores, Crow? CORZ. Up 70% today.
Affordable. I like it. I like it, Crow. I'll start using that other than cheap. Sorry, man. Sorry. What a day today, man. I'm kind of happy I'm not trading today. Could be making money, but at the same time, could be stressed out.
You could also be getting slapped around. RNA really the only thing that looked good today. IMV really I mean, if I had traded IMV, I'm almost certain I would have been stopped out at a loss, maybe even multiple times. Look at this, look at the chart on IMV. I mean, it's just it's wild. It's wild. That 1 minute chart. It's just a slow drift up, but it's a bunch of grinding. Sorry, Mitch.
Big bouncing spot. 390s was the level that I thought we could get towards. We went to 390.30s, and now we're already back in the 391 handle. Be careful, team. We could be coming back towards VWAP on the SPY, as it looks like we found some bottoming around the 390.30, 390.50 area. And so you could see some bounce backs toward VWAP. Doesn't mean that, things are ripping back, but you could get a little bit of a bounce. And PL, yes, is a Niccolo De Masi spec. Crow says Core Z. Not too bad one there.
Oh, wow. Who called ICVX earlier? Look at this monster.
Boom, boom.
ICVX right through 981 too.
Biotech.
What we got on the 15?
Wouldn't you know it? Biotech.
Is this this fit in that biotech theme? There you go. Wow. And actually, you cleared that gap.
Interesting one is that IMV now. It's battled that 3 multiple times. You've had a couple of pushes now. Now I'd want to see it hold the 280 pullback. It shouldn't break around the 277 level. It's okay to get a little bit of a pullback, but one thing that I would say on that one, IMV, is you get a little bit closer on the trend line, right? This is kind of like a rising ascending triangle, right? Because you get this upper horizontal line, right? And so you're looking for it to start holding what? Higher lows. You can use deeper time frames to actually look for that. But what I'd really want it to do now is kind of hold this 280 pullback, not really break the candle to the left, and take that next step up through 3. So we'll see if we get that expansion through 3. IMV, another biotechs today.
Yep. Crow says, great day today. You've been on a lot of these plays, right? I think you hit ICVX. I think you were trying to hit IMV earlier.
Real quick on NVIDIA, the options that we took, you're up We purchased them at 106, currently trading at 124. Do with that what you will. I am trying to be greedy. I am waiting for this break of 168. I've got 5 contracts. I have not sold a single one. I may regret life, but that's okay.
I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, you choose your own rewards. That's the fun part of life.
Do you remember those choose your own adventure books when you were a kid?
Not me.
Oh man, those were fun.
Zunaid, you weren't reading. Come on, man. Come on.
Hey man, Excel reader. I had certificates, championships, all of that. Come on now. Come at me.
Come at you.
Lennar looking interesting. Home builder coming back today. If you're looking for a stock that's moving up and a bigger stock, right? And we've been looking for something that's moving up. Lennar is getting a nice little lift today. So residential construction stock getting a little bit of a push. Look at this daily chart. Looking like it wants to come back towards that 94. Big level to the left. We'll see if we get through that. 91.24. We're about to hit it on the resistance. You can see how you kind of wicked right around there. Look where it goes to right now. 91.24. Sometimes technical analysis works, team.
Chris says, I spent my childhood years on the Nintendo 64 and not reading. Yeah, I spent my childhood years on all of the Nintendos. Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64.
You know, I still play 64. I have my own 64. Like, really, I can bust it out and still use it. It's literally in the closet right here. But the big thing for me is that I love how the Nintendo Switch, now you can play 64 games on there for free. Like they have like this thing you just download and you can play them. I don't know about you guys, but I live playing the old games.
No, I'm not. I need the new ones. I need the new ones. But when I was a kid, I loved reading, man. Choose your own adventure books, Goosebumps. I read the Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew books. I mean, that was one of my favorite things. But now I'm more on the new video games.
Yeah, I don't play the new video games.
You just sold Chris on a Switch, Mitch.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I play the Switch now. I mean, I like the Zelda game. That's one that I still haven't beat, but I love the backgrounds of it. That's probably about the only game from Switch that I actually play. Maybe Mario Kart, of course. I mean, who doesn't like Mario Kart? And then Super Mario, the actual Super Mario Bros. I have that one. I enjoy playing, levels where you can pass the controller when you die, that kind of thing.
Oh, I used to do that all the time. Real quick here. Andy. Hello, my man. Good morning. Crow saying IMV, should break here, in my opinion. So here we go. Looking at IMV.
I like it.
We've been look. The reality is that this is clearly showing like this wants to go, but it's really struggling to get over 3.
I won't get into it, team. That might help us. Who knows? We'll see, Crow. It does look nice. We held the 280 pullback. It held it to the key, literally, on IMV. 280 on that pullback. So let's see now. Do we take out the 3? On the 3, look to see some level 2 showing up there, like 100, 200. Look for that washout wall. We'll see if we get there. IMV. Let's see if we get it.
RNA breaking down here, by the way, sub 17 now. RNA still got a pretty nice move out of that earlier today. All about the volume. All about the volume. I think we got a broken AI bot in our chat, honestly.
What?
I think we have an AI bot that's kind of broken and not doing a very good job in the chat.
There's always bots, man. It's funny. Argentina or France? Who you guys got?
I'll say this.
We've said Messi since the beginning.
Yep. I'll say this. I'm going to go with Argentina. My initial pick was Brazil or Spain. They've both been eliminated, so I can't stick with what I initially picked. The Argentina, I think Messi finally does it. This is really the only big
Messi.
soccer achievement he doesn't have in his trophy case. I think
Yeah.
this is his chance. France didn't look all that great against Morocco, despite winning. They didn't look all that great. So we'll go ahead and see. The big thing for me is that one of the Benzinga Pro community members here, who's a regular on the happy hour, has actually come in here on live trading several times. His brother has picked the last 4 consecutive World Cup winners correctly.
Wow.
And his pick this year before the World Cup was, in fact, Argentina. I was, when Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia, I was like, this might be the end of that streak, but here we are. They will be playing on Saturday in the final. So I am all Argentina. Go Messi.
Good looking stock, having a good day today. EQT, oil gas stock, looks interesting above yesterday's high at 38.50. If it can close above that, it's going to be looking really nice with a couple bottom levels off the 37s. That's your risk there, at least from what I can see on that chart. I really like that for kind of a swing style trade. We'll see what happens. EQT.
I like EQT.
Yeah, it
Went
looks
ahead
interesting
and
there.
sold one contract of the 5 that I have on NVIDIA. Sold it at 130s. As we're still waiting for NVIDIA to go ahead and break these lows. But in case it decides to bottom out here, I just want to take cute little pieces out. The next one I'm going to try to take out will be about 150s.
Let me catch up with some stuff here. Bada bing, bada bang.
That EQT, by the way, Mitch, 38.50. That looks to be the spot there.
Right.
Got to hit the washroom. BRB.
All right. 386s. Let's see what that is.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right. Looks like I went and got stopped out on my Netflix short, so we'll take it now there.
Dan Nash. Rahul Sen Sharma. Managing partner at Index. Got some good stuff today. Talk some ETFs, stock market movers. Don't miss it, team.
All right. Come on, NVIDIA. Just break it.
SPACs. Oh, this is going to be fun. Where's all my SPACs fans out there? Or maybe non-SPAC fans. Whichever way you are. Come out to stock market movers today. You're going to have a good conversation at 1:45. Dan Nash, head of investment banking at Cohen Companies and Capital Markets. We'll be talking a little bit about some SPACs. Catch us there. That is the Chaikin name, Jay Rice.
Let's see what else we've got here. Looking to go short the futures on the E-mini side of things. Short at 39.1125. Stop loss will be 39.1825. Looking to take profits at 39.0425. 2 contracts only on the E-mini micro side. And of course, we are still short NVIDIA as well, as we are testing to break low of day. Come on, just plummet. Just plummet.
Man, I'm telling, those numbers this morning gave you the sign that this was coming. I felt like, the market underreacted. That is rare.
To yesterday, you mean?
No, this today.
Oh, to today.
Today's numbers. That's why we're down. We're not
Crack
down
on
because
NVIDIA.
of the Fed yesterday. I don't think we're down today because of the Fed yesterday.
So is it the initial jobless claims that you're?
Yes, it's the jobless claims, the retail sales. Those are what's affecting the markets right now.
So
you're getting horrible retail sales. That should have been actually a positive for the market. It's viewed as a negative because of earnings, right? Because we've been looking for earnings to contract. Initial jobless claims 211,000 versus 230,000 just shows us more and more that the Fed will continue to hike the rates until they actually see this number change. And the continuing jobless claims also coming in right off the expectations. That's not what we want to see. It sounds bad, but this Fed wants to see destruction
But
towards
remember,
the labor
but
markets.
that's what I'm talking about, Mitch. So yesterday we got the new language was what? Substantially more evidence before we start backing off the
There
high
really
rate.
isn't, and there's really not much. What I say is important is what you heard from Blue today. I said it before Blue said it, and when he reiterated it, a CME Group economist reiterating it, I think that's the important thing. He pointed to a specific comment, sufficiently restrictive yet. That's the thing to focus on. If Jerome Powell doesn't see us at a sufficiently restrictive level yet, what is that level? That's the focus here. Expected terminal rate of 5.1. That's where everyone should kind of be more along focused on. That's what you saw from Blue Putnam this morning. That's, of course, the chief economist at CME Group. And he stated that specifically, sufficient restrictive. That's what he's focusing on from the comments.
Here were the comments yesterday, Mitch, that I think are bleeding into today. And please, if anyone has a trade, please interrupt me.
Of course.
Well, let me go and interrupt you before you start.
Yeah, go for it.
Went ahead and closed out the Microsoft pretty much at break even on my futures trade. That ended up working out. So we took a profit on the short side as we went ahead and hit our low of day. On NVIDIA, I went ahead and closed out another contract and profit at 150. The next sell I'm looking to have is going to be at 169 because why not, right? It's all you.
Okay.
Find me at. I just want to give you a shout out.
It's okay to take a breath midway through your things, Zunaid.
He's trying to work on his auction, because he was trying to buy a card at auction. So I think he's trying to work at an auction.
You need to develop
so he can get that.
You need to develop a little bit of that twang to be an auctioneer.
Twang?
Anyway, yeah, little twang in your voice. I can't do it. Otherwise, I just imitate it for you. But we'll see.
It's the volume, right? The tone, right? So you got to go fast with a little spike.
So, okay, so the comments from yesterday, Edward Moya, senior market analyst at OANDA, so that's a Forex firm, noted that the federal funds rate is now seen eventually reaching 5.1%, which is up from the Fed's September forecast. Quote, the dot plot has shifted higher as the Fed appears to be pushing back on the market's expectations that there will eventually cut rates at the end of next year. And I can say specifically, this is absolutely what some more seasoned traders have been talking about. On the Happy Hour show, some of the multi-decade experienced traders, 20, 30, 40-year experienced traders. I'd actually like to hear what Voodoo thinks about this. And Tom, if you're out there, Jay, both Jays, actually, I'd love to hear what you guys think about this as well. Is basically the expectation was their Fed is going to feel like they're going to have to cut rates because the economy is getting so destroyed. But we're seeing that probably is not going to happen. And you're starting to see more and more of these economists think the same thing. So it doesn't look like we're going to be cutting rates which is the pivot that people have been talking about. It does not look like we're going to pivot before the end of next year. Now we'll see what happens as we continue to get the data. He continues to say any hope of a soft landing is gone. And the Fed appears to be committed to taking rates much higher, which is, Mitch, kind of what you were just talking about there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and just to quote Jerome on what you're just saying, he said it. He said, doesn't have a plan to pause or take reversal path.
Yeah. If anything, there's going to be a slowdown that would preempt a pause, and both of those would preempt a pivot. To Bill Adams here, chief economist from Comerica Bank, further explained the Fed's revised dot plot, which we just talked about. The updated dot plot released today shows the Fed policymakers think it's more appropriate to raise interest rates another 0.75% in 2023. So right there, that's laying out a plan for 3 raises of 25 bips, probably, right? And to have rates that high when next year ends. So again, telling you that do not expect a pivot in 2023, even near the end of the year. 2024 going to be your first opportunity for that, at least according to some of the economic experts. The question is whether there's pessimism about the inflation outlook will be borne out. Famous last words, but the inflation outlook has looked a lot less bad recently.
All right, guys. I don't want to do this, but it seems like I think there's a trade going on in AMC right now. That could be Avatar love. I was wondering if we were gonna start getting some Avatar love, but it did get a little bit of a spike here. I don't know if AMC has news. I'm gonna look it up. It's right off the VWAP. That's why I'm mentioning it right now. It did do a little spike above 6, and let me see. Nothing coming in there on news wise. So I don't know. I have a feeling that you're going to get some really good Avatar numbers this weekend. And if they have a good box office, could that help AMC as a kind of a swing trade? AMC's also beaten down, right? So maybe it just gets to bounce because it's beaten down. Its RSI is down to 29. It is beaten down lately, going sideways here. Who knows? I'm not saying that it's going to make a huge run, but just calling it out. Interesting VWAP play.
Yeah, and you know what else is interesting about AMC here is that it really is kind of holding that 550 level as support.
I need $5 though, man.
What?
I want $5 instead of 550.
Okay.
But the support's at 550.
Yeah, but I want 5.
Okay, well.
$5 foot long. Can't get those no more.
$5 footlongs. Have you seen recently? $5 footlongs are like $12.99 now. So like,
yeah, I kid you not. It's so weird you bring this up because this morning when I was, just doing random shit in the kitchen, I saw a coupon from Subway that said $5 footlong for $5.99, and I'm like, why is there a coupon for what I used to pay 4 years back?
It's also 6. They just
gave you the 99 there.
Yeah, they make you forget about that. Real quick, I had asked for the opinion of several people in the chat. They were kind enough to give it to me. Jay Rice says, quote, I've been saying this for a while. Fed care more about inflation than recession. No lies
100%.
detected. Jay, you have been saying that, and I completely agree with you. Looks like Voodoo does as well. Voodoo says Jay is spot on here. Voodoo also goes on to say, Ryan, next year there will be 20 or 30% of the people currently in this chat will be gone. Accounts blown out. That is the reality. Sad to see. We will do our best to keep that number at a minimum and hope that we attract more people that are trying to actually trade for some value.
Well, here's the unfortunate thing. We didn't have this show in 2020 because that would have been ridiculously great for Benzinga, but or even 2021. Matter of fact, Mitch, we're supposed to find out how long we've been on air. But the reason I bring that up because you guys talk about the drop in viewership. We were at one point around 700 to 1,000, right? So, I mean, we have seen in all across financial media, across every single channel that we, deal with, work with, things like that, we've seen a decrease in viewership. Of course, because people are going back to work or they've blown up accounts. They've lost interest, right? I mean, since January, we've been down significantly, so makes perfect sense to me.
And you know what? There's a larger message here, Zunaid, and that's that trading in markets, this isn't easy, right? So when I see Jay making a comment here about some of the pumpers, some of the trash, or excuse me, the excess garbage that's out there, which I agree with. Don't be fooled into thinking that this is easy. It's not. And even when things are going really, really well, there's going to be a period of time where things are not going well. How you survive that downtime, that bad time, is going to say a lot about how long and how much money you end up making over the course of your career. So always better to be safe. Do not buy into the get rich quickly schemes. I think the three of us do a really good job of not promising that people are going to be able to get rich quick. This is a hard job. Really rewarding when it goes your way, but not easy. If it were easy, everyone would be doing it. Everyone would have.
I can't flex my Rolex.
What did you say about Rolex?
I said I can't flex my Rolex.
I mean, you can if you want. I'll say this. I love watches. I do have kind of a watch collection. I don't have a single Rolex yet.
Even if I had them, you wouldn't see them. That's the key there. Even if I had them, you wouldn't see them.
Yeah.
That's the key, guys. Always understand that if someone's showing you the Lambo, they probably don't even own it.
It's leased.
I should go. Yeah,
or rent it, bro. Rent it. Even worse. It's a Turo car. You just don't know it.
You guys hear my birds in the background?
Oh, yeah, but I love it. I need it.
Okay. You know what's funny? I actually got told by I apologize. I was on a call with one of my developers a few days ago. And I said, look, it was after hours. So I had the birds moved back into my office. And I was like, look, I'm sorry. My birds are back here. I'll try to mute myself. He's like, no, don't. He's like, I actually really enjoy it. And I find it therapeutic.
Was his name starts with a Z?
What's that?
Was it Dev starts with a Z?
No, S.
Oh, okay. I thought that's something he would say.
You can just say his name. I mean, I don't think it's.
Well, I didn't.
But I no respect. You're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. You're right. The
dev name is Zunaid.
Chris says Lambo now, please. Chris, man, believe me, if I could help everyone out there, I would. But I'm just not at that position. I'm not in that position to get you a Lambo, my man. I'm sorry.
I like
It's pleasant. It's like
Sark.
being outside, says Kaylee. Awesome.
Sark here. Sark looks interesting for a swing. About to
Short
take a
arc.
swing
Okay.
on this.
For a sec, I thought you were talking about arc long, and I was like, Mitch, are you
No,
okay?
Sark. Sarking it, man. Sarking it. You know what? I haven't done anything all day. What the hell? Let's take a swing.
Here we go. Boredom trading at its best, Mitch. I love it.
At its best. Let's freaking do it.
Up.
Going for the Sark action there. I'll show you guys that right now. Big thing also is I've been looking for a daily down break in ARKK. And so one of the things that you can clearly see also is that Sark has been sideways consolidating here, building a lot of support around the 56. Now that we start going through some daily highs, like you see to the left here, around the 63 level, if we close towards 68, this is going to really start looking bullish. I want to take part in this and kind of hold back towards 62 as the stop out now. I want to stay close because I don't want to risk down to 56. But if it wants to just go towards 70, it's not going to be looking too bad, right? And so I'll let this start trying to work. Of course, this is going to be more swing style. I even liked it in the intraday. I'll show you guys that more intraday action. That's kind of it holding here. Let's go towards the 1 minute. You'll see it a little bit cleaner. You can see this recent action. It pulled up, came back down, pulled up, came back down, pulled up, holding this kind of pull back to 63. We'll see if we get above there towards 63.70 today. ARKK is another one, of course, that you guys can just watch to see what happens on that today. If you like Sark, you want to see this start breaking down, going through daily support. You can see it here. It's right off daily support. We'll end up finding out.
Some real wise words there from our chatters here. Voodoo saying trading is one of the ultimate tests in discipline, mentally, emotionally, and physically. 100% correct on that.
100%.
100%.
Yeah. And I think one of the things there is just to kind of state, I think it's an important thing, is discipline isn't necessarily something you just have. It's something you have to earn. You have to do the work.
Yeah. Discipline is a learned trait, right? You can absolutely learn. You can be very undisciplined.
You can't just say I'm disciplined. Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm disciplined." You know what I mean?
You actually have to put your money where your mouth is there. Born is saying, join the Benzinga Trading School. It will set you on the right path. Let me tell you, I've actually seen several of our community members that have gone through the trading school. Really impressive to see how far they've come. Born is one of them. Berlin, you've been doing a great job from the very beginning, my man. And when I come down to Florida, you and I are having a drink, maybe some golf.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want success, it's 100% true. Stay in your trading lane. My man Richard Judge knows it. Stay in your trading lane. Know what works for you. Know what doesn't work for you. Know when your trends are changing. Know when trends around you are changing. Have multiple tools. There's a lot of ways to have success in this market. And if you only have one tool, let's say like one strategy, you're going to have to know also when to not trade that strategy, which is very hard, right? And so I think those are all things that you need to be weighing in. What do you got for us, Ryan?
I'm an example of that. I'm an example of what you were just talking about. I am predominantly a long bias trader. Look at the market we got this year. It was pretty much down from the very beginning. I had to adjust. I had to learn when to not trade. Now, thankfully, I've been through that before, so I have some practice there. But it's still a battle every day. Still a battle every day. So,
100%. And then that's why you got to tell yourself: do I have one tool? And does the tool only work in what type of environment? Because you need to know that. Is that a cat telling us what's going to happen?
Cats know, man. Cats.
Is that a cat image? Or am I just losing it? I see
losing it would imply that you still had it. had to, Mitch.
Pinky up, beach bum.
Drinks on the beach, okay, Ryan? Yeah, not gonna complain. Not gonna complain about that. That sounds awesome.
King Gerard liked that one. He was like, "What? Laugh out loud." Got the cat laughing in the chat.
Gerald. So, is your cat's name Gerald? Because I know your cat is a king.
That has to be it.
Has to be.
He has a tie on and everything. A cat with a tie, man. We got to listen to him.
Is anyone into The Witcher, either the series or the video game?
No.
The one of the okay, so the main character's name is Geralt.
I like it at least. I haven't really watched too much of it though.
Main character's name is Geralt, and he's from a place called Rivia. And I actually saw someone who named their cat Geralt of Rivia, and I was like, this might be the best cat name I've ever seen in my life. And he looked like a king. He looked like a king. Yep, and the cat's name is Gerald here. Awesome. Captain Kirk joining us. Hello, Captain Kirk.
Oh, come on, NVIDIA. Still short in this one. We made money on it. We've sold off, but we're still waiting to get some more profits.
Come on, Zunaid Suleman.
Everything looks to have died down now. I don't see anything new. Oh, sorry.
You're good, Ryan. You can keep
play my
going, bro.
intro. Come on, bro.
Come on.
Come on. Please wait.
Can't stop. You won't stop.
Now you may
Get
proceed.
the drop with Zunaid because we ain't going to pop. Where's the stocks?
None
and
of
the
that
drop.
rhymed.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Zunaid,
I was
Zunaid
waiting
looked
for
like
you
he might
guys.
Throw up. That
I was waiting for you guys.
It ain't gonna
Where
be
were
me.
you guys at? Come on.
Watching
You
you.
can't have that hair and not rock.
Look, man, this is how I woke up, okay? That's how I woke up. Waiting for Netflix to go ahead and crack this level of about 294s. NVIDIA, obviously, we're still short this puppy, waiting for a huge drop after breaking 168s. We got one earlier, but it just didn't sustain itself as it peaked right back above. But we want to drop one more time. If NVIDIA could somehow, some way, close near 165 today, I'd be a happy camper. I'd be a happy camper. Something extra though, Jay.
Jay Wild.
He said he was going to put something extra in there, so
You guys see,
He's
I
not
had a
wrong.
little good time. Tell you one thing, better than it was pre-market this morning. We'll see what's going on in the market. China economy reports nasty yesterday, said Captain Kirk. Yang, the yin and the yang.
Oh boy.
Yang. Hey, Yang's going up. Baba going down. Those Chinese stocks, man, they're such traps, Ryan. Did you see that pop this morning? And they just drop right back down. Such scams.
What is it? Sorry.
Those China stocks, man, they just they went up right back down, bro. Like
Why did I mean, it's not a secret why I say I don't.
it's so hard to trust them, man. That's why I try to stay away from them. I miss some good moves in some China stocks all the time because, I mean, they do make good moves, but it's so hard to trust the news that comes out.
Jay, what are you referring to? What are you referring to here? I will ask him. When I said that the boss called earlier, it was Luke. I'm going to send him this verbatim. I'm going to say Jay, I better get this one right. Jay Rice is pissed. Jay Rice is pissed. What's going on? Give me some answers.
Was he supposed to do a 10K challenge or something?
I have no idea. I'm trying to find out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right?
Jay Rice.
Slide that 10K over here. Forget the challenge.
I'm telling you, bro. We need Benzinga to give us $5,000 each so that every Friday we can YOLO 500 of it. The content would be
YOLO.
amazing. That's all I'm saying.
Spy heading back down, team. Be careful. Sark heading up. I'm in the green on that one. Nice little push there on Sark. ARKK heading down. We'll see what happens. The Sark attack, man. I'm gonna have to reach out to Matthew Tuttle. Zoltan, I know you're out there. I know you're listening. Get my man Matt Tuttle on.
Netflix wanted to drop to the lows.
Jay, I'm on this. I am trying to get you an answer. I don't have an answer for you right now, but I'm trying to go to the source and get you one.
Dun-dun. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. I'm going after Kathy.
Love it, Angelina. Love it. Love that you used Buddy's emoji.
So Kathy added some more Tesla. Wouldn't you know it, guys? Wouldn't you know it?
Well, hopefully she sold when it popped up to the 161s.
No, she don't knows how to add, man.
Did she buy Coinbase again?
She's waiting for it to go down a little bit more, Ryan. She'll add to that position a little later.
30 handle sounds about right.
No. Hold on. Maybe her SI position is going to be a good one.
I was trying to trade that one yesterday, but it dropped, and I was like, all right.
That chart is
Like, how do you buy that, Ryan? Like,
I don't know, man.
Brian, I think
Wait,
if
SI?
you were my CEO and I came to you and I said buy SI, what would you tell me?
I would have said you should have.
You're
sold this
fired.
short
Tell the
last
truth.
year.
You're fired. You would have told me.
Look at this chart, guys. Look at this daily chart. We're down from 240 November of 2021. We're at 18 today.
You might have hit me with a taser.
Yo, Crow. So I think I know what you're talking about here, and I'm pretty sure that the picture you're referring to was an AI generated image. I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was too.
I know what you're talking about because it got tagged all over the internet as Kathy Wood, WOULD. But I'm pretty sure that is a fake picture.
All right. Yeah,
Zunaid's like, okay, I've had enough now.
Yeah, that's gonna make you fellas.
It's time to go make this fade a little bit more clean. See,
Just a little bit, you know. I'm out. That was an interesting conversation. Not sure I want to see that picture, but we'll see you guys hopefully next week on Monday. Yeah, tomorrow. I don't think we have anything tomorrow. But
all right, team. If
anyway.
you're looking for some of
See
those
ya.
biotechs, I got another one for you. I have one that I'm looking at right now that looks interesting. ATXS. Have we talked about that one today? I don't think we have, Ryan. Have we talked about that one? Astria Therapeutics. Look at this one on the right-hand side, team. This one looks interesting. Is pulling back there from the spike towards 330s, pulled back towards the 1250s here. VWAP is right at 1255 right now. So I'm looking to see if we're going to come back through the 1280s, through the 13s towards 1330s. This one doesn't look too bad on the daily also. Has been slowly moving up. Had some resistance that came into play around the 1285s. So that's why I think we could get maybe back through there. You can see this on the daily chart here. ATXS right there. That's where we were kind of turned around. Let's see if we can get back through there and get a nice little push up. We'll see what happens here. ATXS. Don't know if anyone knows what's going on in this one. Sark. We'll see if we can get through 6370s. That's really what I'm looking for it to keep going and working. We'll see what happens out there. All right, what's going on out there, team? If you guys are seeing some stocks making some quick moves or anything that's making a move right now that you guys want to call out, throw it up in the chat. There's still a lot going on in the stocks. And if you see anything, maybe new lows, like the market, maybe. Market coming right back towards those 390s. Be careful, team. It's been an ugly day.
Yeah, it is. All right, I'm gonna head out for the day. I got some other tasks to do. We tried to make this ugly day fun and enjoyable for you, and we're gonna do the same every day that's like this. So, Mitch, have a good one. We'll see you, my guy. Have a great weekend,
my friend. Go ahead and get moving. I'm gonna try to bring us some education here. Get that set up. I'll go ahead and I'll bring up my charts. We'll take a look at what's going on with that ATXS and SARK if it can keep making moves up. There's some stocks rolling through there. What about PRVB? Jeff Bezos taking a look. I'll take a look, man. I got some time here. I got no problem. I can stick around with you guys. Let me know if you guys want to get into some educational content also. I can cue that up here. But let's take a look there. PRVB, not doing too much. Already has kind of fallen off the wagon there. But let's take a look at the daily chart. Daily chart has a nice little 1 drive, 2 drives, 3 drives. Just did that 4th drive. So you could be pulling back towards support. But, of course, you don't want it to come back all the way towards 880s. That's where you got to be a little bit careful. It looks like this one did do that nice little spike above 950s. Couldn't hold that 950 on pullbacks. That's kind of where I wanted to hold if I would have been looking at this chart. And it already broke that at 950. Now you're down to 925. You got to see some reversal come back. Right now, it's looking like it's just flushing down to support. Next stop for it could be around this 919. If it breaks through that, I see $9 as the next stop from there. And you could start coming down there towards those 880s and even further down. So just be careful there. Definitely a break of the trend would be like a trend line, right? And so one easy way that you can do things is you want to look to see if it's following kind of a trend. And when that trend breaks, you got to be careful. This stock held a little bit of a flag pattern here, broke above, pulled back, broke above, pulled back, broke above, pulled back. Eventually, there's some topping action that happens, and you can't miss that because it looks to me like this is the action that I'm seeing on the daily. So a nice little push, resistance holding right there, could pull back towards this support and then make that next step up. So be careful there on PRVB, at least from what I'm seeing on the daily. It's on a little bit of a back pullback. Why is the volume so low? I don't know. I don't think my volume's low, but let me know, team, if the volume's low today. Oh, are you talking about like overall stock volume? That could be something that you're bringing up. Just let me know. And specifically on what you were referring to there. Sark looking good here, team. Remember, 63.24 was my entry on this little swing towards the upside. That was like right before here. Timing on that was 10:41. So 10:41 is right here. So it's a little slightly before this, but now we're getting that nice action towards the 63.50s. Want that to get through the 63.70s today. See ARKK break through the daily low and start kind of washing down here. You can see it's fighting towards the downside. Market looking like it's trying to make a new low here. Be careful, team. We're seeing a quick downturn here. We'll look to see if we break through the 390s. That's really the level I would be looking at, not even 390.36. That's where the support is right now. But when we wash, I want to see that volume expand as we go through 390. That's going to show you continued downside action. We'll see if we get that right now. 390s trying to come through here. See what happens. It's a tough looking chart right now. All right. It looks like we just hit that 390.34. Now let's see if we get that whoosh through towards the 390s. Yes, Apple and Tesla volume low compared to last days. Well, with Apple and Tesla, I necessarily don't think that too many people are trading Tesla thinking that it's going to keep going up when Elon is selling. So I think that some people are maybe riding the intraday momentum, but swing traders are probably not jumping in too much on the long side. If anything, people are probably holding some short positions on Tesla. And I think eventually you'll start seeing some volume increase, but that's when it starts showing some uprising action. Right now, it's still breaking through daily lows. On Apple, it also looks like it's going towards daily lows. So that's one thing that I'd pay attention for Apple. It's around the 150 mark and then the daily support underneath it that could start breaking down as we're down towards 138 on Apple. Big level for us is 134. There's not many levels here that it can act as support. Around the 138 is your next stop. So 138.20s, maybe you find some support there. But even if it washes through there, you got 134 as the next level. That's ways away. So I don't think too many people are playing Apple to the upside today as they're seeing this downside turn. Wouldn't you know it? SPY playing games with us right there around the 390s, 36. That's why I'm looking for the 390 break versus just a touch of 390 34s. We did touch it. We'll see if we bounce there or do we actually finally flush through. Mad Money, you see 398.50 incoming. SPY thoughts. When, Mad Money? It's all about timing, so let us know. There are some stocks being mentioned in the chat. I can try to roll through these. Let me just kind of take a look at them. IPHA, too light volume, man, to mention. Way too light of a volume there. It's not that I can't bring up that stock for you, but I usually don't talk about stocks that if they're not trading 1 million shares on the day, I'm probably not going to bring it up. G, this one at least has, I think it hits the 1 million mark. But there's almost no daily volume on this. It's like 54,000, 13,000. So I'm sorry, not going to go ahead and bring it up on a stock that trades that low liquidity. The main thing with that is not that I don't like them fresh, is that those types of stocks with that low liquidity, you're going to have a lot of slippage in the price action. And so people need to understand how supply and demand truly works. did you get an advantage on a stock like that? What's going on, Mark? Good to see you. Or Malik. Is that Mike? How do you say that? No, sometimes I mess up. Got to go ahead and get that right. ICVX, says the crow. All right, let's take a look there. Nice little pullback on that one. I'd look for a 12 touch, a quick wick towards 12. Support, I see it at 1161 for ICVX. Look at the SPY, made games, playing games right now. ICVX, let's take a look there. So I'll show you guys what I see here. I see us coming down there towards the 12, maybe a little wick action. And then below that, I see the price action towards 1160s, 1150s, acting as support for me. So that's going to be the action right around here. And so I'm going to look to see if we can get some down move towards 12. Maybe we can hold off that 1150 and then it comes back around. But we'll wait and see. VWAP right now, I have it at 1197. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Mike, appreciate it. That's what I want to hear. It's good to have you in the chat. I don't think I've seen you before. It's good to have you on the show. All right, taking a look to see if the SPY is going to break through the 390s. That's the important levels to watch now. Of course, you're getting some little chop action there. ICVX now down there towards 12, right? We'll see if we actually hit the VWAP here. VWAP is at 1197 for me. If I go to the 1 minute, let me see where I have that. Yep, right at 1197. Let's see what happens on this one. This one has already done 3 halts, just to keep in mind. Normally, we come back down after 3 halts. It's a pattern that I see common. So this stock halted multiple times earlier, 3 times. And the last halt was right above, right here at the 1474. So we're going to have to wait and see. Will it hit that 12? I'm going to look for a crack through going towards 1150. Quick action coming back through 12 is what I'll be looking for in ICVX. All right, it's that type of day. There's going to be a lot of action going on. I'm definitely going to need a nice energy drink today. Oof. Got to keep the day rolling. It's good to have some new people. Definitely hit the subscribe. One thing that we do live trading on here every morning. Our flagship show, Pre-Market Prep. Don't miss that. Mike, I would definitely have you check that out. That's 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern. And you could also, catch it after the time, right? Well, check that out. That's Pre-Market Prep. That's definitely our flagship show. We got live trading. We got Benzinga Live with AB. More of a kickback, relaxed show. Taking a look at trends that are going on. What is popping out there? You'll hear that all on Benzinga Live. That's coming up next, Mike. After that, we get into Stock Market Movers. I come back and join in. Stock Market Movers is all about getting to expert opinions. What do I mean by expert? The chief strategist, the economist out there, right? The money managers. What you see on the other media sites, they come on here and give a whole lot more than I would say they give towards the other medias. Why? Because we give them the floor a lot longer to go ahead and give their transparency. They don't rush through their talking points, and we go ahead and try to give them real questions, hard ones, right? Bullish and bearish questions. Try not to hold back. So definitely come towards Stock Market Movers, 1 p.m. Eastern to 2 p.m. We usually have 2 guests on in a 1-hour period. Don't miss that. Insights in biotech sector. Well, Jacob, earlier we talked about this. This seems to be where we're seeing a lot of these penny stocks make their move. And why are we seeing that? Because if you go to the biotech industry today, of course, that's in healthcare as a sector. The industry is biotech. And then you can start kind of deciphering what is making moves there. And that's an easy way to try to find these types of stocks. You guys can also be using maybe like a movers tool to find these types of stocks, right? What's moving in the last 30 minutes? Well, let's take a look at what has been making moves. Stocks like, and I'll go ahead and I'll take this details one down. I'm going to put up a chart pattern for us. Let me add the sidebar right quick here. There we go. All right. Let's get this going here. What the heck? I'll put this on the side here. All right, so VALU getting a nice little move there. I want to keep my eye on that ICVX. We're about to get through 12, so I'm keeping my eye on that too. VALU, decent day there. KARO, VSEC, RNA showing up there on the scanner. So keep your eyes on that one. That one's continuing to move on the day. There's a couple of other ones. CLDX, this one's right off the kind of having a pretty decent day there. It's up towards 44.13. Looks like a little cup and handle pattern. We'll see what happens on that one. Looks like ICVX just got close towards 1207, already reversing there off of the kind of the 12 spot. We'll see if we get another pullback. I'm still looking for below the 12. Some people are maybe jumping in there a little bit early. We'll end up finding out what's going on with that ICVX. Let's go towards that one. Don't want to miss that. So I'm going to put it front and center here for us. Let's go to the day trading charts here. Right-hand side here. So you can see here, nice little trend line. Boom. It's still holding right now, right? So let's see what happens here. And of course, the 12 is the first layer of support. That's what I would consider the first layer of support. And so that's right underneath it here. And I always look for like kind of layers of support. Like to get in between there because that gives us that nice little wick approach where it comes right back up. We'll see what happens there on ICVX. SPY looking like it just ticked up. Looking like, are we going to finally get our whoosh through, which is towards the 390s on the downturn? Careful out there, team. Definitely my best call today was the short of NVIDIA off of the 171s. Didn't get this one, but it was a good look. I gave the pattern way before it cracked. That was a nice looking one. 171 pattern here. Nice little bear flag pattern. It pulled back there. It rejected the bear flag, breakout to the upside, and then came right back down, breaking down now towards 167.89. This stock was really strong for a couple of weeks, right? Well, it looks like we're starting to pull back fast, and I'd be careful because we could keep pulling back. As a lot of people, if you didn't take profits, this is how easily this market can change. Let's go back to the SPY. There's 390, 390.07, the whoosh through, right? Will we get that whoosh through the 390 mark? Look how we come right towards that 390.06, bouncing off the 1 minute. Let's see if we get through the 390 here. There's ICVX holding that little pullback towards 1250. Now starting to come back up through the trend line. It didn't get to 12 for me, so I wouldn't have got in. But if you're able to get in, doesn't look too bad. I'm just waiting, trying to be patient, not overreacting to these types of moves. We'll see what happens. SARK now through that level that I gave. So now that's looking great. Even on the day trade, that would have been great. I mean, we got up there towards 63.83. So letting that little kind of swing trade work here as we get through the high, we'll look for that to continue making new highs. That's on SARK. Not looking too bad on my investment there. Appreciate you joining the chat there, Mark. And if you always have questions as a member, you get to definitely take lead. Anybody that's a member can definitely get their questions answered. So if you have a question, throw it up in the chat. We're here for you. I'm from Germany. Was a tough ECB press briefing. Look for comfort. I can't blame you. We saw that action actually happen. The markets got hit. I was on pre-market prep, and I was like, someone said 815 number, and I'm there looking for economic data. And then we saw it was the ECB that was hitting us down. But there was a lot of surprise news right now. And I think that certain moments like this, you start seeing markets get correlated, right? European markets going down, probably US markets going down. That's why it was weird when China's market started spiking. A lot of us were starting to be watching those China markets to see if that was going to kind of lift us up towards the end here. But those gave up. And as soon as those gave up, so did I feel like the market. And we came quickly right back down. All right, let's go to the SPY, see if we keep cracking through the 390s, or are we just going to keep using that as support right now? That's what I'm going to keep watch. I think we could bounce off of it, but if we flush through there, it's going to start being really ugly. And there's nothing really that I'm seeing that's holding on, right? I saw solar stocks holding on earlier in the day, and solar just turned red. So if you were looking at like, okay, well, there's some relative strength here. Well, that was shortly lived. A stock that was doing well earlier that's not doing well anymore, like an Array. Array was hanging on. It was looking good. And then boom, now down towards 2280. Clear example that even the solar stocks that were hanging on couldn't stay strong in this environment. Have a good one, Rich. Let's keep pushing. We'll see what else is going on. News: Tesla, no production halt in December due to reopening of the economy as customers can place their orders in the store. Well, I mean, that doesn't really give too much. Tesla, I don't know. It is setting up on a bullish trend today. So let's take a look there at Tesla. If you guys are thinking about it, doesn't look too bad on the intraday levels, but I would not be kind of thinking in the long term in this. Short term, doesn't look bad, right? You guys can see this action here. I think we could even get another little push up. So you guys can see also the bottom trend line that starts coming up. Looks more like a symmetrical triangle to me than anything. Maybe you're looking at it as a pennant. Looks like we've had a couple of bounces off the bottom here, off the 157. So that's your level to watch for on the washout. I wouldn't want to see it break 157 again. For the upside break, that's through 159, getting towards 160. We'll see if that kind of gives that level. ICVX, not giving you that breakout probably a lot of traders expected. We'll see if that does pull back. Let's go towards a 5-minute. Start trying to clean the action up a little bit here on ICVX. And we can even go towards a 15. Let's go towards that 15. What is that going to do for us? That gets away all this wick action towards 450. Now we can start drawing this line here. I like it more off of that outlook with a pullback towards 1230. That actually seems to make sense more. So the 15-minute chart seems to make sense here. We'll see if we can get that lift. Now it's starting to push there towards 1311. We'll see if it gets the push there through 1350, going towards 14. This is one of those stocks that have a quick move. So now you're back there towards 1310. Got a lot of volume there. Ran into some resistance. We'll see what happens there. ExxonMobil. Let's do this. All right. So energy also down big today, starting to come down and continuing to come down. Exxon now towards 104. So you are seeing oil come down here. Oil's prices have been coming down. Finally, the stocks have been pulling back. Where do I think ExxonMobil can hold at? It can hold near 101 and 100 levels. That's where I think we find support right now. It's looking like we're coming right back down towards those 104. That's where I would see it in the intraday, is if it closed near 104. We'll see what happens here. Another thing to keep in mind is just look at this, right? Keep it simple. 15-minute. That does not look good, right? That looks to me like a declining triangle here. And you guys can draw the horizontal line here, right? Boom, boom. Starts breaking through. Now you're starting to break through the pattern and the continuation to the downside there. XOM. All right. What else is going on? All right. Car. What's up with Carvana? I know it was bouncing a little bit yesterday. It bounced a little bit today. I stay away from that. You guys couldn't pay me to trade Carvana. But we'll see what else is going on. Taking a look at some different stocks to see if we're finding some kind of strength out there. SPY. Let's see what's up on the SPY. So I'm looking at EQT as one of the ones that is up on the day. I do like this one on a kind of more swing approach. It is pulling back to the VWAP now. EQT pulling back here. 38 seems to make sense here to act as support and then come back up towards 38.60, 38.80s. Close up there towards 39 would be a good level on the daily level. We talked about this on the daily. A lot of bottoming action right around the same area, right? You can see it here. Nice. Trying to get back up there to these highs. 38, 38. Really closing towards 39 is what you want to see there. We'll have to wait and see if it can get that lift. ICVX still just hanging around. Hasn't gone to 12, so I'm not getting in it. ICVX cutting for a base hit. There you go, Crow. Take your base hit. Even walks sometimes are good, right? All right, it's 11:16. We're going to keep going here. 11:30, we got, of course, Benzinga Live that will be starting up. So smash the like, guys. If you guys are happy that I stuck around and didn't just, put on an education stream for you, I wanted to stick around on a day like today where you're just seeing so much movement, right? And so we'll see if the SPY can take down those 390s, or now we're at 389.60s. There you guys see it. It's an ugly day. Ugly day indeed, team. New lows, gotta go sometimes. They get a little bit of a bounce there. Man, we gotta look to see if 390 starts acting as resistance now. It's not looking good, team. Ugly day for sure. Let's take a look at what's down the most, right? And so Netflix down big, man. Netflix with a huge reversal to the downside today. Don't know if Zunaid was still on this one, but 291.60s now. Doesn't look too bad there. Netflix to the downside. WBD getting hit hard also. Warner Brothers. That was starting to come back up, right back down. Bam. Para getting hit. Etsy getting hit. Nucor. It's just disaster today. Google down 4%. That doesn't look good. Take a look at the leadership there. Daily chart on Google. Look how this just let go, team. It was trying to hold on, trying to get back through the 100. Finally, last rejection of 100 on the 13th. Now we're breaking through the support, heading down, could fill the gap there towards 90, maybe even 90, this high right here. You got a 89.49. We'll see if it's going towards that right now as Google just keeps dropping today. Also, 5-minute bear flag. Look at that. Nice little bear flag there. You guys could have been attacking. I like bear flags. Look at that. Boom. How will you know it's a flag versus a pennant? Because there's two trend lines heading in the same direction. Why is Tesla up as the only one? Is it because I sold yesterday? That's it, Migo. Nah, the truth is that Tesla had come down far enough in the morning where it is catching a little bit of a bounce. But is it a short-lived bounce? I don't know. I don't see it being really bullish or turning around. But, of course, Tesla's been getting hit off of Elon Musk comments. And then Elon sells some more shares yesterday. It got hit in the pre-market. That's why you see it go down significant from yesterday's range. Yesterday's range is what we rejected this morning, which was the 160. If we get above 160, it's looking like it's reversing. But if we crack through 157 on the downside, this could be right back towards the lows. Show you that Tesla right here. Kind of 5-minute symmetrical triangle. What will happen? Is it a breakout towards the 159 or a breakdown underneath the 157? All right, let's keep going. What's up out there? Cannabis stock, says Ray. All right, I'll take a look at that. Definitely. What's going on in Tilray and those cannabis stocks? They're definitely pulling off. They were getting some lift. Of course, that was with the research bill. But look at CGC cents, right back down. And that's why I don't like these Canada cannabis companies. CGC, I'll show you that. That's down, right back down on the daily. They were starting to get a little bit of a push, right back down. The way that I look at those stocks is a lot of times it's just using monthly. If you're using monthly support, you can see the support's around 260. The resistance is around 4. And so there you guys see it. There's a couple of moments where you get extreme above 4, but you see a bunch of wicks, no bodies really closing above 4. So that's kind of more that resistance for CGC and these cannabis stocks overall. In the long run, there is some that I do like, right? I've talked about these before. There's a couple of them. There's Cureleaf, I really like. That's going to be a couple of the ones that I like. Also, Trulieve. Trulieve is one that I'm looking at in the long run, but I wanted to get it at a really cheap valuation. We're heading down towards those levels. The real question you need to be asking yourself is, when will they deschedulize cannabis? And that's when you will get the run. I think you'll get some stocks that want to go to OTC, and then you'll get the push. The one that I like long-term, and the reason I like it is because their debt outlook, I feel like they've been hanging on, is Trulieve, but looks like I'm not getting that chart to come up on here. There it is, PCNNF. So look at the monthly chart here. Look how you're coming back towards this monthly support. I would love for this to crack this, and then I'll be looking for me to jump on in. In the long run, I do believe in Trulieve. The big thing is just deschedulizing so they can get out of Florida. They're just mainly, in a couple of places right now, and I think that that's the important part. They're limiting their growth. Once they get out of that growth and they go back for another driver, that's what I'm going to be looking for. Trulieve, long-term. Completely long-term on that. Chat, spam, I got it. No worries. Yeah, growing flower, and I've heard flower getting really cheap in Michigan. Businesses were complaining about that. But long-term, I do think some of these companies are going to have some success. Let's go back to the SPY. Let's see what's going on in the SPY. Are we finally finding that bottom? Let's go towards the 1 minute. Looks like we finally bottomed around 389. Now the question is, how far do we come back? Well, we've come back some distance already, 390.24, but definitely not a good day overall for the markets. All right, let's take a look there. Check out MSOS. ETF if you like cannabis. Yeah, I like that one too because you do get exposure to the OTC stocks. All right, taking a look here. What else is making moves? I'm going to go through kind of the bigger names to see if they're starting to slow down. Apple, see if that's slowing down. Yeah, it's slowing down around the 138. Apple is. Microsoft, 250. Bounce looks like an important level. 249. That's where we found a lot of bounce. We'll see if it rejects 250 and comes right back down. Square keeps getting hit, man. The PayPal Square stocks, they just never find the bottom right now. It's tough. Tough out there. RNA climbing, continuing going. Yeah, RNA has been a monster today. Let's take a look at that one. Yeah, look at that. Nice little push. Kept pushing. Giving you that kind of it's kind of like a cup and handle, but nice little push there. I'll put the stock up here on the left-hand side so you guys can see that. RNA. Boom. Look at that move today. Look at the 1 minute chart. That broke out from 1750 all the way up to 1820. A little bit above that, 1830. Not a bad breakout there in RNA. ICVX trying to come back up through the 13, has failed multiple times to hold above 13 on the 1 minute. We'll see if it can actually start holding above that 13. A move to 1350 is really what I would look for on the move, but it's fighting right here. We'll see if it ends up getting through there or does it pull back. What's up out there, Austin? UCF? Man, come on. That's where I grew up, Austin. I was in college, right there. You're at UCF, Austin? Go Knights. Memory lane. There wasn't a lot of memory in that lane, but go Knights. All right, taking a look to see what's going on in the markets. What is making moves? Of course, it's been a lot of these biotechs on the day. So I'm going to take a look to see if there's anything that's getting a nice little shift move right now. We can just do that also with our intraday scanner, right? We can go ahead and try to refresh this here. Take a look there. What's making moves on the 30-minute. ICVX comes up there, right? VALU comes up there. That's one to keep in mind. TAL, China stock showing up there. Stoke, STOK showing up. I don't know that one. That one's making a little bit of a move up there. RNA, we talked about that one multiple times. BERV, that's another one. Kind of rounding bottom on that one. That one's coming down big. This one looks like a bearish pattern, though, on the daily. So I wouldn't be looking at that too positive, but to each his own, right? And then HROW, this is one that we talked about earlier, Haro Health. We'll see if these can keep pushing. Looks like healthcare sector has been a decent one to watch today. SMMT. Yeah, I like this little pullback here. I like the 1 hour chart. It looks pretty, man. That's kind of more of the swing style type of stock. What do we say? Let me see what the news is on SMMT. Because chart-wise, it's a pretty one. I'll say that. I'm not even going to front on that. I do think it's a pretty chart. I just want to know why it's been moving, right? So, like, what's the news lately? So you guys can see here, looks like there's an active stake that got in on December 9th, right? That's definitely helping it. So I don't think that's definitely hurting it. And so an activist getting in there, active stake, don't know how big it was or at what price. Looks like it even caused a circuit breaker that day. So not looking too bad there on SMMT. Let's look at the daily chart. Daily chart, this stock has a tendency of spiking, has nice flag patterns, and then comes quickly right back down. Another thing to keep in mind is this thing did fill the gap and then came right back down also. So this could have just been a spike into the gap, and then it turns right back around. I'll show you guys that on the chart right now. Let's get up Summit Therapeutics here. Let's go to the daily. You can see this. Look at this gap zone. We went right up there to 450. It's just hanging out in between the gap right now. It's trying to make the move. You can see the daily trying to kind of get up there. You can go to the 1 hour chart. You can see how we've been looking at this little pullback action. Should hold this kind of support, right? Should make maybe 50% retracement of this, not break that. So I would be looking at around 326 to hold here. Get back up through 360. Closing towards like 384 is what I'd want to see on the daily. That would be looking really nice here if it was back up here towards 4, towards the resistance and closing up in that area. We'll see what happens. SMT, Summit Therapeutics. Want to climb a summit. Technicals on TAL. I'll take a look. TAL. TAL Education. China education stock. Got to be careful with these. I'll just say that right off the bat. They have a tendency of having high short interest and do kind of make quick moves up, just like they follow quick moves down. You can see it here, right? 930 out the gates, big rip up. But then look how far this crash was down. This crash, bigger than the lift. So you got to determine if this is the type of stock you want to be trading, right? For me, I would stay away from this, but that's my sign to stay away. It's not this. This gets me interested. Retracing full 100% move means that the trend essentially doesn't exist anymore. This trend doesn't exist. If you retrace 100% and then further than 100%, that trend doesn't matter to me anymore, at least technically was. And with Tao and these education companies with Chinese stocks, you got to be very, very careful. That's the only thing I can say. All right, let's go back towards that day trading charts. What's going on with ICVX? Are we going to come back down towards 12? I want to join the party, but at the right level. Needs to pull back there. All right, still looking at Sark. Sark is just like kind of moving around here. Did try to get up there towards 64, then started turning back around. We were about 80 cents into the green there. Just going to keep trying to see if Sark can make a nice daily move close. Nice move towards 64 towards the close would be looking great for us. We'll see what happens. 11:30. Where's AB? AB alert. Where you at? Gotta wake up my man AB. You know, the alarm kind of rings late for my man. So we'll get him on here. Should be joining in just a couple of seconds. Let me wake him up a little bit. All right, let's keep pushing. Molin being brought up in the chat. The Molinator. We talked about it earlier today. Let's get Molin up here. It was making a move earlier on the day. It went up there towards 40, then pulled back there towards 31. Now I'd be looking for about an hour of sideways action, eventually by another rip. So what I do to do that, I usually start going to the 15-minute, and I want to see about 4 candles closing sideways. Sideways. Higher, lower close. Higher, lower close is what I'm seeing right now. Seeing a little bit of a trend there. It is trying to hold on. We'll see what happens there on Molin. If it can get back up through 36 cents is what I'd be looking at. Kind of a symmetrical triangle there on the 15. AB! Look, he added himself on. I don't think he noticed it. Wait, should we mess with him? Should we just put him full screen, team? Yeah, let's just put him full screen. Shh. Everybody stay quiet. AB. Oh, look. Is that the Sombro? Look at that skating rink in the back. They got it good in Detroit. You got a skating rink there? Who wants to see AB skating and talking stocks? I know I do. Hope he doesn't say anything bad right now. Gotta get him when you can get him.
Hello? Is anyone here?
We got him.
Can you guys hear me? What is up, Zinger Nation?
I saw you skating right now. Was that you that just did that triple palette or whatever?
Out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to race back from the ice rink as quickly as I could.
That's what it was. I know. You were doing the Zambroli, right? You were kind of driving it around, cleaning it.
Hey, I will tell you, I was watching the guy drive that the other day. It's impressive. Dude was cutting the corners perfectly around that curve.
What? You gotta do those drift maneuvers, man. We gotta get you out there. I'm waiting for it. Bring back AB on the street. The people are asking for you.
We're doing it. We're going to the mall for Christmas shopping. I think tomorrow's the plans to do it tomorrow. What's been going on in the market today, Mitch? I haven't really been watching.
Sound the alarm.
Well, holy cow. NASDAQ falls 3%. I literally am looking at the market for like the first time today.
I got you, my friend. I'll give you the roll down.
Yeah, give me the roll down before we get Benzinga Live going.
Of course, Powell, and he said, forget Santa Claus. I don't want Santa Claus rally. He talked all about the 5.1. That's really where people are focusing, the higher than expected terminal rate. What happened today? Well, we got some economic data to come in, right? Jobless claims came in at 230 was the estimate. We got 211,000. So
okay.
Looks like jobless claims aren't jumping up enough. And then retail sales actually came in at a negative 0.6 versus a negative 0.1 expected. This is a little bit more, I think, an indicator of kind of the Black Friday sales, right? And kind of the holiday sales. We were expecting to see some good retail numbers, not negative retail numbers. What does this mean? It could mean that some retails aren't going to have as high earnings as we expect going forward. We'll see what else is going on. We got manufacturing data that showed contraction. So that was a little bit of a positive, showing a weakening economy. But I'll let you take a look at the big movers out there and take back the control. We'll get you guys over. It's time for Benzinga Live. I'm going to go ahead and get ready for stock market movers a little bit later. I got some interesting guests. We'll talk a little bit about SPACs today. We'll also get into the overall market. Take a look at economic data.
Did you see the brand new news that just came out a few minutes ago?
Like what, AB?
breaking news. Can we get our let me get our little
breaking news.
Here we go. Former President Donald Trump announces new NFT project. The
No
very
way.
first, yeah. Here, wait. Let me pull up my screen. We'll get to this. This is the biggest news so far that's come out today, which shows you that it's kind of a slow news day. Oh, I literally went to Twitter to show it, and it's literally the first thing that pops up. Trump is releasing digital trading cards, NFTs of himself. If you buy 45 of these, you get dinner with him, and it's 100 a piece for the NFTs. There's different. Let me try to find. Let me just search Trump NFT. So yeah, if you're out there looking for a last minute, it's kind of what you would expect, right? Trump in these like different outfits. One's in a space fit. One's with a bunch of gold bars.
You better not be messing with me,
It's all
AB.
fake news.
No, this is not
Phony
fake news. This is real. This is
Not
real.
fake news.
No, this isn't
It's
fake.
gonna happen.
He put out a thing on True Social. Look, this is a real post from the Donald on Truth Social. Major announcement: my official Donald Trump digital trading card collection is here. These limited edition cards feature amazing art. Oh yeah, I should be doing this in a Trump voice. These limited edition cards feature amazing. No, I can't do a Trump art of my life and career. Collect all of your favorite Trump digital trading cards. Very much like a baseball card, but hopefully much more exciting. Go to Collect Trump Cards and get your cards now, $99 a piece. So
boy
Mitch, I don't know if
said-
you need any last minute Christmas presents, but there you go.
My boy said, "I need some money, 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 money." Dun, dun, dun.
All right, well, Mitch, I know you've been on for a while, so I'll let you get going. I know we'll see you back soon with Stock Market Movers, so enjoy your little
Good one.
enjoy your
Get
little
that-
break.
Get that money. Get that money.
We'll get that money. We'll get that thing going. All righty, y'all. Welcome back to Benzinga Live. Happy Thursday, I guess. I mean, the markets are getting absolutely crushed right now thanks to the Fed and thanks to Powell. We'll have Steve Kalajian on here in 8 minutes. We'll talk a little bit about the overall market with him, talk about his thoughts on the Fed, the bond markets, what's going on, how to trade these markets. Because, look, a couple weeks ago, it looked like, it was time to get long. It looked like, nothing was going to stop us. The economy was just rocking and rolling, and now it looks like the Fed is going to remain a little bit more hawkish. We might get back more in that don't fight the Fed territory. I'm not quite sure. We're going to talk to Steve Kalajian, see where he stands. We'll get Hot Stocks Luke on later in the show as well. We'll talk about some other big stories. I see Netflix, big mover today, getting absolutely clobbered. Some China news this morning as well. DWAC dropping on the news. Why would DWAC be dropping on that? Maybe because it appeared, maybe people assume that Trump is having money problems and that's why he's doing it. I don't know. Oil Natty Fade Easy Mike is saying, look, with what the Fed was saying yesterday and with the bond market's reaction to it, I'm sorry to say, is screaming recession. Now, there's a flip side to that. I think that's important to note. But all the action is screaming recession, and really we've seen energy and financials largely hold up so far this past couple months. Energy and financials have done well, but as these recession risks increase, as the odds of a recession increase, the likelihood increases, we'll see the financials and the energy stocks start to give up gains as well. You can see XLE down more than 2% today, XLF also down about 2%. So financials and energy getting crushed on, just recession fears. And bottom line is, like, everything the Fed said yesterday was pretty hawkish, raised the median estimate for federal interest rates, now expected to get above 5% by the end of 2023. All scary stuff. You see the bond market reacting. Here's what I'll say. I think the flip side. I do think there's a possibility. I'm not saying likelihood. I don't know, what that possibility would be percentage-wise. No, I'm not going to say like 10, 20% or whatever, but I do think there's a chance that Powell's kind of intentionally jawboning here, essentially saying going to sound tougher than what he's trying to be, to make sure the market doesn't have any sustained bullish activity that could help hurt the progress we've made on inflation. Essentially saying we're so close to this finish line of actually solving the problem of inflation, at least for the time being, that why would I say anything right now that's going to make the stock market, make the S&P reaction, react positively? That's the only way I can think like Powell's actually doing what he needs to be doing right here, or actually doing like a good job, or doing necessary. Otherwise, it's like, what are we doing? Why are we saying that unemployment needs to come up? That goes against everything we've seen the past 3 months. Saying we need unemployment to come up to see inflation comes down goes against everything we've seen the past like 3 months, because unemployment hasn't ticked up, but we've seen inflation come down significantly. So to act like if that's not possible is just foolish. So the only way I really think Powell is, that's the only thing I can think of, is if he's intentionally jawboning, trying to sound tough to scare the markets. Because saying, look, I understand the Fed has a target rate for inflation, and we're not there yet, and we've got a ways to go. But saying we're willing to essentially engineer a recession to get there seems to me like, not worth it at that point. It's almost as if the Fed is dropping its dual mandate and saying, to hell with our unemployment mandate, we're just going to focus on inflation, and we're going to worry about that and not give a crap about unemployment, which I think will be a problem. And I think people will unnecessarily lose their jobs. And, I think we'll see if those are the Fed's true intentions, to keep hiking to over 5%, regardless of unemployment coming up, regardless of how much inflation drops. We'll see. But I do have some faith that, they're not really willing to tolerate, any big, 07, 08 type breaks. I think as soon as those things like start to look more and more possible, then they'll be forced to revert. But I have no clue. I mean, this is just me speculating. It's just what we've seen, what the Fed's post-Great Financial Crisis framework has been to avoid a recession, a situation like 07, 08, and now it seems like increasingly they're saying, hey, we're gonna drive policy that's gonna bring us right back there. So DJT is an NFT. Waiting for another entry. How's my SPY trade going? Oh, well, I'm not glad you asked. My SPY trade, I got greedy. It was one of those things where, pigs get slaughtered. I was up a bunch on my SPY trades yesterday, like before the thing. So here's the thing, is I traded bullish SPY and QQQ calls into the CPI report on Tuesday that I made a bunch of money on. And I basically took a lot of the profits from that trade and placed another very risky bullish trade that I knew was essentially a bet, and pretty much lost all of it. So it was I said this yesterday, it was a YOLO bet, but I was YOLO betting with profits, with house money essentially. So the way I saw it was really a risk-free trade, right? I took profits from a trade from the day before and rolled them into a new trade, saying, I know this is a strong possibility these go to zero. Where I screwed up was the second trade, the one into the Fed announcement. Those were actually up like 100%. I could have taken like $800 worth of gains out yesterday and just to hell with it. But I wrote them into the thing, into the announcement, hoping we were going to get the SPY to go up another 1-2%. It was just greedy. But I lost money on that trade. On the trade, but I didn't really technically lose money because it was all house money to begin with. So thank you, Rashad, for asking. Good follow-up on that. And I think I realized, and obviously hindsight's 2020, but going into the announcement yesterday, the expectation was for 50, and I kind of had a feeling 50 wasn't going to move the market like to higher. It might have been less about whether it was 50 or 75 and more about like the guidance from there, the outlook from there that the Fed gave, and like the dot plot and stuff looked pretty hawkish. So the market reacted negatively. But I think more so just like almost like the expectation was for the Fed to be a little bit more dovish, almost to where even if they were, I don't know how big of a difference it would have made because that was the expectation. So in hindsight, it would have been smarter to play it on the short side. Of course, hindsight's 2020. But yeah, I mean, looking at it now, that was a dumb trade. So. We haven't talked about Tesla either, but we'll get to that later because I do see Steve hanging out backstage. So let's go ahead and give Mr. Collision our very special Zinger Nation intro. We'll bring him on the show, see what Steve thinks about the Fed move, see what Steve's doing trading wise. Mr. Collision, welcome back to Benzinga Live.
Hey, Aaron, how are you? Welcome, everybody.
I'm good, man. So, we had the Fed yesterday. Markets reacting today again. Where are you standing?
Well, let's put it this way. Before the CPI number came out, I said the number was going to be better than expected. Around the day before, S&Ps were trading around the 39.75.80 level. I said that Wednesday, that Monday, that the number is going to be better than expected. We're going to close above 4,000. We trade up to 40.25, close around 40.15. Number came out. I said to my community of traders around the world, I said, 41.50, 41.80, they get up there short on with your eyes closed. The hit was 41.80 in the pre-market. When the market opened, S&Ps were trading on the 41.50. And we got short everything. And it was just an amazing day. I mean, the diamonds, the Dow, and the Russell closed the gap on that day. Dow was up over 800. And we actually were down on the day. So it closed the gap on those two indices. The S&P and the Spiders and the NASDAQ and the Qs did not, missed it by pennies. And then all eyes and ears were on the FOMC. I knew they were going to raise a half a point. But caught me off guard. I thought it'd be a little dovish, but we don't trade into that. We were just waiting patiently. And then when he came out with these hawkish S&Ps trade up to the 40.90, and they got absolutely kabooshed. I mean, you blink, they were down 50 handles, and so it's really interesting. Two things. Okay, so let's just take a step back. The Federal Reserve stated, Jerome Powell, that they're going to do everything they can. They see a tight labor market, but they're going to do everything they can, Aaron, to bring the inflation target down to 2%. So I'm going to ask you a question. Where were they when the inflation numbers were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9? They were nowhere to be found, right? But now he wants to bring it down to 2%. So at 3%, they didn't do anything. At 5, 7, and 9, when the S&Ps were at 4,800, they decided to start raising interest rates. 4 interest rate hikes of 3/4, then a half a point. So we're at 4.5%. He's looking to go 5 or maybe 6, right? They don't know what they're doing. And here's a worst case scenario. They're going to be confronted with stagflation. And the Federal Reserve does not know how to handle stagflation. You have a tight labor market. I think 2023 year is going to be a bloodbath in the equity markets. You have PE ratios over 21%. Usually in bear markets, that's staggering high. Disney has a PE ratio over 52. Go figure. So I wouldn't be long with your money here. I mean, I do think you're going to get some type of a blip up. I think they're going to try to make the market close above 4,000 by the end of the year and into the early first quarter, maybe the first couple of weeks in January. But every rally, as I've been telling you since I've been on for the last several months, you have a ton of overhead resistance. Every time they make a lower high, you're going to keep making lower highs. And this bear market is going to come to a screeching halt sometime in the middle of the third to early fourth quarter of next year, base for 3 to 4 months, and then sometime in the first quarter of 2024. I think you're going to see one of the biggest bull markets, but you're talking from significantly lower levels.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, like the Fed's inaction, there's been a lot of coverage on it as well, and like it's just tough now that I think we're gonna have real everyday Americans pay the price for the inaction, for the ineptitude of the Federal Reserve, and it's tough. Like I just. Jerome Powell yesterday basically said, if you were listening, like unemployment, we're going to drive higher. Like we're going to put people out of work, like to bring inflation down. And like you said, unnecessarily. Where were they? Where were they when inflation started ticking up? Why weren't
It's really
we doing?
nice. He has a job, and he's going to try to put Americans out of work.
Right, he's not going to lose. He's not going to lose his job.
He should be fired because, in my personal opinion, they completely. Where were they?
Right.
There's no accountability here. These people just go and just did the academics, and they just decide, oh yeah, we're just going to sit on our hands and we're just going to watch the inflation go to 9% on a CPI, and then we're going to do something. But he made a point yesterday, and he said we're going to do everything we can to bring the inflation target to 2%, Aaron. So here's my question to you, and as a friend, I'm not like trying to pin you. Where were they at 3 and 4%?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have, at the time, I'm sure there would have been stock market investors, bulls, that would have been mad if they started doing, quarter
here, maybe a half
quarter here, quarter there. Yeah. I think, and I've told
Gradual.
you this, but I think I've told you this before. I think the only argument you could possibly make on the Fed's side there for when they weren't acting was that at the time we still weren't at the where we were at unemployment wise before COVID. We had gotten really close, but there were still we weren't quite there. So maybe they were thinking, let's at least get back to where we were before COVID before we start raising rates.
That's not their mandate. The mandate is monetary policy and a 2% inflation target. And I'm saying, as a friend, at 3 and 4%, where were they? Nowhere to be found.
Right. I'm in agreement with you. I was just saying that the devil's advocate, the one thing you could say for, why they were not acting yet was because the unemployment wasn't.
See, here's the thing. There's no accountability. But yet he wants to come out and ruin people's lives by creating Americans losing jobs. Well, he should lose his job.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And people want to
so wrong.
People want to politicize it like a Biden thing. They forget that he's a Trump appointee. Like it's just politics aside, he's not doing a good job. The other people, the other presidents, the 9 or 12 people on the board or whatever aren't helping, aren't speaking up and saying, hey, we aren't doing what we should be doing here.
None of them. They all did. I'm telling you right now. I mean, okay, so here's the second thing I want to point out. Look what the bond market's doing right now. The bond market's up a half a point, 3/4 of a point today. Now, hear me out. On any interest rate hikes, the bonds usually get destroyed. The print low on the 30-year bonds was 17.5, 117.5, trading above 132, 15 points higher than the low of the year. You know what the bond market's telling you? Severe recession.
I'm glad you brought that up, Steve, because I want to do a little like almost exercise with you, and just because we've had both the CPI report this week and now the Fed announcement, and I want to do like a very beginner's lesson on how you can look at the bond market for hints at what's going on in the stock market, or what the bond market can tell us, about the equity markets.
So the bond market's pretty much either doing. Bond market's telling you one of two things. Either Jerome Powell's lying, right, that they're not going to raise rates because the bond market is confident that was the last hike and that right from here rates are going to get cut. That's one. That's the first thing. Or the bond market's telling you you're going to be in a severe, severe recession. And that's what I think the latter is.
Right. So I'm saying like what signs, like not in this specific case with the bond market and what it's telling us, but just like in general, what do you look at? Do you look at the 30-year note?
I look at the 30-year bonds.
You look at
the financial futures, the 30-year bond futures.
Okay. And so if the yield is higher,
the yield's actually dropping.
Okay. So
the 30-year bond market right now is rising. So the prices go up, the yields drop. So that means that mortgage rates are dropping, the 10-year note, all the yields are dropping. It's the inverse. Prices go up, yields go down. Prices go down, yields go up.
Got it. So right now the yield of the 30-year is going down.
Correct.
And that means the prices are going up.
Correct.
And that means the bond market is saying odds of a severe recession are increasing.
I'm saying one of two things. Either they're calling Jerome Powell a liar, saying that there's no way in the hell he's raising rates and that the next moves will be cuts, which I don't see that. Or the bond market is predicting a severe recession that eventually will lead to rate cuts.
Got it. So, okay. So I can see how it's not. It can be a little bit harder because you can recognize the patterns in the bond market or see the action it's taking, but then you have to try to interpret what that means. Because like you said, it's signaling some sort of cuts, but those cuts could be associated with a huge recession. In that case, stocks are getting crushed anyway.
The bond market, in my opinion, is calling for a severe recession. The next, well, whether we're in a recession now or it's going to be a very, maybe slight, but a severe recession. You can't have a 15-point rally off the lows. Normally, bonds would be getting bonds yesterday should have been down, limit down, 3 handles down, 3 points down on that rate hike. When rates rise, bonds should get crushed, and they didn't. Bonds were actually up on the day yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we've seen in terms of just odds of a recession, because at the end of the day, like if you think about what's going on in the markets on any given day, between whether it's equity markets, bond markets, they're just pricing in the probabilities of certain outcomes. And yeah, I think if you were looking at the equity markets, I mean, both today, last week, looked like those were starting to price in a little bit higher odds of a recession as well. When you had the energy stocks trading down and the financials trading down, I think Bank of America, ticker BAC, traded down more than 10% in like 3 or 4 days, which is crazy for a bank that big like Bank of America to trade down 10%. That kind of,
you see the highs what Goldman did. Goldman's down almost 15, 18 points in the last 3-4 days.
No, I have not. One thing I am surprised about while we are talking about individual names, though, is
Tesla.
Tesla's been getting crushed. I'm surprised Tesla's not getting crushed today, especially after news came out that Elon Musk sold more stock at literally 52-week lows. Like, you don't sell at 52-week lows unless something's going on.
We don't know where he sold it, though.
Well, in the last 2 weeks, right? Or when do they have to file? I mean,
well, 2 weeks ago, the stock was trading around if it was 2 weeks ago, I think it was above 200.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know when yeah, you're right. So he could have sold that at 200. Well, we're at 150 now, but I am surprised either way that Tesla's.
Well, today we had a buy divergence on the opening, and a lot of our people in our community who saw the buy divergence that I presented to them, showed them, caught the low, and the thing exploded them like $9 off the low. So I think remember I was telling you way back when the stock was trading in the 215, 225 range, I was looking for a 165, 175 target. I hit my target. Now I'm thinking anywhere between the 138 and the 145 should be the ultimate low here. Even if the market gets kabooshed in the next week or so, or a couple weeks after here, if we do push down, I think, well, first of all, I think the lows are in for the year, that 3502 on the S&Ps. But if we do get a push down, I think Tesla will be sold out, and I think that's a name to get involved for a nice long on the upside.
What was here? Let me go ahead and pull up my charts here too. Did you give a specific level there? Sorry.
On Tesla, a while back ago, I said when it was around the 220 level, I was looking for 165, 175. It hit that, it bounced to 190, and then then I said it was going to try to break the 150, get down to that 138, 145 level here, but it's not going down in a straight line.
Yeah, and it won't, because it has so much retail interest and people are still buying down here.
Don't forget the stock split too. You know, it's.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, we'll see. To me, this isn't a name that I would want to get long right now while the Fed is still hawkish, just because it's one of the few remaining stocks out there that is still kind of, has a crazy valuation. I think most stocks out there, whether you're looking at the Googles, Amazons,
I wouldn't buy anything here.
Right. My point is just like the Apples, Amazons, Microsofts, with the Fed raising rates, have come down to pretty reasonable valuations in terms of like historically, like Apple's price to sale is less than 6, PE, forward PE 23.
But still high.
Still high. Right. Compare that to Tesla's, though, forward PE 20. Yeah, so Tesla's has come down a lot, too. So still historically high, but have come down.
Market bottoms usually occur when the PE ratio is between 10 and 13 in bear markets. You have a long way to go here.
Yep. All right, well, Steve, do you have any we've got 2 more weeks of the year left. Have you got any bold predictions for the rest of the year?
I think the S&P is going to close above 4,000. I think if you get some type of early buying into early January, I'd be selling into it. I think that if you look at the significant overhead resistance, and I told you I have an indicator that I look at on the monthly charts, and I'm looking for that indicator to dip below in the first quarter. I'm sorry, dip below sometime in the second to early third quarter, hover there for 4 or 5 months base, and then when I get that turn, that's when the new bull market's going to happen. And I'm thinking that's going to happen either December of 2023 or the first quarter of 2024. So we have a long way to go here.
Yep. I've
been saying that.
Yeah, and you've been pretty spot on with your calls so far. I mean, you said that we had seen, the bottoms in for 2022, but then going into 2023, we might see, some rocky roads ahead, and it's looking like that's a pretty good prediction so far. So, Steve, I appreciate you coming on every week. We'll see you next Thursday. There's a chance I'll be joining I'll be in a different setup. I might be home, but we'll still make it happen if you're around.
I got it. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Right.
Have a great day, Aaron. Everybody.
You too, Steve. Have a great Thursday.
Thanks.
All right, guys. That was Steve Collision. We'll drop that link in the chat for tradeeasy.com. Excuse me, if you want to go check out more from Steve. Always a pleasure getting Steve on the show. Interesting guest. Yeah, definitely. All right, guys. I just realized we never played our show intro, so let's go ahead and do that. When we come back, we'll talk some Tesla. We'll talk some other top headlines of the day. As always, if you got any stocks or anything you want me to check out, just drop them in the chat.
This is Benzinga Live. Spencer Israel and producer AB. What's up, everybody? How we doing?
Someone told me buy high, sell higher.
Let's get Matt Hammond on the show to talk some IPOs. Jake Wojasek from Trend Spider. We have a
breaking news.
All right, so actually, I was going to talk Tesla when we got back, but the intro with Spencer on it just reminded me of something else as well. Let me go ahead and actually, so I'm sure a lot of you guys have saw this. Let's go to Twitter for this, actually, because I don't really have like a one. I want to go through the actual SEC files. Let's see this video.
Influencers include Edward Constanescu, also known as Zach Morris. The SEC is going after 8 men who use social media platforms to promote stocks they owned in a $100 million pump and dump scheme. These 8 influencers include Edward Constanescu, also known as Zach Morris, Gary Deal, also known as the Mystic Man, PJ Matlock, this is from his Instagram because he deactivated his Twitter, and Tommy Coops were some of the guys behind this notorious pump and dump scheme. As you can see here, they use the gains from their pump and dump schemes to fund their lavish lifestyle, from private jets to fancy cars. As you can see, Zach Morris here tweeting, "Treat yourself." According to the DOJ, the defendants face about 25 years max in prison and have to return the $114 million made in pump and dump gains. Ringleader Zach Morris had to forfeit all of his 10 properties, including this $4 million Waterhouse gem in Texas. The notorious Camber energy pump netted the gang $5.5 million over the course of 3 months from August to October, as you can see here. In some ways, the fraud scheme was actually amplified by Twitter because they provided a legacy blue checkmark to a fictional TV character. As we know, Zach Morris is a character from Saved by the Bell, and Edward Constanescu only recently put his authentic photo up there. For a long time, it was just Zach Morris. And if there's CJ Matlock would buy shares of something, then...
Yeah, essentially, the Atlas guys who we've had on, not this show per se, Benzinga Live, but definitely Power Hour, kind of the predecessor of Benzinga Live, and Hugh and Dan have been on the show before. Look, I mean, during the COVID markets, it was very clear that, on Discord, on other sites, on whatnot, there was a bunch of I don't know the right word without, I want to use the right word. Just a bunch of coordination, you'll say, on like buying certain stocks, selling certain stocks. And, not necessarily illegal or nefarious in itself, but what was going on here were certain influencers that had built, an audience, had gotten clout, were buying stocks were telling their audience they were buying stocks. Meanwhile, they were really selling those stocks. And that's where they went wrong. You can all you want. There's nothing stopping me from going out and buying a bunch of shares of Tesla and writing an article about why I think Tesla is so great. I would disclose in the article that I'm long Tesla, that I own shares. But it's the same thing with a short report. If you hate a stock, you can go short the stock and then go put out a short report. There's nothing wrong with essentially saying, hey, everyone, I'm buying this stock. Here's why I'm buying it. In fact, even guys like Warren Buffett and people that put out investor letters do that. They say, hey, I'm long this stock. Here's why I'm long the stock. Are they encouraging other people to buy it to pump up the price? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that, certain funds and whatnot that put out information about those trades, it's part of it. They want more demand for that security. Or they just want to know, or they want people to know their explanation. But where they went wrong was going, selling while telling people they were buying. You can't do that. Here's some clips from, Hugh and Dan's podcast. I haven't even watched this, so I don't know what's going on.
When
here.
people ask, like, what's your strategy? There's no way to answer that question. There's no like, oh, wait for the dip. Where, when the market opens, every runner dips and you buy the dip. And you can't trade that. That doesn't mean when.
So it's PJ Matlock. So here's Eric, ES Invest, who will be coming on the show tomorrow, probably. We'll talk to him about that. Or actually, I don't know if we're doing a show tomorrow because we have all access. But yeah, I mean, it's a sad story. I think it came down to this. I was going to go through actually Spencer's thread because Spencer Israel, former co-host of the show, put out a thread yesterday going through Zach Morris's. I'm getting a random call from Aurora, Illinois. Should I answer it? Sure. Hello?
Hi, Aaron. This is Katie Hansen from 5W. How are you?
Oh, hold on one second. Sorry, I thought that was going to be a joke call, but it's a real call. Hey, how's it going? Can I give you a call back in a little bit?
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Thought it was going to be like a spam call and we were going to mess with them, but it ended up being a real call. All right. So Spencer put out a thread yesterday going through some of Zach's real estate holdings. So Spencer said over the last few years, Zach Morris has built a real estate portfolio of 10 properties. Thanks to the Southern District of Texas, we can combine two of my favorite hobbies, schadenfreude and browsing Zillow. I don't know how you really say this word, but it just means like taking pleasure in others' misfortune, which I don't know if that's really, I don't know. Misfortune, I don't know if I would say that, like, I guess schadenfreude can be people just like getting what they deserve, not necessarily misfortune. Because I wouldn't consider Zach Morris like losing his homes that he bought with money he scammed people to make in the first place a misfortune. I would just consider that justice. But anyway, so first he's got a 5-bed, 7-bathroom, square-foot mansion. All right, this is gonna be hard to bounce back and forth between the Zillow pages and the thread, but we're gonna try my damnedest. There we go. So first up is this one. Zestimate, the Zillow estimate is about $2 million. As you can see, just a fatty crib down in Texas. I mean, Jesus Louise. So that's the first of Zach Morris's 10 real estate listings. We'll go back to the thread. Here's where I said it might get tough to kind of be bouncing back and forth, but we're gonna try our best. So Spencer was saying the all-white interior gives off McMansion vibes. Also notice how the master bathroom shower seems to have a window that faces out to the bedroom when the door is open. Kind of weird in my opinion. Cost $1.8 million. Next, so we'll go through highlights because some of these are lots that are just like for a couple of $100,000, so we obviously don't need to look at those lots. But let's take a look at this $3.9 million one. I think this is karma because I had tried to get Zach Morris to come on the show many, many times, and he never did. He should have. Maybe he'd be safe. All right, so here we've got one again in Texas, sold on March 2021. So this is like, a year after COVID. This is like literally peak COVID markets pretty much. This is like when the market topped out. I mean, Yeah, these houses are just insane. Look at this. Movie theater, pool, you name it. Big house, brand new. It kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like almost too busy, the design, to me. I'm not an interior designer, but I like, it's like they're trying too hard almost in some of these rooms. To me, personally. Still a beautiful house, sure. Looks like they're trying a little bit too hard to me. But anyway, bottom line is the SEC got these guys, came after them. I don't know what the overall like outcome is gonna be. I'd be surprised, I think, if like a majority of these guys end up spending jail time. Because I mean, I doubt they're able to pay their fines, but I just would be surprised if they actually end up going to jail over this. I think what's probably more likely is some fines, maybe some community service. But at the end of the day, like I think like all of the 8 people that have been named in it had tried to position themselves as an influencer, as a podcaster, as someone with an audience. And now that's basically out the window. Will there still be people out there who, for whatever reason, follow Zach Morris and idolize him? Sure. But Zach Morris won't even be able to trade anymore. He won't be able to trade individual securities. So there's going to be no more, all right, here's what I'm doing, whatever. Yeah, American Greed should do an episode on Atlas trading, because I think it'll look so ridiculous when you see guys that are like 23, 24 saying they're making like hundreds of thousands of dollars on these penny stocks, acting like they're doing it consistently or with some, sort of like real strategies. And that's what I think is tough about Hugh and Dan. And I was like friendly with those guys. I was never like friends with them, but I was friendly with them. And Hugh is actually like a very well-spoken, like pretty smart sounding guy. So on their podcasts and stuff, I just got told to check my email. Oh. That was a mishap on my part. Let's go ahead and get these links on here. We're supposed to have a guest coming on that I screwed up. I'm trying to fix the situation right now. All right, all set there. But anyway, yeah, I'd be surprised if they end up actually going to jail. Did I win something? I wish. Speaking of someone, I got to pull the person's name who got the closest to the spy guess yesterday. But anyway, going back to the Atlas guys, I'd be surprised if they actually end up going to jail. But they're basically their lives, their potential careers as a podcaster, as an influencer, as a social media person, probably pretty much over. Like I said, I don't know who out there will still be, following Zach Morris, Hugh, and these guys. But yeah, on Pennies Going in Raw, like Hugh and Dan's podcast, that's what I think is so frustrating about the situation looking back on now. Because like I said, he was a pretty smart guy and was able to essentially like present himself as the kind of serious financial guy, investor that like knew, fundamentals and strategies and could read charts or whatever, where Dan was more just like, oh, I'm like the funny like vibes guy. I'm just going to like YOLO trade. But Hugh tried to, and I don't know how much of this was intentional versus how much of this he actually believed, but essentially acted or presented through his podcasts like he was, teaching people how to strategically trade and make money systemically throughout, in the stock market, when in reality, that's not even what he was doing. He was buying penny stocks that were getting pumped not by only himself, but by the rest of his group, and then selling those stocks for a nice little profit and rinse and repeating. And you can't get on a podcast and say that and say, oh yeah, if you want to be like me, if you want to make money like me, here's what you got to do. So he was saying, oh yeah, you got to find a pre-market runner, make sure it crosses its pre-market high, and then you're going to get bullish, and like all these different strategies, when in reality, he was never employing those strategies. So I think that's the most frustrating thing looking back on it was, the probably thousands and thousands of people who saw the wealth that Hugh and Dan and the rest of the Atlas members had accrued, saw how much money some of these people were making, and saying, okay, I want to do this. How can I be like you? And then they just ended up getting screwed over. When they ask what model, I say blue. Yeah, I get a lot of those calls too. But anyway, so this was, again, going back to Spencer's Twitter thread. Just basically like that's what was frustrating about this situation. So we'll keep following up on this story. We'll see if they end up going to jail. Like I said, I don't really think that's going to be the case. I forget how Spencer eloquently concluded his thread. He said, and there we have it, the Zach Morris real estate empire. What did we learn? Not sure. Maybe that pumping and dumping on your followers can be extremely profitable until the SEC and Department of Justice come for your ASS. Also, real estate in this part of Texas is stupidly cheap. It's not fair. So I actually thought this part was funny because Spencer said this part of real estate in Texas is stupid cheap because we were looking at those like huge mansions and they were, $2 million, whatever. And Spencer's from New Jersey, like New York City area. So I'm sure that's super expensive to him. But we're in Michigan right now, and I'm from St. Louis, Missouri area. And like, I think you could buy more in St. Louis, or at least in some parts of Missouri for sure, for that type of money than what you could get in some of those areas of Texas. But either way, way cheaper than what, Spencer or anyone else in the Northeast is paying right now. But all right, guys, I do see our next guest hanging out backstage, and I screwed up and we've kept them waiting longer than we should have on my fault. So without further ado, when I get a thumbs up or something from Chris that he's ready to go, we'll give Chris our very special intro. We'll bring Chris Klein on from Bitcoin IRA. We're going to be talking about the fallout from FTX, just some more basic stuff about the crypto industry right now, what's going on. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give Chris our very special intro and bring him on the show. Mr. Klein, welcome on Benzinga Live. How you doing?
Wonderful. Thanks so much for having me today. How are you?
I'm good. Sorry about that, about the confusion with the links and everything. That was my fault.
No worries at all. I'm just happy to be here and chat a little bit about crypto. It's we got a couple weeks left in this pretty long year for crypto.
I know. So it has been a long year. Almost hard to believe that Bitcoin's high was February 2022, right?
Yep.
So
it's not all-time high, but this year's high.
Oh, okay, that's right. So the high was November 2021. I was gonna say because if Bitcoin got back to a high, all-time high in February, that'd be like a crazy stat. That given everything going on this year, it was actually but it was at what 50,000 in February.
Yeah, just under around 41, 45. It's been a year. It's been a year for not just crypto, but the markets overall. I don't know if you're watching live, but now stocks are tanking this morning, 800 points. I'm not sure if you guys were chatting about that based on a belief that the Fed's going to take us into a recession, which I don't know where you stand on that, but I'm pretty sure we're headed that way regardless.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier, and we can touch on the Fed, and because I mean, obviously, Bitcoin moving off, the CPI print on Tuesday, then the Fed announcement on Wednesday. But yeah, I mean, to me, the Federal Reserve, like, it doesn't really make sense to me why yesterday you had Powell essentially saying, like, we need to see unemployment come up, like, essentially we need to see a recession to bring inflation down, when we've seen inflation come down a lot the past 3 months, and we haven't seen unemployment come up. Like, we have proof that inflation can come down a little bit without unemployment skyrocketing, and yet Powell's acting like that's not true. So I don't really know, but I'm going to trust that these guys know more about the economy than I do. I don't know.
I understand that. You're right. I mean, it does look like you hit the middle class twice. If prices are going up and unemployment starts to rise, that's where they get squeezed, rising costs and lower wages. So it should be interesting to see how things come through in 2023, not just for the main markets, but crypto overall. We've got some damage control to do. We've got to rebuild some trust, and we've got to rethink some of the ways we take on new entries into this market space, and new folks coming on board. Education is first key.
Yeah, and so Chris, I mean, I could probably sit here for this could be like a long form, hour-long interview. I could talk to you about, all these different things from FTX fallout, overall in crypto industry, Bitcoin specific, all these different things. But we've got about 10 minutes, so let's hit on some of the kind of big points. So like you said, the industry's got some things, I guess, to figure out from here. So what do you see at least? Like, give me like a silver lining from FTX. A lot of that was like the first couple weeks of November. So from like November 10th to now, like what have been some like silver linings of the crypto industry?
I think one of the first ones happened earlier this week, late last week, is that there is going to be accountability for what happened, right? And we need that. We need folks that are coming in or into crypto new or veterans for years. Need to know that when something like this occurs, a fallout because of this kind of behavior and corporate mismanagement, that there's going to be somebody held accountable so that the industry can grow and build that trust back up. I think the other thing that's kind of a silver lining is I'm actually, and most folks are, advocates for some kind of clarity and transparency on what regulation is and will look like for crypto moving forward. This is an event that will help accelerate that. We've had a lot in 2022, starting with the executive order in January from President Biden that we need to evaluate crypto into pretty much every 3-letter or 4-letter agency made some kind of statement about it throughout the year. That was posturing and research. This will help accelerate us into action. So there's actual layouts of what these groups need to do. If FTX had the guidelines like camels that banks have, you would be in a situation where there would have been reserves audits. We wouldn't have been using QuickBooks, all those types of things that we've seen happen here.
Yeah, and I mean that's what's shocking about the situation is that there's still details that come out about the FTX thing that are somehow shocking, and it's like, wait, how are we still surprised by this? But when I saw the QuickBooks thing like 3 days ago, I was like, what? But I was like, why am I surprised by this? But yet somehow I was, and it's just like every new detail that comes out seems more crazy. And I mean, it's I'm sure for you, it's like for you're like, all right, FTX is not the whole industry. Like a lot of us aren't like that, but I think for a lot of, layman people, they see that. And when they already don't know a lot about crypto, or maybe they were already a little bit skeptical about the industry, they see that and then they're like, all right, I'm, done with crypto or whatever. How do you think over time those people get reintegrated into the industry?
Well, we got to rebuild the trust. And I think one great way we can do it is an understanding of what is qualified custody. There's the concept of storage and who holds and how do you hold, how do you keep secure different types of crypto for different use cases. We need to make it feel, from the consumer perspective, a little bit more like what they're used to. When credit cards first came out, I don't know if you were alive, but I was a little toddler. But when credit cards first came out, people did not adopt to them quickly. It didn't make sense to them. Now, you couldn't imagine even walking around with a bunch of cash to make transactions. We don't even have change anymore since COVID. So we have to make it feel like what they're used to and make it act as it's supposed to. So if you do have, like with our program, you have it inside of an IRA, we have a trust custodian, we've got qualified custody with BitGo, all these layers, right? But the client sees an experience that's just like anywhere else they go. The difficulty is all the other moving parts living up to their standard. Groups like FTX and other exchanges have never really been great long-term storage solutions for crypto. Back before this business risk, there was the concept of just cyber risk. A lot of exchanges would get hacked. And if you were on exchange with your assets, they were at risk versus in cold storage. Now you've got a business risk associated with where you store your crypto. So we've got to build all those things up and bring new entries back onto the place. Now, this isn't happening in a vacuum, right? We have in the overall economy, inflation has gone down, which is great news, but it's still enduring. And it doesn't always include the things that are really squeezing the average Joe. Like higher education, transportation costs. These things aren't included. I think even rents are not included inside of it. So there's a lot of price squeeze happening overall, and there's not a lot of wage keep up with it. And you're also starting to see layoffs at the higher levels, like in tech and some of the big tech and FANG.
Yeah, I think those are all good points. And so, Chris, there's something I'm curious about. So, and we can get into a little bit about Bitcoin IRA, what it is you guys do, what you allow customers to do. But where do you stand just in terms of a lot of people are kind of Bitcoin maximalists. Where do you stand on that spectrum?
Well, I absolutely love Bitcoin. It was the first one I found back when we started this in 2015. So we've been through a few winners, right? So our stance on maximalism is that there is great utility that will come out of crypto. The way it's going to embed itself in our daily lives is more than just Bitcoin, right? Internet did this to communications. Email did this to the post office, et cetera. This will do it to money. Bitcoin will definitely lead that. It's first, it's king. It has that finite 21 million. It's got the way that it's built and the halving, all the elements that really will make it successful in an overall basket of currencies globally. But I can't imagine a world that I'd want to be a part of that doesn't involve smart contracts and Ethereum and the applications that are being built today on that backbone. If I could be part of buying like the internet in the 1990s, I would have done it, right? But there was no shares for it. Ethereum kind of brings that to the table. So and beyond down the stream, there's different use cases. So there was a lot of flack around the meme coins last summer. They were running like Shiba and Doge. But if it's not them, something like them will likely fit into platforms like Twitter and others. Maybe Instagram looks like it may be doing it where you can pay subscriptions as that medium of exchange for them in the use case. Also tipping for content and things like that. So it's interesting to explore, but most folks coming in keep it pretty simple and stay in those top two of Bitcoin and Ethereum, and maybe dabble and explore. A lot of research you got to do when you've got thousands of them that come from different models. We've had ICO waves, IEO waves, all these things to do your homework and really make sure you know what this application's utility is. I was at a conference a couple of months ago, and the guy said, make sure you're solving a problem that actually exists. Sometimes you run into where you think that this is a use case somebody wants, but at the end of the day, it's not as big as you envisioned when you built your solution.
Yeah, and that's what I was curious about, because especially, and here's where you can kind of get more into the Bitcoin IRA part, but I assumed for most people, buying Dogecoin or Shiba Inu coin or whatever it is, aren't doing so in their IRAs, right? That the people that are looking to buy crypto in this fashion, or at least through Bitcoin IRA, are probably more sticking to Bitcoin or Ethereum was my assumption, and it sounds like that might be on the right track. But yeah, so I've got the site pulled up here, Chris. So I see up here too, by the way, 60 plus crypto. So you can add some of these other cryptos on there, but give me the brief rundown on this. Like, how does this work from a regulatory standpoint? What do people need to do? Can you do this in addition to a different IRA, or would you need to make this like kind of your sole and primary IRA?
Absolutely. No, it's actually most folks use as a mix. So they'll take a piece of an IRA they have at Fidelity, or an old 401k they had from a past employer, and roll over a portion of it, or just start a brand new one and do a contribution. But in essence, our platform is a fintech tool that allows you to log in, create, fund, and then self-trade an account 24/7, 365 at your leisure. But the assets are being held inside your retirement under tax advantage settings. So a Roth, traditional separate, or otherwise, just like you have in the regular world. And what we've done is make it so that the interface is smooth and seamless. Behind the scenes, how it fits up to IRA standards is there is a trust custodian. We've worked with several over the years, and recently in 21, we launched our own digital trust vertically integrated into our platform. And execution of trades has taken place on OTC, not exchange, and then stored direct to cold storage wallet solutions, We use BitGo. We've been doing this since 15. They've been the biggest. They're kind of like the Brinks of the industry, the Goldman Sachs of their industry. So we use them exclusively to store behind insurance, et cetera, all those long-term assets for folks. But you're able to make changes at any time, and it can be in conjunction with other things. The self-directed IRA is very powerful. It's beyond just crypto. I heard you were talking about real estate earlier. Some folks use it for that, land, private equity, small businesses, peer-to-peer lending, or just lending in general. All those tools are available in these types of accounts.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I mean, that's cool right now that people are able to just get exposure to these different asset classes that they weren't able to. I mean, really, as recent as like 5-10 years ago. I mean, I think you had the Jobs Act in like 2011 that opened up a lot of ability for individual investors to kind of expand their reach into some alternative investments. And this is something, Chris, that we get asked about like all the time. And if people are buying crypto for the long term, which I to me like is the only way to really buy crypto. Like I wouldn't be buying Bitcoin right now to hold like for a swing trade for a couple weeks. So I'd only be buying Bitcoin if I were trying to hold on to it long term. You want to look into some stuff like this and see how you can get it at a tax advantaged way, because there's really, the way I see it, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's not a lot of downside to doing it in an IRA if you already plan on holding that crypto long term in the first place.
Yeah, if you are done your research, one of the nice things we bring to the table is a lot of education. Most crypto platforms are very digital. So you got to talk to a robot, intercom, or chat function. We actually have real human beings that we've kept that for the 5 or 7 years that we've been doing this. And they will help folks learn what they need to about the cryptos they want to do. The biggest thing is funding accounts. Banks actually move relatively inefficiently when you're trying to move funds from bank to bank or deposit things. As we all know, we've all been through that. So that's the tool that you have available. But you're right. If you are already into crypto, want to put it into your portfolio, imagine our first client bought Bitcoin in his Roth for $250. At one point, that was the price of Bitcoin. At one point, he had a lot of growth, and still does today. And that's all inside of a tax-free setting. He's going to be able to take that out at distribution age, tax-free, all that growth. Have you done that on any other just regular wallet or non-qualified custody solution like this? Now you're going to have the capital gains that have been a big buzzword for the last year since everybody had a lot of wins in 21.
Got it. So, Chris, we are running up on time here. I've got another question. I'll see if we've got questions flying in from the chat. But one thing I'm curious about right now, because I'm sure it's come up, and we touched on it a little bit, just about building up trust in the industry. But how does Bitcoin IRA specifically kind of ensure customer assets are safe? You know, are you guys doing any sort of Alameda backdoor, swaps and getting all these crazy derivatives? What's going on?
Yeah, no, great question. So to be, I guess, regulated and compliant within what we do in self-directed IRAs, we have to have a trust custodian that's regulated at the state level. There's about 3 or 4 major states that manage these. One of them is Nevada, another one's South Dakota. So we actually get audited regularly once a year by a FinCEN and Nevada FID. So we have to go through that. We have also externals. But the big difference is we're not out there. These groups were offering unreal interest rates, not just FTX, but what happened in June with Celsius Voyager and others, offering 8, 10, 12% yield on your crypto. They're going to have to start making more and more risky decisions to feed that yield. That's not a function of our platform, and that's what got a lot of this to happen. Your assets come in, they're held in cold storage at BitGo. They're able to be distributed or traded for you at any moment in time. They're not being rehypothecated or leveraged in any way. Just can't do it with an IRA. Even if you asked and said, hey, I want to leverage my things and do all this, those are tools that they don't allow inside of IRAs for good reason.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, I'm glad to hear that, customers do have that security. And yeah, like you said, I mean, some of those returns offered, I know the one famous one that got circulated in the FTX pitch deck that was like 18% risk-free return. And it's like, all right, how did everyone not just right then and there say what's going on here? Yeah. All right, Chris, anything we should touch on that we have not gotten to already?
No, I think just going into next year, there's going to be a lot happening. Keep yourself aware. Watch your Benzinga TV. Make sure you're doing your homework, because I think I've been a student of economics since college and probably before. It's going to be a very pivotal and big year that we're going to look back on and say a lot of things will change. We have to start making some changes for sustainability.
Right. And I think, so I guess this could be last question or thing we talk about, but like on that note, like you mentioned this earlier, you know, kind of made the parallel to like in the internet early days, there's this utility that's coming that we may not even see right now. But for a lot of people, I think Bitcoin and crypto as a whole over the past few years, all that utility and future utility aside, became a vehicle for speculation. And now seeing that, you know, maybe speculation bubble burst, whatever it is, but essentially like how do I know, or when I'm investing in either the technology that could be, you know, world changing down the road, or just a speculation asset, a speculative asset?
Well, I think it's the meme. You talk about memes a lot. The Futurama one where he's throwing and says, "Take my money." That has unfortunately been the cycle of retail for these last two runs of crypto. In 17, without much knowledge, just FOMO drove that whole thing for a few months. And then 21 also, you had a very cheap capital and a lot of stimulus money out there that was driving this. And speculation drives greed. I think what you're going to see now that there's been another clearing is that every time we have these bears, the market comes back stronger. We build. Coinbase is running great ads right now about, while everybody else is chatting, let's just go build for the future. And that's where you're going to see the real strength in it. The nice part is most of these, like Bitcoin and Ethereum, these are decentralized at heart. So you take away the element of a business has to succeed. I believe this asset class is going to succeed in the long run over time, because I see things like the printing of currency at exponential levels than we've seen historically, and what effect that is going to have in 10 to 15 years. And you see just a change in society overall that's happening towards digitization. And that's why I think like Meta made a really early big bet on the metaverse, and they might be too early to get to the fruition of it. But others are coming. That part, I have an 8-year-old daughter. They live inside these things. You have to take them away from them, but they build these worlds in Toca Boca and in Roblox that it's their world. They're comfortable there. And some of them, like mine, was in kindergarten when COVID happened. So it's a shift in generations for sure.
Yeah, and you have all the people that laugh at, you know, the metaverse, or you laugh at people paying thousands of dollars for a monkey JPEG, whatever they want to call it. And
Millions,
unfortunately. Millions, sorry. I always think back to the Paul Krugman quote about where he's like, you know, the internet will end up being less important to society than the fax machine or something. Just be like, hey, sometimes people get these things wrong. So all these people laughing at Facebook for investing in the metaverse right now could very well be wrong in 20 years. I don't know. So we don't know. Like I said, I'm down. I want to invest in like the blockchain technology, crypto. I think that's here to stay, will be forever. The speculation that, oh, buy this coin and you're going to become a millionaire overnight, I'm okay without that right now. So I think actually seeing that stuff shake out in crypto isn't the worst thing for the long term. And then that's where I'm seeing the silver lining right now is I think a lot of the froth and a lot of the, you know, frills are getting shaken out, and then the kind of meat and potatoes will still be there at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
All right, Chris. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on the show today. Looking forward to hopefully having you on again. Anytime I need an expert to come on and talk to me about crypto, talk to me about Bitcoin, I'm going to reach out to you.
Absolutely. I look forward to joining you anytime.
All right, Chris. Well, enjoy the rest of your Thursday. Enjoy your weekend, and happy holidays.
You too, sir.
All right, guys. That was Chris Klein, the CRO and co-founder of Bitcoin IRA. If you want to go check that out, we'll drop the link in the chat, bitcoinira.com. Again, like if you're investing in crypto for the long term, I don't know why you wouldn't want to do it in a tax advantaged way. Otherwise, you're just paying more.
Is it hard to do?
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
You should have asked Chris.
Yeah, I should ask Chris. Who's talking to me right now? I don't know. That would be Mr. Hot Stocks, Luke.
No, but I think it does make sense, right? If you're here for the long term, why not do it
literally
a tax advantage way?
The
only reason would be if it was hard to do,
or if because you like wanted to pay more taxes to the government.
I enjoy a lot of the services I get.
Do you enjoy a lot of how about the public roads we used today to get to the office?
There was a little bit of a disaster.
Oh.
Producer AB and I carpooled this morning.
We did.
It was a long ride.
It was a long ride. Anywho, Luke, what have you been watching today in the markets? Markets getting absolutely sloshed from J-Pow yesterday still.
Yeah. I know.
Okay.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
Wait, I have something more exciting to talk about.
All right, hold on, AT. For some reason, it won't let me change our names on here. Can you help me out, please? Oh wait, it just did. All right. Sorry, it's not working on mine. It's working on there. Look, Luke can look at mine. I'm not crazy. It just says AB on mine, doesn't it?
You're crazy. All right, I got something more exciting, more interesting to talk about. Start of the new year, we are going to be running a live cash portfolio together. So let's talk about it for a second. We're going to be taking a $10,000 brokerage account. It's only going to be used for the sake of this portfolio. We're going to start with a starting allocation out of this group, and then we're going to be trading it together. The rules are going to be no single position can take up more than 25% of the portfolio. That's pretty liberal. We're going to open up to stocks, cryptos, options. We're going to be looking for, let's call it, short to long-term swing trades. This is not going to be an active day trading portfolio. We're going to be checking in on this live on this show 3 times a week. So we're not going to be day trading. We're not going to be scalping, but we're going to be doing some position trading. Maybe we'll get into some pairs trading. I think we will want to go long, short, depending on what the market looks like, depending on what various industries look like. But the exciting piece of it is we're actually doing it. We talked about doing this for 2022. We didn't actually pull it off. 2023, we're planting our flag in the ground. We're actually building the live portfolio together. So, ask to the group is, let's get started on this due diligence process. If you have stocks that you think deserve a spot in the starting lineup of this 2023 portfolio, we'll be tracking it all year. Drop them in the chat. I'll pick up the first load of due diligence on these names, but we're basically going to be digging into them together. We're going to be making the cases to add them to the portfolio, not to add them to the portfolio. We're going to be taking bets out of the group. Again, we're going to be looking at pretty much all asset classes, all company sizes, no holds barred, and let's see how big we can get this portfolio up by the end of the year. Here's the kicker that I think we should do. You ready?
Okay.
I think that the profits that come off of this portfolio, we should raffle out to one zinger who is a part of it throughout the course of the entire year.
Yeah, we could do it like a...
you like that or no?
Yeah, we could do it like, you know how they do the 50-50 at the Lions game?
Yes.
Where 50 goes to the person who wins and 50 goes to charity?
Mm-hmm.
We could do something like that. Or maybe a 75-25.
Maybe a 75-25.
What if we lose money on it, though? If we lose money, how about this? If we
lose money,
any dollar under 10,000, we have to match that to charity. So if we lose like 2,000,
so it's a double whammy. We're doubling down. All right, I'll do it.
We have to donate an extra 2,000 to charity.
All right.
I also want I want the ability to make one like Trump trade. Like I can just I get to say like I want to do this trade. And you can say, I think that's a terrible idea, and I can say,
how often? One for the year?
Yeah, one for the year. Just one.
Oh, absolutely.
Like that.
Yes.
I want one that I get the ability to override on. With like a dollar limit. I can't say like $10,000 worth of calls.
Well, no, the rule is no single position can take up more than 25% of the portfolio.
Yeah, I'm not
regardless
even
of what the size
I'm saying like we can say my one override trade is like limited at like $500 or something.
No, I'll let you pick.
All right.
Cool. You got one for an entire year's 250 trading days.
Cool.
I will let you have it.
So yeah, we'll do some. I'm gonna use it on like the first day.
All right, keep symbols going. All right, I want people to drop in some symbols this week. We'll do the same thing Thursday next week, and we're gonna pick this starting lineup for first day of trading this year. I believe is January 3rd for the upcoming year. Does that sound right? All right, January 3rd, first day of trading. We're gonna have our stocks picked out going into them. That's when we're gonna open everything up.
Let's see.
I got Bank of America, Genius, Neo, ExxonMobil, Gold, Domino's, LNG.
Oh yeah, because so Monday is the 2nd, but they're doing we're celebrating New Year's Day.
Yeah, market's closed on Monday.
The 2nd of the year this year. Guys,
January
keep that
3rd.
in mind. New Year's Day is on the 2nd of the year of this year. And don't forget to put your clocks back this weekend.
Torchlight Energy.
Oh man, we did talk about that earlier on the show.
What did you say?
We just talked. I gave a brief rundown on the Atlas situation without saying too much. I mean, they like I was up front. They're friends. They're friends of the show. I'm friendly with you and Dan. I was saying that was my take on it was, especially the one of the frustrating things I think looking back on it was how on like Penny's Going and Raw and stuff on their podcast. Remember how he used to write an article recapping their podcast every week?
Yes.
I think one of the frustrating things looking back on it is Hugh is actually like a pretty like smart guy, and he would like try to talk about all these different like strategies and stuff as if like those were the strategies he was really employing, when really like he was probably just buying stocks that the other Atlas people were buying,
Yes. All right, for this 2023 portfolio, we're getting some love on the Chinese stocks in the chat. How do you feel about that? I'm super about it.
Yeah,
we got Neo, we got TME, which I think is Tencent Entertainment. Is that right? Or did I read that wrong?
No, 10 cents. It's like an OTC. It's like TCCHY
Okay.
or something.
All right. What is TME? It's some entertainment play.
No, actually,
yeah, TME, Tencent Entertainment.
You're right. That's the.
And then just general China names.
Sorry, that's the music part of Tencent. The Tencent, real Tencent ticker is TCEHY. But yeah, either way, I mean, you're long Tencent music. Same thing. But
I'm very much about adding Chinese names into this portfolio.
Yeah,
this is not like our safe retirement fund. This is like, let's swing trade this thing and see if we can double it.
Yeah, 100%. So here's the thing with China, and I gave my thoughts on this yesterday with Baba. I'm very bullish Baba, and I'm still bullish Baba here. I said yesterday, and I still believe this, like we're due for a little pullback. You can see Baba down 4% today, so maybe that is this pullback. But you can see, I mean, we went from $60 to $100 in like 2 months. So you go up almost 50% in 2 months. You're due for a little bit pullback somewhere, and this is on the daily chart. But when you zoom out, it's not like this move to the upside we've had is that drastic. You're still basically at the bottom of the barrel here. So I don't want people to look at Baba being up 30% over the last month thinking, oh my God, I missed out on my opportunity to go long Baba. I don't think that's the case. But I also think we're due for a pullback here. We're seeing that a little bit today. So I might wait till we get closer back down to 80, go long there. But I am overall long Baba for sure, Luke.
All right, and this idea of Chinese stocks, if you think that Chinese stocks deserve a spot in our starting lineup, put a 1 in the chat. If not, put a 2. Some other interesting ones in there. Who is it? I think it's Jay Rice is trying to pick some bottoms. You got Carvana, which I sort of want to veto. Peloton, which I'm definitely going to veto.
Yeah.
Wish.com I'm sort of about.
I'm fine with going like high risk, high reward on some of these names.
What about Wish.com? Come on. That is actually...
You know what name I would
There's money to be made on Wish.com.
You know what
I don't own the stock.
Okay. If I was going bottom fishing out here, one that I would consider buying is Upstart.
Upstart's okay. Look, can I make this quick case to you on Wish.com?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to like it, but go ahead.
All right. Okay, yeah, Jay Rice's jokes. Okay, good. Thank God. I was about to say I'm not about those. All right. Here's my argument for you on Wish. I don't know. It's sort of tough to make the case. But the company has $600 million of cash on the balance sheet. It is burning $100 million a quarter cash flow from operations. That means it's got at least somewhat of a runway. I think we have some time before an offering gets dropped on the market. You've got revenue. Let's see. Revenue $125 million a quarter, so that's $500 million a year. Market cap on Wish is what? $430 million. So it's trading at less than 1 time market cap. It is unprofitable, right? So that obviously doesn't hurt.
I have a bull.
I don't know.
I have a bull case for you.
On Wish?
Yeah.
When we bought the Obama rings?
Yeah, okay.
That was peak Benzinga TV.
Remember when, what happened if you, just overall consumer behavior when we got out of COVID lockdowns? Do you remember?
No.
Just people were spending money like crazy because they had stimulus checks. People hadn't been
we
able
had
to spend
crazy
money.
stimmy checks. It was
So
the best.
revenge spending is a thing. We've gotten revenge spending before. And I don't know how much of Wish's business comes from China. I know it's a Chinese company. But I think we're going to see some revenge spending in China as they're getting out of this lockdown. Because think about how much revenge spending we had for being locked down for like 6 months.
Well, that's such a good play.
They've been locked down for 2.5 years. And now they're going to get out and just spend willy-nilly. And I'm sure a lot of that won't be online.
Ooh, I like that.
But a lot of it will be too. I mean,
are there Chinese travel plays?
I'm sure like
there's
Macau. Yeah.
Macau casinos. Okay, that's
Macau casinos. One thing interesting, just because when you're bringing up those fundamentals, it reminded me of this. Luke, what are the current interest rates? Remind me.
What's the Fed funds rate?
Yeah.
Or what's the
like
cost?
What can you get on like cash right now?
As a consumer?
Sure, a business.
3%.
3%. Could we say 4% if you're a business? 3%? 3.5%?
It's actually worse for businesses.
Worse for businesses. So
Yeah.
what do you want to say? 2.8%?
Maybe.
All right. So Twilio's market cap is 9.4 billion. It's got 632 million in cash right now. So let me do some math on this real quick.
Okay, I see what you're getting at.
I saw it. So basically, this is.
I got a stock to talk shit about in a second here too.
All right, 630 million times 0.03. $18 million, 19 million. Twilio would get. Wait, hold on. I'm doing something wrong here. Maybe it's on their total.
Try and do 600 million in cash times 3% is 18 million, right?
Yeah. No, I saw a tweet basically saying that Twilio is trading at like 35 times what it could get on like interest. Maybe it's on their total assets and not just its cash or something.
Look at cash and equivalents.
Oh, cash and
maybe.
equivalents. Where's that at?
All right, I'm looking at the balance sheet right
financials.
now. Yeah, there you go. All right, cash and equivalents, 600 million. Short-term investments, I think that's what you want to look at, is 3.6 billion.
Yeah. Okay. So if you add that to that, if you got interest on like all of their cash and equivalents, it's essentially trading at like if Twilio just shut down business and started just racking up interest on the cash that it had, it'd only be trading at like a 30 times multiple right now, which is kind of crazy. Someone pointed that out on Twitter. I thought it was crazy. I didn't do a good job articulating that. Luke understood what I was trying to get at. Either way, Twilio. I mean, I think the stock's just still getting punished because it's not a profitable business, right? Just like Wish isn't a profitable business, Twilio isn't. I mean,
all right, we want to talk about unprofitable businesses?
Look at this chart. That's ugly.
All right, Hood could be a buyout. Thank you. Yes, I'm long Hood. That's one of my largest single stock positions, in it from somewhere around 9 or so. I think Hood absolutely could be a buyout. There's a lot of baggage that comes with buying out Hood, though.
I actually think I mentioned this to Luke earlier. Robinhood put out the ability to make it a full cash account, which for whatever reason wasn't available before. I get emails from Robinhood every day that they're rolling out like new
retirement products.
Yeah, new IRA products, all this stuff. Like, I don't think IRA is, just go. Or sorry, I don't think like Robinhood's like at trouble of just like going out of business. I think they have real value. The interface is far and away the most popular among young people in finance. Like among like the 20 to 30 user base, Robinhood's layout is 100% the most popular. There's value in that. There's value in someone buying it literally just for the UI. I would think so. I mean, if it was that
it's the customers. It's the customers that makes it value, I think.
Okay. That's fair. But I think if the UX UI was that easy to just like copy on Robinhood, wouldn't you see like other, like you pull up like Webull or E-Trade's app, they're not as easy to use, in my opinion.
All right, I want to throw this one out to the group. All right, beaten down stock, what I think is one of the most ridiculous SPAC deals of 2021. Can anybody guess what it is? If you guess what it is, you are guaranteed picking a spot in the starting lineup for the year.
What was your question? I won't guess, but I just want to know the question.
The most ridiculous SPAC, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, you already asked about
of 2021. I already talked to you about it today.
Yeah. All right, wait. Also, Luke, while people are guessing on that, here's the Twilio trades at like 35 times its interest income.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. Do we get information about where they're investing? Like, what are their yield assets?
So it was true as of last week. 3.2 billion of net cash that should generate 4.5 blended yield over NTM, assuming mix of bonds, CDs, and treasuries. Roughly 150 million of interest income. I don't think they are doing that. I think they could. They just basically
No, they definitely are. Corporate treasury management is a very real thing. How do we use that as an individual investor? I don't totally know. This is one solution. But there are very, very large businesses and very, very large practices in financial institutions that just manage corporate treasury.
Yeah, see, that's interesting.
Right, they're not just throwing $3.5 billion in a bank account.
Because you would think like all the smartest like money managers or like traders or whatever are managing money for like Goldman or whoever. But like think about the guy that Apple has in charge of their corporate treasury.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like trading like
sure.
He's like, yeah, I mean,
how
Apple,
much cash does Apple have?
How much cash
All
is
right,
there?
yeah, we got some guesses. Most ridiculous SPAC in 2021. DWAC. That's up there. Got a couple DWACs. SFT. Clover Health.
I'll give you guys a hint. It is quite literally, I think, the ugliest chart you can find out there of any. Root is on the right track from Jay Rice.
Yeah, Root is up there.
Roots.
SoFi.
All right, let's see. Financials.
No, Root is nowhere near as bad.
The chart wise, kind of. I haven't looked at the Root chart in a while, but
IRNT. What is that one again? God, these names all fell. IronNet.
What does this even mean?
Yeah, IronNet is definitely up there.
Luke,
Holy
how
God.
how much money is 23,000 million?
23,000
This
million.
is Apple's cash and equivalents last quarter.
It's 23 billion, right? Wait, scroll down. What's the next one? What's the next line item in their balance sheet?
Short-term investments.
Yeah, add that up too. Same thing.
Wait, add them together?
Short-term investments is like them owning 3-month treasuries.
Accounts receivable? Is that, can I add that too?
Don't add accounts receivable.
All right, so about 50 billion. Every 1,000 million is a billion. I feel really stupid asking that, but
yeah.
Okay, every 1,000 million is a billion. So 50 billion. That's not that much money. 50 billion in cash.
Nobody has this one. HOFV. That's up there.
Oh, the NFL Hall of Fame going public. Like they sell tickets? They sell tickets to like get into the NFL Hall of Fame, and they decided to go public. They do own the like rights and licenses to something. Like
that one was ridiculous. I'll give you that. Oh my God. No, it was not that. It was they're building resorts around the NFL Hall of Fame.
I know, and it was also like NFTs.
That one
and
was
all
a
this
ridiculous
stuff. HOFV.
HOFV. We got a special guest coming over.
Wait.
You talking about most?
I Hall of Fame resorts. What's the status?
Let's check.
We're going over.
I was there. I went to. I was in Canton, Ohio.
Okay.
And remember, for my flag football team, and I was seeing like their stuff and whatever. But what happened with it? Is it just...
yeah, their investor presentation said that 22% of last year's revenue came from flag football.
Yeah, we're talking about the most ridiculous SPACs of 2021.
Yeah.
I've got a clear winner in my mind.
But I don't
that
think.
One's up there.
But ridiculous. I don't like. You just mean in terms of like the worst business possible.
But how about like what is one of those stocks? Torchlight. How about that one?
Is that
listed? Is Torchlight?
I don't know. Let's go. Ticker TRCH.
Have you guys talked about this stuff?
We talked about. Yeah, it's not. It's literally not even on the market. TRCH was.
Oh yeah, Torchlight. Yeah. You guys. I got torched in Torchlight.
Clover.
You know.
Clover is still on the market. Whatever. NAKD.
Clover Health. What's Clover Health at?
Oh, NAKD is off the market.
This should be a segment. Hey, if Aaron Thomas gets back from vacation, then you should be a segment that they should cut out, like all the most ridiculous SPACs. Is that what they're going to do here? Most ridiculous SPACs of 2022. All right, I'm reading that. Okay. So, yeah, what's Clover at?
Clover's at $1.
I mean, I'll give you one that I just lost a boatload on. I just lost a boatload on Circle. They had warrants, and I had the warrants in the common, and they decided not to go public. I kept selling down because I was like, you know, whatever, and it went to 0 2 days ago.
But how is actual USDC doing right now?
Well, USDC is what got me into Voyager so much stuff. So I don't have fond remarks about USDC. Andrew Ross Sorkin had the Circle CEO on a couple of days ago, and I gave some, questions, and I don't have fond remarks on USDC. It works as I guess a technology, but they said it's 1-to-1. 1-to-1? Where's my freaking 1-to-1? I'll let's say I invested $1,000, Aaron.
Yeah.
I thought it was getting $1,000 back, no matter
Plus
what.
some with
Plus
interest.
some interest,
Yeah.
right, Aaron? Well, the truth is, I thought I was getting $1,000 back. So I thought it was as safe as J.P. Morgan. So I didn't just have $1,000 there. I had a lot more than $1,000. Well, that $1,000 I put in, I'm definitely not getting that interest, and I'm definitely not getting that
$500 back?
I can't say the percentages. I'm on the committee of Voyager of this UCC, but let's just say it's not fucking pretty.
But I'm saying just USDC right now, Tether, USDC, Tether, are those like depegged? Are they still going? Are people still buying them? I don't know.
And then I bought it, Luke. That's the other thing. I bought, like,
we can go back and play the video. You're in Florida, and we had the chat was all saying to buy it.
Oh, by the way, Easy Mike is talking about INST that my daughter gave. It's up 100%.
Whoa.
So it's not up 100%. It's not up. It's up like 8%. But the one that's up like so much is another one that she gave.
Hold on,
There's two.
time out. Yeah, 10 cent was from your kids.
Yeah, 10 cent.
I gave INST.
So 10 cent. I'm up like 40K on this, I think.
Riley's getting the credit for my stock picks now?
Your 10 cent was your
no,
pick?
No, that's Riley's. INST, that's Canvas. That's the
that was you.
education one.
Yeah, INST was you. Then, well, Riley, we asked if she uses it.
Yeah.
So it's not as up as much. It's up like 6%. Yeah, there were sports backs of Sports Radar. I don't know how they're doing.
I think Riley's sleeper pick is definitely Aritzia into holiday season.
Aritzia? What are you talking about? Are you drunk?
That was her call.
Yeah, that was
right?
one we talked.
Yeah, that was one of Riley. That's Riley's sleeper call.
I never heard of it. What is Aritzia?
Well, you're about to after this
Canadian-
holiday shopping season.
It's
okay?
a Canadian
You'll
woman's.
see it on the credit card receipt.
There's one at Somerset. It's a Canadian women's clothing brand. It's like the hottest brand among.
What symbol is it? Is it a public company?
It's OTC. It's actually the best performing Canadian stock over the past 5 years.
ATZAF.
What do they sell?
Like women's clothing, like going.
Riley Rasnick said this one.
No, I think I asked her about it because I was asking her about like do girls still like Lulu or do they like Aritzia? I don't think Riley shops. This is like more adult.
I don't know. I remember this
might
being
shop
a
here.
Riley like shout out stock. Inside, it's a holiday spender.
Got it.
Interesting.
Well, Mike, family's on spending cap. They already hit their cap, so they're done for now.
Yeah.
So,
I was gonna go big on Christmas this year, but then Jerome Powell decided no yesterday. He said,
"Yeah, I mean, this is the season of cutting. It's a season of cutting. Sometimes it's people.
Wait, Raz, you said you were gonna call me last night. What happened?
On the way home?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I should have followed
This
up.
is the season of doing what you say and saying what you do, and sometimes there's a failure there. Aaron Thomas is back from vacation. By the way, Rohan permanently's like gone. Like he's in India.
I think he retired.
Yeah, Rohan permanently retired. So guys, I don't know if you ever met Rohan. He permanently retired from Benzinga. So everyone just say
shalom.
Shalom to Rohan.
Shalom.
He's probably watching us from Egypt. It's all good. It's all good. And then. Yeah, and then Spencer Israel, because of the, the ozone layer, he had issues with that.
Wait, yeah,
send him an email. His email's in the chat.
No,
Just send him a nice hi.
Everyone tweet that email.
It's
not even his Benzinga one. That's his personal. Email or tweet at Spencer. Happy Hanukkah. It's starting in like 3 or 4 nights. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah, I like Yeti. I love Yeti. I had that at 6. But yeah, so guys, everyone email Spencer.
What about Crocs?
Crocs, oh my God, I bought that at 40, 50.
Will you buy me a pair of Crocs for Christmas?
It didn't happen.
I could do that. Do you want Crocs?
Yeah, one pair of Crocs.
What size shoe? You're probably like a 7? A 7?
9.5, 10.
That's the same size I am.
9.5, 10. You can look at my shoes right now.
Let me see. I don't believe it. Give it to me. I don't believe it. Just look, I don't trust your
All right,
eyes.
6.5.
You know what they say about your small shoe size, Aaron?
What's that?
You know what they say about small shoe size, right?
Small socks?
Small feet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, where's all the chatters here? I need some more.
Randy wants a pair of Crocs too.
What color?
But okay, we need to, if we're gonna get Crocs.
Wait, do you want the special Crocs? I have a different version that are not Crocs.
I want the little extra things that go in them.
Oh, gibbets.
Gibbets, yes.
Yeah, gibbets. I saw a text message. Don't tell my daughter from the guy that likes her that when they're in Boston, when I was able to see these texts, he said, "Can I buy you gibbets for your Crocs?"
Oh, so you had the iMessage thing where they were going to your thing too?
No, I'm not telling you exactly how I had it, Aaron. Okay, that's not how I had it. Although I just went and checked last night for the messages, and I couldn't find it.
Like Chris Catchy Pokemon Crocs.
Jurassic. That's gibbets, I think. No, he wants Crocs, or what does he want?
Look at the top chat.
Oh, my kids want the Pokemon Crocs. If you're buying, Raz.
Oh,
okay.
wait, Chris. Actually,
here. Corey. Corey. Corey, we need help. Chris Kachi wants Pokemon Crocs
for his kids.
I need size, so get in touch with him, okay?
Also, Chris, send me
He
your
has 3
address.
kids,
I
just so
gotta.
you know.
I'm
He
gonna
has
send
3
that.
kids.
I'm gonna send that Funko Pop to you for Christmas this
Oh,
year.
how is that company doing?
Funko.
No,
yeah.
not Funko. The other one we had, Genius, G-A-N-U-S. What? why go like this? I can't talk about it.
No good. No good.
They're on. Holy schmoly! Don't they have all the licenses to everything?
Yeah, they
Wait,
have
no.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kindergarten Superheroes. Yeah.
This is Genius's stuff.
Yeah, and they have someone else.
Stan Lee. They have all the Stan
and they
Lee
have and they have Warren Buffett. So why is it at 60 cents? Can
Yeah,
we
why
get
don't
it?
the kids love the Warren Buffett cartoon?
I love it.
Yeah. Next Thursday, AB. Let's bring our friend from Genius Brands on.
Andy Hayward, was that his name?
Basically, they're having a hard time selling their shows.
Okay.
Like, why?
Chris, facilitate. Chris Hakachi, will you help us facilitate that?
I hate to ruin the SPAC segment, but here. Aaron Bree has failed me. He's not getting any cracks from me. I asked him months ago a year ago, to get me Ashley Vance to come on the show. It's so easy. I tweeted Ashley. I was like, hey, thanks, man, thanks. But Aaron refuses to write to him. Ashley Vance changed my life. I read this book about Elon Musk like 5 years ago, and I kept my shares. And now I sold a bunch of it. I sold half my position about 6 months ago, and then I thought I was going to hedge. But remember, I'm not really good at options. So my hedge was I bought 2 puts of Tesla. Those are up like a bunch of money, and then I'm shorting 50 shares. Okay, well I didn't, 50 shares, so I'm up like 3,000 on that. But when you have 950 shares left, that's not really a good hedge, So
We just got news. I don't know if you saw, Raz, that Elon sold more Tesla last night, which would be worrisome to me if I'm a shareholder right now, just because the stock's already at like 52-week lows. To see an owner selling when it's already that low.
His tweet says, when the economy looks bad, lower, you don't want to have a huge amount of debt. Although Luke keeps raising debt, so I don't know what the freak is his problem about that. So Luke, I'm not kidding. Luke keeps raising debt. Don't ask me why, okay? I'm not kidding. Like I was happy interest rates higher, get a little more interest, but no, Luke, that's not so happy anymore. Whoa, Tiny Pie Media, I remember that guy. So that's him selling more stock is worrisome, but he's also, he has a lot on the line with Twitter. But the other side of it is, Aaron, when I got rid of my Tesla, you can look at the date, Tesla was at like 310, okay? I got rid of my Tesla. I got a different electric brand, and I'm not looking back. I actually I'm starting to like, other than I have to lock my car and turn it off and hit a button, which is so aggravating because I don't remember to lock my car and turn it off. That's the worst part about it. Other than that, the drive is so nice. I don't know. I think Tesla.
I know, and I brought that point up either, that I've heard more and more people. There was a guy in our office the other day. These 2 guys that work at Microsoft were walking in the parking lot, and one guy was talking about his Tesla, and he was saying, I'm getting rid of it, whatever. And I started talking to them, and he was like, I've had a Tesla for 5 years. I'm going to switch. And I took a screenshot. So this is just completely anecdotal. This is from Reddit, but comments on Reddit the other day from people saying, this guy goes, I'm a quality check guy. The factory is less than stellar.
Why is that there?
So, Raz, I think there are a lot of people with you that have had Teslas in the past that are saying they're done with them. I'd be worried.
All right, guys, I forgot I'm supposed to be on a call at 1.
Oh, man.
All right.
Well, thank you for hopping on, Raz.
All right, goodbye, Raz.
Money Mitch, we're late. Time to pass it off to you.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
What's going on, guys? How we doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
So what's the deal? You getting the NFTs, the Trump ones?
Oh,
you already bought them?
We're trying to rack up 45 so we can get to dinner with them, but they're hard to come by.
What are we trying to
do? Trump said if you buy 45 of his NFTs, you get to go to dinner with him.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Luke's like, I'm ready to buy.
4,500 total to buy 45.
Wait. There's no way.
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
Not like a private dinner one-on-one with him. It's like a dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
So it's $4,500 to go to Mar-a-Lago?
Luke's down.
I'd be down
yeah,
too.
I'm down. All right, let's do it. We're going to do the show from there. We're going to sneak it in.
We're going to hand it over to you because we're about 10 minutes late. Love Curb too. All right, Mitch. Peace and love. We'll see y'all soon.
All right, you get those. I want to see you at it. I need to get that content. So, all right, let's get towards Stock Market Movers team. It's been a good day. I hope you guys had fun with the Benzinga Live team. Let's get towards the action. We're going to go ahead and get started here, Stock Market Movers. We got a great show for you. Today, we got Rahul Sen Sharma, managing partner at Index. We also got Dan Nash, head of investment banking at Cohen and Company Capital Markets. And we're going to take a look into a little bit into the SPACs. Yes, I said it. We'll talk a little bit about SPACs coming up with Dan Nash. We got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of headlines. And of course, what's moving this market? Why did we come down? You guys saw earlier today, pre-market prep. I had the red light in the back. There's the reason why. Stay tuned and find out on Stock Market Movers. Let's get it started. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right towards the stock market action. Like we talked about yesterday, we talked, of course, that the Fed was raising rates. That came out at 2:30, so it was after our show. So we'll recap really quickly. Of course, we did get raising of the rates by 50 basis points. Things that stood out, right? Things that matter were comments like, of course, not in a sufficiently restrictive policy. That was definitely one of the mentions that was important by Jerome Powell. What does this tell us? That there's still more to keep raising those rates, right? Another thing that was important is a comment like, doesn't have a plan to pause or take a reversal path. What does this tell us? Well, it tells us to dive down on that whole pivot talking, right? Pivot really means not necessarily even pausing. It's actually cutting the rates, right? That's that reversal path that he mentioned. Well, we don't expect really for that to happen until potentially later in 2023. But of course, if we stay at a prolonged period of time, what is that going to cause? Well, a lot of people are thinking now that if we do stay at that prolonged interest rate, that recession is almost a given, right? I know a lot of people are still trying to battle that we could have a soft landing. A lot of that focus on the jobs, and we'll talk a little bit about the jobs number with that, right? Today, we got some more numbers that supported that, yes, inflation's coming down, but some of the other statistical data is not going in the right direction, as we got initial jobless claims to come in at 211,000 versus the 230,000 estimate, right? Well, we want to see this come in hot, go to 290. Go to 300,000 versus 230,000 estimate. That's what you want to be seeing if you expect a ripping rally to all-time highs. Well, we clearly are not getting that. Take a look at the price action that we are getting today. Let's take a look into the SPY, as the SPY is now down to 388. I know I was looking to the downside today. That's why sometimes, you got to catch the pre-market prep. We looked at that really quickly. In the pre-market, when we got these numbers, I said, look for what number? Well, look for the 394.50 area to break. We eventually started breaking through that. It was actually the 394.50 area. Yeah, and then we started cutting through that, using it as resistance. Then boom, right back down. We go all the way down to 388. We're down about 1.4% from that pre-market action, and continuing to dropping out of the daily range through the support. And so in my eyes, it looks like we could be filling in this gap now, coming through this gap here as we just touched it, now coming back towards around 380s. That's definitely in play here. Now, of course, we've been talking about a fourth quarter rally, potentially. Well, I think we already got that fourth quarter rally. And if anything, I think that's it. It let go. Another thing that gave me that sign is the 200-day now acting as resistance around the 402. And we couldn't go back through that trend line. We couldn't get back to 406, back to the 410s. So in my eyes, we're on a downturn. Another thing that gave us this outlook, we talked about it yesterday, right? Well, now you're seeing the RSI turn to the downside. That's not a good outlook. And you're also seeing what? The average true range expanding. We talked about how when the average true range has expanded, that's when we really, truly have started to get these knockdowns in the market. Well, you're seeing the average true range expand, and it's starting to hit here. SPY coming down fast, and not showing any signs of wanting to bounce. All right. Well, we didn't only get initial jobless claims today. We also got retail sales to hit, right? And those disappointing retail sales is not a good outlook there. Of course, we were expecting to hear some good numbers from the holiday sales, as we got some decent numbers from Black Friday, but just goes to show us that the consumer could be weakening, right? And I think that now we need to just keep watch to see what happens in the overall market, especially if our leadership is going to continue taking hits. Just take a look at the leadership today. Apple down big. These are 5-minute charts, so they might seem a little extreme. Microsoft down big. Google down big, right? If the big boys can't hold on, well, I don't see our market holding on either. And they're definitely taking a hard hit to the downside. Well, we'll see what else is going to happen from this. Will we get continued downside action? And of course, what comes into the focus now? Like I put on my Twitter, I think the focus now moves back to the headwinds, right? For a little bit, we were focused on, of course, the Santa Claus rally. Was Santa coming to town or not? I think Jerome told us yesterday, of course, that Santa isn't real and he isn't coming this year. But now we need to kind of watch what happens moving forward. Are we going to be focused on, of course, earnings coming down, recession concerns? These are the areas that I will be focusing on. But coming up, we got a great interview right now on an area that I'm definitely interested, which is talking about bonds. Might not even be just U.S. bonds, right? Well, let's get into our interview today. Excited to go ahead and talk to Rahul Sen Sharma, managing partner at Index. Does a lot of indexing, right? Well, I want to ask him some questions about that coming up. Stay tuned, team. And if you have a question on portfolios, indexing, or the overall economy, go ahead and throw it up in the chat. Let's go ahead and ask Rahul some questions. Let's get into it here as we go ahead. Our first interview today. All right, let's bring on Rahul here. How we doing today?
Hey, Mitch, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Yes, good to have you back, especially on a day like today where we are getting a little bit of some downside action. And of course, yesterday we did get Fed Chair Jerome Powell to give us some conversation. What did you get from the conversations that were spoken yesterday?
Well, as an index provider, we don't focus on the short term as much as we do kind of the big picture and the medium and the long term. So while, of course, the market is digesting things maybe in a more negative sentiment at the moment, if you look at inflation expectations, expected rates, those are still largely in line. I mean, they're a little bit higher than the market maybe was pricing in. But fundamentally, we think that, the existence of recession possibilities hasn't really changed much. Rates haven't really changed that much. And what's happening big picture globally from an equity perspective, from a transformational perspective in terms of themes that are happening, as well as what's happening on the fixed income side, those are still largely intact. You're going to have that intraday or noise within a few days or a week, but big picture, the story still remains the same.
Now, of course, a lot of investors are wondering, how do we protect our portfolios in downturns like we've gotten in the last year? What would you give as what investors should be thinking about, especially when they think that we're going into a downturn period?
Again, we're not an index provider. We're not a specialist when it comes to giving investment advice. But as an index provider, I can tell you where we think there are some good opportunities at the moment.
Yeah.
Rather than just the big picture stuff, if they're focused on the shorter and medium term, what we think is actually very interesting, what we thought has been very interesting for a while, has actually been fixed income in the emerging market space. That's an area that isn't necessarily very sexy. People are more interested in our core business, which is really themes, robotics, AI, cloud computing. But the emerging market fixed income space is actually an interesting area. It's got, historically, it has had very low correlation with equities. It's been a safe area, fixed income in general. And the emerging market space, we believe, due to everything that's happened over the last 6 months to a year, is really primed to be a good area of opportunity, short-term, medium-term, and long-term going forward. And we believe that for a number of reasons, which I'd be happy to get into if you'd like.
Yeah, of course. Now, one area that I do see that is coming down is the dollar, right? And we did get a little bit of a bounce today, but what do you see coming as the dollar weakens? Where should we be looking for signs maybe to start showing some strength as that happens?
Well, we've thought for a while, actually, since October, that the emerging market fixed income space, especially local currency emerging markets, were going to be performing well in the short, medium, and long term because we just believe that the dollar's strength was not a sustainable number. And that's been shown. I mean, November of 2022 was one of the best years in probably 6 or 7 years that emerging market fixed income has experienced. Part of that is due to the weakening of the dollar, right? If we look at the Fed, inflation expectations, rates, the dollar is probably going to continue to weaken against a lot of these currencies, especially the emerging market currencies. And of course, if you're owning an emerging market local currency bond that's been kind of hit hard when you're looking at it from a dollar perspective, you're going to see those valuations and those prices of those emerging market securities increase. So we expect that the emerging market countries and the fixed income that they issue should really have some positive results just due to the appreciation of their own currency, which should, we believe, in the medium and long term continue.
Is there any certain countries that you see over another, let's say, from those emerging countries?
Well, I think one of the things for investors to look at and to realize is, inflation is a concern globally. Some countries, I think Brazil and a few others in South America and others, were proactively raising their rates aggressively, perhaps more, and the market thought that maybe they were going to be raising their rates more than they actually did. It's also important to recognize that in a lot of these emerging market countries, the issue of inflation is more supply side driven. So here in the US, a lot of it's just due to overheated demand, right? People had a lot of money and they're spending, and they don't care if the price of a used car is 15% more than last year. They still want it and they have the money to do it. In the emerging market space, India, for example, a lot of it is due to supply and supply chain constraints. People need things to live, right? Food, water, basic goods. And due to supply chain constraints, China in particular, due to its continuing lockdown, which has now been easing, that's what was one of the main causes of inflation in these emerging market economies. So that now, actually, with China over the last few weeks, as we expected, has started to open up again. Now, they are, of course, in the short term, facing this big COVID surge and some of the streets look deserted. But in the medium and the long term, we expect that the supply side inflation issues in the emerging markets should continue to lessen. And as a result, the emerging markets should see reduced inflation and better performance as well as those emerging market central banks start ratcheting down, perhaps, number one, the pace of their rate increases, or number two, start reducing their rates as well.
Yeah, definitely. Now, China's been a confusing kind of collection of news, and it seems like you are in the camp of that reopening. Now, how fast should we kind of expect this? Because it seems like there's conflicting noise that's coming from China. Do you see maybe reopening happen even in 23, or are we looking further down the line? Because it's been a battle in China, that's for sure.
It has been. And I think one of the issues you have with China is you don't know what the news is that's coming out of China, which is legitimate versus which has been censored or filtered. What we have seen and what our research team has seen is that you have had protests, you have had quite a large amount of underlying simmering anger at these lockdowns, which has really burst into the open. And it seems like China, for whatever reason now, has decided to start reopening. I don't think we have a view on how smoothly or how quickly that will go, but we do believe that China reopening, if we ignore the potential for COVID surge and short-term issues there, could result in, according to the research we've seen and the numbers that we've crunched, probably about a 1.5% increase in GDP over the course of a full year once they fully reopen, which is significant when you look at China's size in the global economy and China's importance to supply chains. And one other thing that I wanted to mention here is due to China's kind of continued closure and to its COVID lockdown policies, you've had positive benefits in other emerging market economies, right? You've had companies like Apple that have started saying, hey, you know what, we're going to start shifting our supply chain, and other companies too, away from China and into countries like India, like Vietnam. And India in particular has some very interesting demographic and very positive demographic things that are happening that will really help that in the long run too, from an equity perspective, as well as the fixed income side. I mean, India is one of the few bright spots from a market performance perspective this year globally. So we are seeing a bit of decoupling because India is just such an attractive economy.
Definitely. We got to keep in mind what's going on in these economies in emerging countries. And it seems like the chat's keeping up with it too. Before you mentioned that easy already, also bringing up India and Apple, right? In Vietnam, we got to be looking at opportunities, especially markets that probably went down before ours, right? That could be bottoming before ours starts to come back. So we'll definitely be watching these opportunities. Appreciate you coming on today, Raul Sen Sharma. We'll definitely have you back on, especially into the next year as we look to see some of these opportunities. Will they play out? Thank you for coming on, Raul.
My pleasure.
Have a good one. All right, there you guys have it. And I myself, am just thinking about emerging economies and markets and how to best play them. You know, it's not the easiest, right? I will say that too. I know that a lot of people, you know, invest here in the US and don't look elsewhere. I think that it's an important thing to look elsewhere, right? What type of diversification can I get, right? Can I work some non-correlated assets, right? We need to be watching all these opportunities. And of course, like I mentioned, I mean, you can take a look at China markets and I feel like they definitely came down faster than our markets. If you looked at like the FXI, and you can see how they really kind of more topped out closer to 2021 than 22. Actually, from 22, it's not that far down. It's more down from 21, right? And so I think that eventually this turns around. But how long will that take? That's something to keep in mind with China and the conflicting news that comes out of some of these emerging markets. I know that you got the EEM. You guys can be looking at opportunities. We'll see what else is going on in the emerging markets. But appreciate you, Easy, also chiming in. All right, getting out of this talk, we can go back towards the SPY. Take a look where we're at now. Trading down towards 388. Wow. Another thing you see here is you see how this 390.36 is starting to act as a resistance. Well, where am I getting that number from, right? It's always important, right? Well, look here, guys, this 390.14 area, and then you look to the left and you can see here 390.39. So somewhere in between there, I'm looking for it to act as some resistance as it goes back through the prior resistance. Now it's starting to use that as resistance on bounces. So that's kind of the first level that I'd be looking to kind of recover. Can we even get to the VWAP today? It just seems like it's been a slow leak down the whole morning. Got to be careful out there, team. All right, let's get into some action. Looks like Dow tumbling further here as we're starting to see a lot of stocks come down. I mean, if I look at my market breadth data, we got about 11.2% stocks making new high, 88.8% of stocks making new lows. SMA 50 is definitely moving down. A lot of declining stocks, 78.5% of stocks declining, and only 17.7% of stocks advancing. There are some stocks that are going up, and we'll take a look here on what was hot and what was not. We can get into some headlines. Of course, there's so much to talk about today. If there's a headline that's on your radar, throw it up in the chat. I'll try to get through some of these headlines, and then we'll go into what was hot and what was not. First thing we're going to get to, of course, is Netflix. Netflix, disaster stock of the day. And this really happened really close to 8 a.m. What happened here? Well, Netflix falling more than 7% following a DigiDay report that the streaming firm is offering to return money to advertisers after missing viewership targets. So they said that they left room there if they're not hitting their targets for advertisers to pull that advertising, right? Well, it looks like they've only been able to hit about 80% of their numbers, something to keep watch. If Netflix is able to come out with a response to this, definitely getting hit hard today. It was just up there towards 320, now right back down towards 287, and a quick downturn there. I'll be looking to see if we can catch support, but right now it isn't looking good here for Netflix. Let's keep going. We'll take a look at Tesla. Tesla is bouncing a little bit today after getting hit hard after hours. It even climbed that wall of worry, though. I will mention that. We did get more mentions that Elon Musk sold nearly $3.6 billion worth of shares in the electric vehicle maker on Wednesday, sold 22 million shares. So that's not a good outlook there, as Musk has now sold almost $40 billion worth of the automaker stock over the past year. And Cathie Wood remaining bullish on Tesla with another 11 million stock buy. So looks like Elon probably sold to Cathie. Is that a good thing? Bad thing? And I don't know. I don't think this is really good in the long run for Tesla. And now it's more along, where do we stop? Where do we stop the bleeding? Right now, we're definitely catching a little bit of a bounce, but it could keep coming down. Important level is you're running towards is the 200 weekly average, which is at 163.86. Now we're below that. Next stop could be down there towards 135. That's where I'm going to be looking for to take a look to see when it bounces. Right now, not a fan of Tesla at all. Doesn't look good. No focus on what I think are the growth drivers. I'm not hearing much about the semi-truck. I'm not hearing much about the Cybertruck. That's the next growth driver for Tesla. And if those aren't going to be successful, then I really truly think Tesla could run into a wall of worry and then start getting their valuation halved as competitors start coming back up, right? Well, the truth is Tesla could be giving up the competitive advantage in the long run if they're not able to keep the competitive advantage, bring out new vehicles, bring out new products, innovate. Doesn't seem like that's it right now, but we're going to have to wait for the Cybertruck and the Semi. I haven't even heard anything about more deliveries of the Semi, right? We got the Pepsi, but it seemed like that was just a press conference because I haven't seen anything else come out. All right, let's keep going. We'll get out of Tesla. We'll keep going towards some different stocks. There was some other stocks that were moving today. There was even like a Planet Labs earnings this morning. Lennar making moves. Warner Brothers Discovery raising its projected cost for scrapping planned content by $1 billion to a total of $3.5 billion. So what does that mean on WBD? Well, you guys can see it. It didn't give it any lift there. It tried to give it a lift in the pre-market, wasn't able to hold on and coming down fast. Of course, Warner Brothers Discovery. One thing that I've seen is I have HBO Max. I can tell you guys, they're trying to bring on more and more content that was on Discovery towards HBO Max. I feel this is kind of more beta testing to figure out if HBO Max subscribers would watch Discovery content. Will they even check out that content? Well, now I see it slowly but surely coming towards HBO. They're removing other kind of original content from HBO, saving some money, and just trying to pull from Discovery into one-stop shop, which could be HBO. Long run, I think this might even change names. So keep watch, team. I think there's something that comes out of this, but we'll see if it's even an opportunity for investors. What are the chances of a bull rally before the close today? It could happen, Chaz. What the chances? Probably not high, but also not zero. And so that's the hard part. You never know when the bull rallies are going to come. And I don't think it would be a bull rally. It would be more like a dead cat bounce where you get a hard down move and you could get a little bit of a bounce. Overall, I still feel like we're coming down. But like always, you guys make your own investment decision. All right, let's get into what was hot and what was not. And in a few at 1:45, we'll get into our next interview. Stick around, team. Lots to talk about today. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to get into what was hot and what was not. Let's go and take a look into the sectors and industries that were making moves today. All right, overall, what do you see? Red. It is pretty much not what was hot today. It was what was cold and what was colder. Okay. But we will talk about a slight area where I did see some relative strength. We'll talk about that right now. All right. So looks like WBD. We can see how that's coming down. What's getting hit the hardest? Technology, team. I talked about it yesterday. It seemed like technology got a little bit of a bounce. We were getting a little bit of a lift. And now the worries are coming back in as we're starting to see these stocks turn around. Let's go to the high cap names and some of these tech names. And you guys can see it. Apple, hard hit to the downside. Google, hard hit to the downside. NVIDIA, that was very strong early on in live trading today. I said 71 through that level. Watch for the support to break, and it starts coming down. Now down to 167. TSM, another one, could be filling in the gap. We talked about it on live trading. coming down fast now to 77.50. I drew this gap long ago. Drew this gap on November 28th. Let's see if we start coming and filling in that whole gap towards the 74. Meta, that big lift on Meta. Well, there you guys have it, starting to turn around. I could see this cracking all the way back down to 100. We'll wait and see on Meta. I think this was definitely kind of more that value trappy type of play, but we'll see what happens there in Meta. All right, keep going. AVGO, Oracle, remember, was getting a little bit of a lift, now coming right back down. Be careful out there, team. You are starting to see some stocks get hit. Even like an IBM that was making a nice lift up. Big move right back down. You got to be careful out there, team. Stocks getting hit. Industrials, we've been talking about them, that they've had a big run, could also make a pullback. Today, we finally started seeing them crack. On live trading, we talked about DE. Could that be an opportunity through the support, getting into the gaps zone? Well, now you're already in that gap. When did we talk about that? We talked about that when we were starting to break the 432.80 mark. You even got a bounce towards that mark and then a flush right back down into the gap zone. Talked about CAT. Watch for CAT to continue on the downside. PACAR. This is why it's so important to understand when industries are making moves and sectors are making moves, because it seems like it's not just one stock making the move, it's a ton of stocks. What does that do? That opens us up to the ability to diversify if needed. If you want to go ahead and give yourself more of a safety than a high risk type of trade, well, you diversify in them. And that gives you an ability that if for any reason something were to happen in maybe one of these, that the other ones could still give you that profit. That's what I like. That's why I look into what was hot and what was not. That's why I find it's so important. All right, catching up with the chat out there. Chaz, Easy Mike, what's up out there? Sydney, we'll talk about RNA coming up right now. Mo Herbert, where you been at? It's good to see you, Mo. We also got Pat M in the house. Beach bum. I need to become a beach bum. Can't blame you, beach bum. You enjoying the beach out there in Florida? I hope so. Humble Ninja. What's going on out there, Humble? All right, let's take a look into different areas. There's also a stock that I wanted to call out, which is starting to break, which is like a Honeywell. It was such a strong move, right? Eventually, these pull back. Well, Honeywell starting to break, went down here. Now could kind of come back even all the way to 200, then maybe catch a little bit of a bounce. GE breaking down, kind of leading that Honeywell action. Well, there you see it. I'd be looking for GE to kind of make back about 50% of the recent move. You can draw it from the bottom there towards the top. 50% brings us back towards 76 area. We'll see if we get towards that area on GE. Honeywell, if we did the same kind of retracement tool and we do the recent move, boom, from that move towards the high. And if you wanted, you could go a little bit further, but this puts it right underneath it towards 200, right underneath the 200, right around these supports here to the left. So we'll see if we get back there towards that 200 and are able to find some support. That's Honeywell. Now, where did we find some pockets of strength? Well, early on in the day, we did have some pockets of strength in technology, and it was in solar. Very short-lived. I'll show you that right here. You can see how we were all going up for a little bit, and then boom, everything started getting the hit down. Be careful out there, team. One stock that has been on the support that is starting to move, and I talked about this one, was JKS. We talked about this one yesterday. Would this one start to get the lift? It's not looking too bad above 50-50. We'll see if Jinko Solar can start making a move after lagging a lot of the industry. All right, now there was an area that had some relative strength. It was in some healthcare, and we're going to point to specific healthcare. It was biotech. Take a look at a lot of the biotechs that were making moves today, like one of them, and these are cheaper plays, so full disclosure, be careful on names like these, but ICVX was one that we were talking about. We were looking at it, looking for the move back up through the highs, and it made a big move back up through 16. Nice little catch there. And it's not only that one, right? There's a lot of these kind of getting a nice little move lately, especially these biotechs. You got to catch them when you can, and they have been making a nice move up. These are small names, and they have a tendency to run when you get a lot of them to run. RNA, another one that's making a nice little run and continuing the move. Not a bad move there on RNA. So we'll see if these can continue pushing. But a lot of the times when the market gets focused at like some of the bigger catalysts, you'll get some of these IWM stocks to really start moving. And a lot of them are sometimes biotechs. They get the lift. So we'll see if IWM can start pushing back towards the upside. But ICVX, look how it's the leading stock in IWM today. Reason why we were taking a look at it. And we'll continue to watch some of these stocks that could keep making moves. You got RIGL, Molin that showed up here today, RNA, Bijo. There's a lot of names here. TTCF, Tattooed Chef. Will this get some lift? Of course, these are lower volume name, lower liquidity, so definitely always be careful, but it's something to keep watch. Now, I do see something in the chat that seems interesting to me. My man Chris Ketchy talking about, are you going to go see the Avatar, The Way of the Water in theaters this weekend? I'm thinking IMAX could see some upside and strong pre-sales and demand to see the movie. Well, Chris, you, my friend, are a person that likes to look at trends, so I can't blame you on that outlook. I actually was looking at AMC, IMAX, and Cinemark themselves. Also Disney, right? Why not Disney get a little bit of a lift after beaten down? So I'm going to be taking a look to see if some of these companies can make a push towards the close. That's what I'd be looking at with these. IMAX can also see that lift maybe towards the close. So look for maybe like a 2 to 4 o'clock or maybe a 3 to 4 o'clock run. That's what I could be seeing in these, as some people might take some swing trades on these, expecting Avatar's numbers to kick it out the water. Now, one thing I'll tell you, Chris, is it is going to be my birthday this weekend. I'm probably going to go watch the Avatar. I remember watching it when it first came out. So I'm going to be like a lot, probably watching Avatar this weekend, especially the holiday time, right? We'll see if this can actually produce some significant results. Can AMC even bounce back a little bit? That's why I think it had this run earlier today. Did do a little bit of a push. It's not a big move, but we'll see what happens towards the close. With the market like it is, it's going to be tough. But when if the SPY could rally, then you see the momentum go into these smaller names and the Avatar stocks. That's what I'd be looking for towards the close. We'll have to wait and see. All right, definitely Avatar is going to be interesting. We'll see what happens there. I don't expect too much, but could give it at least like a day or day lift. Consumer cyclical also down big today, of course. Keep watch. Auto parts are in auto manufacturers. Tesla was bouncing back today, so we'll see if it's able to hold this pattern right now. You can see that kind of 15-minute pattern right here. But if I zoom back also, it looks kind of bearish resistance around the 160. So this is how it's very important to kind of look into your time frames. Look back. What does it make sense on the daily? What does it make sense on the intraday? Sometimes you really truly can get setups where it looks bullish on intraday action, like one small time frames, 5-minute time frame. But yet, if you scoot back towards the daily or even the hourlies, you might see a bearish pattern in these stocks. That's how things can get a little bit conflicting, and why it's always important to understand multi-time frame. All right, getting out of Tesla talk, defensive stocks continuing to come down, so that's not a good outlook, as even the value names taking a hit today. So that just goes to show us it's pretty much an everything hit type of party right now. Everything's taking the down hit right now. It's not just one area. Another way you can do this is just by looking at market breadth data, right? And one of the things that I tend to look at is how many stocks are above their SMA 50, how many stocks are below. For a little while, this got up to back towards above 70%. Now we're back down to 55%. Another area in statistics that I watch is how many stocks are above or below their 200-day. I talked about how the 40% would be so important for me to break. If we could break back above the 40% for majority of stocks, I think that could carry the market a little bit higher. Every time we get close to this, we get turnarounds. We've gotten up to as high as I've seen this statistical data towards around 36%. Haven't seen it get back into the 40%. And that was since, last year, kind of November time, when we started seeing this data start turning towards the bad side right now. 68.8% of stocks are below their SMA 200. And that's just an easy way to determine stocks if they're bullish or bearish in the moment. And just look at like an XOM, right? Let's go to that daily candle. So you can see the 200-day is the purple line down here. You can see the price action way above it. These are the stocks that are above it, right? Well, let's take a look at something like a Micron. Well, look at a Micron, right? Look at where the 200-day is, way above it here. And so these are the stocks that you want to be looking. Very simple measure of trying to look at things in a bullish, bearish manner. Doesn't necessarily give you too much edge, but more for description and understanding which stocks are hot and, of course, which stocks are not. All right, that's going to wrap up our industry outlook here. We're going to go towards our second interview of the day. And like always, I know a lot of you guys have been around with us for a long time. And you might have been in a time when we were a part of the SPACs attack. Do you guys remember that show? I know Chris probably remembers it in the chat. Chris Ketchy and I used to run a show called SPACs Attack. What was it all about? It was about at least opening the door for the opportunity that was in SPACs. And for a long time, this was one of the best opportunities in the market. But of course, where did this come from? This came from the expansion in liquidity, right? Well, we're going to talk all about that with our guest coming up here. Stay tuned, team. We got, of course, Dan Nash, Head of Investment Banking at Cohen Company and Capital Markets. Let's get to our interview today. All right, bringing in here Dan Nash, Head of Investment Banking. How are we doing today?
Good, Mitch. Thanks for having me.
Definitely. Let's get right towards the action. Of course, I was also in the camp watching the SPACs when, I'd call it the SPAC boom days, right? And I always think that, a lot of the times opportunities come, right? And I think that the most important thing that I learned in SPACs, of course, was that there's going to be opportunities that come. You might get some rewards. And a lot of the times we need to understand when are we taking rewards, and that every investment is not just a hold and just no matter what, just let it go, right? Because I got caught in similar fashion. I am still holding, full disclosure, Genie shares. And the reason why I held it was a lot of that was I was looking at it for a trade at first, and it became more of that investment approach. And I didn't set myself a good risk to return, right? A lot of people have gone through this kind of stage now, and we're looking at SPACs, trying to understand them. So that's why I'm bringing you in here, Dan, and you can explain a lot for us. What have you seen in SPACs in 2022? And are SPACs back? What can we expect for 23?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And as a lot of the market saw, SPACs, and I was a lead banker on the Shift transaction in 2020, and we did that with the Cohens, and I was at Wells Fargo at the time. And the SPAC was a perfect vehicle in a rapidly moving market. You could get the PIPE investment committed early on. It's more flexible. It has a structure that allowed to describe an interesting creative story at a time where COVID was impacting everything, right? So it was a very interesting product, kind of underrepresented in the capital markets for a long time. And then to your, point on liquidity, it got a little bit overblown, right? We ended up seeing 600 plus SPAC sponsors come out. The majority of IPOs, new issuance the last couple of years were actually SPACs, right? And that was the SPAC, we still believe, is a very flexible modular structure that's going to be good for certain companies. We think it's great for companies, we call it with great companies with an asterisk in their story that needs a different process. It's not going to be for everyone. It's going to be a bigger product than it was in the past, but it's not going to be what it was in 2020 and 21. That said, if you look at the current market, the IPO new issuance market is down 90+% this year. I mean, this is the deadest market in most of our professional careers, 30 plus years, right? So no one's going public. Private capital's tough. M&A is slowing down. The NASDAQ's down 30%. So what you have right now is you have 600 SPAC sponsors. Many of them are going to not get a deal done, and many of them are going to get a deal done. We're seeing a lot of deals getting announced, but they're much smaller. They're raising less capital, but there are a lot of very good, interesting companies out there that are ready to go public and struggling to go public through a traditional IPO and need something more flexible, whether it's a combination of debt or equity, but they're trying to fully fund their business. They want to be public, and we are seeing a good amount of activity.
Yeah, definitely. Now, what do you feel truly has changed from our period in the 2020 boom to now? Is it more just a problem of liquidity?
Well, a couple things. It is a problem of liquidity. You've got a number of dynamics. Obviously, the macro headwinds have been tough. In the recent near term, with inflation and interest getting so much higher, there really has been no bid for, like in the SPAC market, for example, pipes. If you're a hedge fund, you're not committing, a $25 million check 6 months before deal closes. No one's going to do that right now. There are still, again, interesting companies where strategics are coming in, like I said, debt or other products to finance these businesses. But with the structure of the SPACs has definitively changed because people are more cautious with capital. And then in the last 3 to 6 months, a lot of the conversations we have with investors, people are saying, well, we can get 10, 12% relatively liquid first lien limited risk on certain investments. Why are we going to take, what do we have to get paid to get this kind of risk in the market, right? And that's the challenge we're having right now.
Definitely, for a long while, there wasn't an alternative, right? And I think this is also something that's playing into it, is that now there is alternatives. If you look at, CDs, I think that for a long time, someone would have told you you're crazy looking at a CD, but now kind of makes sense in certain areas, right? As we are starting to see returns in different areas other than kind of the equity market. Of course, let's talk about certain industries and how that can play major roles in picking through SPAC stock selection. What are some of the thematic themes that you maybe see moving forward that SPACs could maybe be driving through?
Yeah, a couple things. Thinking about where SPACs have been successful and where we're going to see activity in the future, we've done, cross-listing. There's some very interesting international stories that would like to access the U.S. capital markets. We've done some interesting transactions, cross-listing, or carve-outs that have been announced. These are niche players that, have, like I said, a more complex story. We announced a deal, a couple months ago. Sizzle was a SPAC, European Lithium, formed Critical Minings Corp. So this is going to be a lithium miner in Europe. It's a pretty exciting sector, pretty prominent in EV. And this mine has successfully demonstrated its capability to supply lithium in a pilot plant. So that's an interesting story, tougher for a traditional IPO, was part of a, carved out from a public company in Australia. So we're seeing some interesting, complicated stories like that. Zoomcar was another one we announced, which is, another ride sharing application in India and Southeast Asia, wanted to access the U.S. public market. So that's an announced deal. We're just seeing a lot. So we're seeing a lot of international activity. We're also seeing specific sectors get some attention. So energy is one where it's been underinvested in traditional means. And then also some, people are getting creative. Technology has really opened up the doors for a lot of opportunity in clean energy. And we've seen a number of transactions there. So on top of EV, we're seeing, significant activity in interest in some of those new technologies driving clean energy.
Definitely. I think it's an important thing to kind of understand, what do you see moving forward in trends? And then maybe looking at what SPACs fit under that hat, right? I think it's an important way to look at it. I know I'm still looking at ways to maybe look at even like LiDAR plays. There's a lot there available to us, right? And so I think this is one thing that we need to understand, that definitely some of these might be great opportunities. And I feel like the recent pullback in the overall market has given us a discount to a lot of these companies and getting it at a better valuation. What do you feel about that outlook longer term? Do you feel that this is truly an opportunity that we're getting right now?
Yeah, I think the other theme I'll tell you is about, if you looked last year, 2020, 2021, more than 2/3 of the SPAC transactions were companies that were not profitable and were not fully funded when they went out. Okay. The market's been incredibly punishing to any equity story that's not fully funded, because there's no access to capital right now, as we talked about before. So this year in recent SPAC deals, 2/3 of the deals are EBITDA positive or fully funded. So if you're looking or you're sifting through the, underperforming, D-SPACs that are public right now, there's obviously a lot of value for very good companies that can't fund themselves, whether or not the market's going to turn, whether, we think there'll be pockets of lower volatility in 2023. So we're not forecasting a dramatic boom in the market, but we do think there'll be windows where traditional IPOs pick up. There'll be continued SPAC and capital raising activity. If those companies can fund themselves, there's tremendous upside, right? But, we're going to see also a lot of companies forced into consolidation, not able to raise capital, and may not be a great equity story. So that's the tougher question for investors.
Yeah, and I mean, I think everyone knows that it's not only SPACs that have struggled to this, it's also IPOs that have struggled through this. So what do you feel needs to change? Will it be the Fed landscape, right? And not raising rates, potentially maybe cutting rates? Is that what we might need to get the SPACs started again?
That would help. I would say, emphasize that SPACs, we're still seeing activity. There's actually similar volume of announced de-SPAC deals in 2022 than there was in 2021. The deals are much smaller. That's partially driven because there were 600 SPAC sponsors chasing deals, right? So we do think there'll be continued activity from that. But, as you mentioned, Fed interest rates, a number of things that impact the total market also impact SPACs. I do think your point that everything has come down, right? SPACs have gotten a pretty bad rap, but one dynamic of a SPAC is you announce the deal and it doesn't close because it's inverted from an IPO and it goes through the SEC process. So if you announce a SPAC deal and you have 6 months of terrible market conditions and the market's down, the market's down 30% this year, the NASDAQ is at least. So if you're down 30%, you announce a deal, the market goes down 30%, you're going to start 30% down as opposed to an IPO that starts at current market conditions. So all that said, there were some companies that went public through a SPAC that were probably a bit premature in the boom, right? These were not public ready companies, but the vast majority of companies are being impacted by the market in a very similar way. And the data is pretty bad for all new issuance IPOs and SPACs in this market.
Definitely, I myself, along with many investors, learning more and more. We got to dive deep into those financials, truly understand the cash flow. It seems like we're getting more and more SPACs that are coming out that have this cash flow. Appreciate you coming on today, Dan Nash, to talk a lot about the SPAC industry. We'll keep watch what's going on, and we'll bring you back. See if next year brings a little bit more of that boom right back.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mitch, for having me.
Have a good one, Dave. Dan. All right, there you guys have our interview today. I hope that you guys enjoyed talking about SPACs. I see you guys in the chat talking a little bit about Chamath. Of course, he was one of the leaders that brought in a lot of the capital. And we'll see if leaders like that come stepping back in. Of course, the Bill Ackman kind of didn't help the situation with his kind of confusing deal. But we'll see if we get some more deals going into 23. I think we might get some deals, of course, like you mentioned. For some companies, it definitely makes sense to go the SPAC route. So we'll have to wait and see how the IPO and the SPAC markets perform next year. We'll look to see if we can get some money into here. I think I'm keeping an eye on definitely some SPACs that might have a turnaround story also that are being able to hang on. Of course, you guys heard it in the chat. I got caught in some of these, and I think that the important part is just learning and seeing a little bit deeper when profitability can truly come into some of these to turn maybe that story around, and can they survive through this downturn is definitely important. All right, let's get back to the market action. Let's take a look at the SPY. How are we doing right now? Looks like the SPY is down to 388.65. Did we break through the low? No, holding towards that 388, bouncing a little bit here. We'll see if we can actually come back towards the VWAP. VWAP on the 15-minute is at 390.94. Let's see if we can come back on the day. Lennar's having a decent day after their earnings. Of course, we didn't get into their numbers, so I'll just give it to you here. EPS at $5.02, beat the $4.89 estimate. Sales at 10.17, beat the 10.1 billion estimate. Lennar having a nice day, little bounce back. Can it get back there towards that closing here? Closing price, we got 94.24 on the high there. Yeah, right there on the high, 94.24 or 95.24. The open 94.24. Looks like we just rejected to get through that. We'll see if we can get into the 94 handle today. All right, that's Lennar. We'll take a look into the market. Before we get out of here, let's take a look at the SPY. We'll see if we start cutting down or not. CF showing up here. That's, of course, agricultural input. You guys can also watch like maybe an MOS. This actually looks interesting here through 45. We'll see if this can start reversing with the market. If the market can start pushing back, maybe some of these start catching the bid. CF has stayed strong on the day. We'll look to see if that can get MOS started. They usually trade pretty close side by side. So that's CF Industries. And of course, can it get the next push? We'll have to wait and see. That's Potash, right? We'll see what happens there. All right. We'll see what else is going on in the markets right now. It's a tough day today. I'm looking around trying to find some opportunities, but Apple still down there. We'll look to see if AMC does get that bounce towards the close. Looks like we are getting a little bit of volume. We'll see if this can get this moving. IMAX also, right? Can this get a nice little lift? Maybe Cinemark. We'll have to wait and find out tomorrow. And of course, throughout the weekend, as Avatar comes out on the weekend, it'll be exciting. I might even see it myself. So hit the like on your way out, and I'll see you guys on At the Close. At the Close coming to you at 3:30 Eastern. Don't miss it, team. I will have Joel Elconin back in the hot seat, taking a look at all the market action. We'll see you guys there, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Until then, we got a little bit of a break here on Benzinga. You guys can check out live trading, Benzinga Live, or maybe you guys missed pre-market prep this morning. Tune in, find out, tune in, find out, see what we were talking about this morning. See why pre-market prep is so good to watch. I'll see you guys a little bit later at the Close.
We'll be right back.